Man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, and mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Man has the right to love as he will, take your fill and will of love as he will, when, where, and with whom he will. Man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. The law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Do that and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. The rights of man, Master Therian, free to put a rubble, Alistair Crowley. Alistair Crowley, the master, Alistair Crowley. Man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, and mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Man has the right to love as he will. Take your filling will of love as you will. When, where, and with whom you will. Man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under the law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Do that and no other shall save me. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. The rights of man, Master Therian, Freda Putter, Albo, Alistair Crowley, the Master, Alistair Crowley. Man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, and mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as he will. And where and with whom you will. Man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under the law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Do that and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. The rights of man, Master Therian, Freda Putter, Albo, Alistair Crowley, the Master, Alistair Crowley. Carthage, though a commercial republic, was the aggressor in the very war that ended in her destruction. Hannibal had carried her arms into the heart of Italy, to the gates of Rome before Scipio returned. Gave him an overthrow in the territories of Carthage, made a conquest of the Commonwealth. Venice in later times figured more than once in wars of ambition, till becoming an object to the other Italian states. Pope Julius too found means to accomplish that formidable league, which gave a deadly blow to the power and pride of this haughty republic. The provinces of Holland, till they were overwhelmed in debts and taxes, took a leading and conspicuous part in the wars of Europe. They had furious contests with England for the dominion of the sea, and were among the most persevering and most implacable of the opponents of Louis Accord. In the government of Britain, the representatives of the people compose one branch of the national legislature. Commerce has been for ages the predominant pursuit of that country. Few nations, nevertheless, have been more frequently engaged in war. And the wars in which that kingdom has been engaged have, in numerous instances, proceeded from the people. There have been, if I may so express it, almost as many popular as royal wars. The cries of the nation and the importunities of their representatives, upon various occasions, dragged their monarchs into war or continued them in it, contrary to their inclinations, and sometimes contrary to the real interest of the state. In that memorable struggle for superiority between the rival houses of Austria and Barbary, which so long kept Europe in a flame, it is well known that the antipathies of the English against the French, seconding the ambition, or rather the avarice, of a favored leader, then protracted the war beyond the limits marked out by sound policy, and for considerable time in opposition to the views of the court. The wars of these two last mentioned nations have in a great measure grown out of commercial considerations, the desire of supplanting and the fear of being supplanted, either in particular branches of traffic or in the general advantages of trade and navigation. From this summary of what has taken place in other countries, whose situations have borne the nearest resemblance to our own, what reason can we have to confide in those reveries, which would seduce us into an expectation of peace, cordiality between the members of the present Confederacy in a state of separation? Have we not already seen enough of the fallacy and extravagance of those idle theories which have amused us with promises of an exemption from the imperfections, weaknesses, and evils incident to society in every shade? Is it not time to awake from the deceitful dream of a golden age and to adopt as a practical maxim for the direction of our political conduct that we, as well as the other inhabitants of the globe, are yet remote from the happy empire of perfect wisdom, perfect virtue? Let the point of extreme depression to which our national dignity and credit have sunk, let the inconveniences felt everywhere from a lax and ill administration of government, let the revolt of a part of the state of North Carolina, the late menacing disturbances in Pennsylvania, and the actual insurrections and rebellions in Massachusetts declare.
Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, Merry Christmas. seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go.
There's 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 and 1 and 1 and 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, sway softly as a well to live be bound to the one level, the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense, observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs in hands, hour after hour, thy vigilance. Intense and keen turned inward, miss no atom of analysis. Someone thought securely hid till every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and stirred, burn up thy being in one word.
Still the ecstasy prolong, the meditation's deep and strong. Slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act?
All these things in one power time, at the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do
If thou restrain the expression, show thy glance to rapture, startling rules. Discarding name form, sight and stress, even amidst thy consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here, thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls far, brother of the silver star.
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 and 1 and 1 and 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, sway softly as a well till thou be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observed entity. Watch every thought strings and hands. Power after all our vigilance. Intense and keen turned inward miss. No atom of analysis.
Fix on one thought securely pinned. Still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred. Burn up thy being in one word. Next till that ecstasy prolonged. Thy meditations deep and strong.
Slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last all these things in one are power. Time that the midnight blossom flower. The one this is, yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up my being in one word. Next to that ecstasy of prolonged, my meditations deep and strong. Slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act.
That's all these things in one with power. Time at the midnight blossom flower. This is yet even this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss.
Dreams give information about the secrets of the inner life and reveal to the dreamer hidden factors of his personality.
My friends, it is wise to nourish the soul, otherwise you will breed dragons and devils in your heart.
Hidden in our problems is a bit of still undeveloped personality, a precious fragment of the psyche. Without this, we face resignation, bitterness, and everything else that is hostile to life.
We should grow like a tree that likewise does not know its law. We tie ourselves up with intentions, not mindful of the fact that intention is the limitation, yes, the exclusion of life.
You do not have an inferior function. It has you.
For underlying all philosophies and all religions are the facts of the human soul, which may ultimately be the arbiters of truth and error.
Our biggest problems cannot be resolved. They must be outgrown.
The fool is the precursor to the savior.
In spite of our proud domination of nature, we are still her victims, for we have not even learned to control our nature.
Good advice is often a doubtful remedy, but generally not dangerous because it has so little effect.
Archetypal images decide the fate of man.
The underlying primary psychic reality is so inconceivably complex that it can be grasped only at the farthest reach of intuition, and then but very dimly. That is why it needs symbols.
Nobody is immune to a nationwide evil unless he is unshakably convinced of the danger of his own character being tainted by the same evil.
Life calls not for perfection, but for completeness.
To the scientific mind, such phenomena as symbolic ideas are most irritating because they cannot be formulated in a way that satisfies our intellect and logic.
What you call knowledge is an attempt to impose something comprehensible on life.
It is precisely the most subjective ideas which, being closest to nature and to the living being, deserve to be called the truest.
Just as we tend to assume that the world is as we see it, we naively suppose that the people are as we imagine them to be.
Only the complete person knows how unbearable man is to himself. Federalist No. 7. The same subject continued, concerning dangers from dissensions between the states. For the Independent Journal, Alexander Hamilton. To the people of the state of New York, it is sometimes asked, with an air of seeming triumph, what inducements could the states have, if disunited, to make war upon each other? It would be a full answer to this question to say, precisely the same inducements which have at different times deluged in blood all the nations in the world. But unfortunately for us, the question admits of a more particular answer. There are causes of differences within our immediate contemplation, of the tendency of which, even under the restraints of a federal constitution, we have had sufficient experience to enable us to form a judgment of what might be expected if those restraints were removed. Territorial disputes have at all times been found one of the most fertile sources of hostility among nations. Perhaps the greatest proportion of wars that have desolated the earth have sprung from this origin. This cause would exist among us in full force. We have a vast tract of unsettled territory within the boundaries of the United States. There still are discordant and undecided claims between several of them, and the dissolution of the Union would lay a foundation for similar claims between them all. It is well known that they have heretofore had serious and animated discussion concerning the rights to the lands which were ungranted at the time of the Revolution, and which usually went under the name of Crown lands. The states within the limits of whose colonial governments they were comprised have claimed them as their
There are people in law enforcement who wait
property. The others have
to catch a body just because they want to know how it feels. Just
No,
because
he's right, Brian. Like, it's rare though. But see, I wouldn't use that as the rule. That's not the rule.
Yeah, that's why I asked.
So what I'm saying is, so then when your leadership tells you, you have full
intended that the rights of the Crown in this article devolve.
They don't want the blowback that's going to come. The reason why I won't kill you because I'm not going to fucking prison for it. Now, if I were told that, look, because you're
upon the Union, especially as to all that part of the Western Territory which, either by actual possession or through the submission of the Indian proprietors.
That's the problem, DJ Fronters. I think that's a problem across the board in all police jurisdictions. This qualified immunity bullshit, I think it needs to go away. I think that we do need to leave some responsibility for officers to have to be able to suffer consequences if they act outside of the training and act outside of the law. But that's one of the things, we've got to push for as citizens. But I agree with you. Yeah, certain parameters of this qualified immunity, I think needs to fucking go away. Because I think it does harbor kind of this attitude that, hey, motherfucker, I'm unstoppable. I can infringe on your rights and fuck with American citizens. And I've seen it before. I'm not gonna lie. I've seen it in real life. Actually, I've worked with a couple DHS guys. Like, these aren't good dudes. Again, it's the exception to the rule. But I can't lie and say I've never seen it. I have seen it, and I understand that point.
Oh yeah, I watched the interview where the guy was talking about he knows for a fact in every police department there are guys that shouldn't be there. and all the cops know it, but they can't do anything about it because of the unions. They got people that they know is out there fucking. They're criminals themselves, and they know it. They're murderous criminals, and they know it, but they can't do shit about it.
Hey, point of order, point of order. This is politics. Sig, please put me in your queue. Thank you. This is politics.
Oh, good. Yeah. Let's go. No more friends. He's been patiently waiting, and then politics go after you. Yeah. What's up? No more friends.
Hey,
Welcome, bro.
am I clear, Sig? Because I'm in the car.
Yeah, loud and clear, man. We can hear you, brother.
Okay. Yeah, I was just about to say that to Friday's point. I've been saying that for years, bro, because it's always some type of what's that word? Some type of corruption or some type of like bullshit going on in these precincts. And these officers that work there, they not resigning. They not saying, "Oh, this is not an upstanding precinct. I'm out of here. I'm gonna go work somewhere else." Hell no, they continue to work there. When they know their fellow co-workers is planting drugs on people, they stopping people for no reason. Some of these motherfuckers don't even have the right qualifications. Like, I was just listening to a story about a precinct here in Ohio where the lieutenant or whatever specifically made his officers make a certain amount of stops within a certain amount of hours. Like, just little shit.
Was subjected to the jurisdiction of the King of Great Britain, till it was relinquished in the Treaty of Peace. This, it has been said, was it all...
Yo, you know, in Georgia, in DeKalb County, about 30 years ago, y'all heard about the Sheriff Brown that got executed by his the person that was running against him? Like, that sheriff was hiring prisoners, bro. He was giving prisoners badges. He was like, he built this whole sheriff department on criminals, bro. And a dude who was running against him was gonna clean up the department, and he won the election. And the sheriff had the dude killed by one of his prisoner deputies.
Not even surprising. This shit go on every day, bro.
Yeah, this is politics. I just want to say, in Chicago, the mayor announced yesterday that he wants to hold individuals in ICE and Border Patrol individually accountable, meaning he wants to set up a special court to prosecute, imprison. And so we've got this cultural, political, legal, industrial complex, which is merciless. If any of you have ever been to court and you've gone bankrupt defending yourself against a prosecutor who has unlimited resources, the warfare, lawfare is real. And Trump, Sig, yesterday, you said we gotta fire these stupid fucking bitches, Noam and Bondi. And I agree with you. Trump put them in there for political points, but now he's used those political points. We need to get a message to President Trump to say, wake the fuck up and start using your best cliche term ever. You're fired. Trump, this is what he fucked up the first time. He needs to do what Saddam Hussein did, gather everybody in his fucking Oval Office and say, Pam, you're fired. Secretary Noam, this is your last day. Get your fucking shine box and get the fuck out. And he needs to take a war fighter, an experienced combat veteran who led thousands of soldiers against the Mujahideen, against Islamic radicals, and killed them all. We need an extremist in these positions prosecuting mercilessly, because Clown World will not stop. Clown World will only continue like a plague, like a virus, like a cancer. We've got to excise and start digging away at our own flesh to get out the rot. And Trump isn't bringing the big guns. We need Tom Holman is a badass motherfucker, but we need lawfare, not this bullshit. We need real lawfare. We need arrests, and we need Republican judges ruining these people's lives to slow them down. And unfortunately, Trump, he can't do it for some reason. I mean, it's all just bluster. It's all political bravado. But the truth of the matter is, he put weak people in positions of great responsibility and strength, and they are not bringing the warfare, lawfare that we need as a country to save ourselves from these fucking losers. Every single politician is a leftist clown absolutist. They have to be stopped. They have to be agitated. The brains have to have migraines. They are destroying us.
and they will rule over us, and they are the weakest and the lowest IQ amongst us, and they're extremely dangerous. The country is going into a financial death spiral at 140 trillion in debt. Inflation is just beginning. And inflation will be the real result. Look at Venezuela. Every country that collapses has two defining characteristics: a foreign invasion, which is what we are undergoing, and a financial collapse of the currency. Because when your country goes under, your currency becomes worthless, just like Syria, just like Iraq, etc. I'm not saying we're that far away from that. I'm just saying that Trump needs to do the right thing and fire these stupid bitches. I am complete.
So politics, like, first, Brandon Johnson knows that if these federal agents are working under the full capacity of the federal government, he can't do shit about it. He knows that. He just likes to, I don't know what the fuck. He has the lowest approval rating of any politician in American history.
He knows that, but he says it. That's the danger. He says whatever's on the top of his mind. Yesterday he was calling out white Nazis. The guy's delusional.
But yo, so the thing with Trump, like, see, what's fucked up about Trump right now, you either go max or you don't go. Like, and I think Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, these guys, they're making a calculation of what happens after these 4 years. Because Trump's not going to be president forever. They're not going to be protected forever. And these fucking leftists that's in government, they will spin the block and come back to see these people. And I think that's why they don't go full max the way they should, because they're trying to protect their ass 4 years from now.
I mean, you could be correct, but you could be correct about that. The thing is, words are not violence. Violence is violence. And so you can say whatever you want and get away with it, as long as you don't get sued, and then it's going to cost you. But if you got nothing to lose, you can say whatever you want. There's no repercussions for having a loud mouth that talks shit, as long as you don't commit violence. When you cross that breach and you become a violent person, that's when the law will actually start judging you. And so I'm not saying be violent. I'm saying practice the lawfare and warfare that they did to Trump. For Christ's sake, Trump is actually the real attorney general. He prosecutes our Constitution daily. He enforces the fucking law, but he's not using it in a punitive way in the way they used it against him. Maybe he's more Christian than you believe, and he forgives and turns the other cheek. That could be the optimal strategy when you're a fucking badass money player. That's probably the real truth. You only care about getting that bread, because that's the real security, is having huge amounts of cash. So when lawfare attacks you again, it doesn't even bother you. You've accumulated billions, and therefore their little fucking lawyers mean nothing to you. All I'm saying is that when I look around and, I'm running in politics and I'm absorbing a lot of political communication from all the people I follow, I can't, as somebody who has served in the military, I'm terrified, because the leaders are not leaders. They're complainers, and they won't admit we have a financial crisis. They just want to keep spending. They don't care about being fiscally conservative, prudent, and pragmatic with our dollars. These people are in on a grift, which is the Fortune 500, which is the big pharma, the big tech, the big banks. Those fuckers can only make a profit if the United States government continues to borrow and spend from the Federal Reserve and China and whoever else we can get the fucking money from. So they're all hypocrites, and you have to call them out as being dangerous charlatans, because they're not truth tellers. They are liars and propagandists. I am complete.
Are you DJ, real quick? Chris has been waiting patient. I don't want to give her a chance because I know she was trying to come on mic. So I just want to give Chris a chance to try to get her.
Yeah, I was just going to say. Oh, one second.
Okay, well, you forfeited, so we'll let Fridays go and then you can come back.
No, I don't know. You're not hearing people when they talk about the national debt and all that. Because I remember I read a book about the modern monetary theory and how America, like Great Britain and I think Japan, because of the sovereignty of these nations, like, that shit don't mean anything. Our money is worth whatever we say it's worth because we could back it by our military. Like when China
that's what I was going to say. Like the price of like gold and silver has gone insane lately. Like $5,000, and like silver is up to like 110.
Yeah, because those hold their value versus the currency. Now, if you look at the US dollar compared to the euro, we're only down like 2 cents. A lot of other charlatans will scream that the sky is falling. I agree with you, DJ Fridays. It's arbitrary, but you have to look at this from a leadership perspective. I've served in the military. I've been to college. I've worked at Fortune 500. You as well. You've lived a life with people who know how to lead. Everybody knows a good leader, a good manager, somebody who's cool, calm, collected, and friendly and nice. But these radical liberal leftist Democrats are not nice. As I just said, they want to set up special prosecution courts. They want to arrest Noam, Hegseth, etc. These are the real liberal Marxist Bolsheviki that want to arrest their fellow citizens for political crimes. That's unacceptable in America. The truth is, the real scam was COVID-19. Those vaccines and the 10 trillion they printed is the biggest scam and Shylark ripoff of all fucking time. A completely unnecessary medical intervention that cost us fucking trillions. So we need prosecutions for that. First off, going back to COVID-19 is how we reset, because that's when the biggest liars lied straight to your face and everybody bought it. And some people still fucking believe it. So Trump unfortunately gave us Operation Warp Speed. Go ahead.
You forgot one thing. You forgot to mention the deliberate crash of the economy too.
Yeah, they shut the economy down.
Yeah, that was deliberate.
100%. The whole fucking thing was a scamdemic, plandemic. This was always in our operation and project and program plan. This was coming, and they supposedly they launched it earlier or later because of Hillary Clinton. The whole thing was everything's always been about Hillary Clinton, and that's how cucked we are as a country. That bitch has a huge body count. She's a complete and utter. Won't arrest anybody because she's friends with all of them. She used to work for the Bushes. She used to work for Pfizer. So we got the dumbest fucking criminal corrupted bitch in fucking AG. We will never get the justice we want. We can only get the social justice we want by basically roasting people. That's my final submission and final thesis, is the only justice you will probably ever get in this completely corrupted judicial system is online social justice, which means infecting people with the truth that these people are the worst of the worst and they're ruling over us. And there's we are probably already in World War III. You know, Putin and fucking Trump just put a big smile on their face because we're already fully invested at 1.4 trillion with our NDAA and the military industrial complex. So I'm just you may not like what I'm saying, but I'm trying to accurately describe the situation. I'm still very upset about COVID-19, that people maxed up and they lied to us and created content about this whole fucking scamdemic while Pfizer, Moderna, J&J pumped us full of a poison and we spent 10 trillion to do it. To me, that's the ultimate betrayal. Like, war is at least a little honorable. You go over there and you sacrifice your life, man to man, mano a mano. You know, that's at least fucking honorable, because it's, you know, I'm not saying the precursor, the misinformation, disinformation is a total psyop. 9/11, we were completely lied to. 2 planes didn't bring down 3 skyscrapers. The Pentagon, Shanksville, fucking rockets. Total fucking psyop, completely lied to. We killed 10 million people. We lost 100,000 people. For what? For the contractors, so we could pile another $10 trillion on them debt to the taxpayers. So all these fucking criminal lawyers and their stupid fucking sheep Democrat followers are the biggest hypocrites and the lowest IQ amongst us. They're the weakest and the stupidest, and they lead us. But the military has its own fucking bubble. Hello? Are you taking the round trip flight to fucking Iran, Sheikh?
Due to the weather, not today. But we're exploring options. We're gonna take a layover in Venezuela. Also, are you talking about the contractors regarding the banks? As in JP Morgan Chase?
What's interesting about the banks is the more the government spends, the bigger the problem becomes for the banks, because the most of the cash flow is actually going to Social Security and to Medicare, Medicaid. So the banks are like, well, fuck this. Why are these medical industrial complex people getting all the fucking money, $4 trillion a year plus? The banking industry got bailed out under Obama. And the banking industry never will fail because they're secretly in control of the whole kitty. So it's great to be in banking. It's a fantastic career. Investment banking is a great space to be in. The average financial advisor in America makes $200,000 a year. It's, you know, if you want to become an FA and help manage people's money, it's difficult to get into because who the fuck is going to trust you with their millions? So if you can get $1 billion a year to manage in assets or stocks or bonds, et cetera, that's $1 million to you as the financial advisor. So it's a great career. But the taxation, the problem is people don't realize that the IRS and the Federal Reserve are the same institution. They're both taxing authorities. The Federal Reserve taxes us about 4 or 5% a year, and the fucking IRS is taxing you about 35, 45% a year. So just combine them and save the money. And fuck the Federal Reserve Charter. We need to repeal that shit. There's no Republicans repealing that. There's Thomas Massey and Rand Paul. That's it. There's only a couple people who are trying to flip-flop the situation. And those you could call are libertarians. They believe in small government, small problems. Small taxes, small problems. So if you're not involved politically to try to educate people or turn people against the hypocrisy that they're participating in, you're just a complainer. I don't want to complain. I want to accurately describe people's complaints. Hello?
Because while everyone's goon maxing right now, and then when election comes around, they start freak maxing, but the banks are quantum maxing.
Can you guys hear me in there? Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Are you taking care of a baby's diapers? A little poo-poo?
Hello? Yo, Sig.
What's up with Custis? What's going on, man?
Yo, what's going on, man?
We should have uploaded a new photo, Sig, where they found him cross-dressing that guy. I mean, it's sad what happened, but the guy was cross-dressing too.
I saw another topic saying Trump revoked Second Amendment, and then I seen this topic that about 2A that the admin's retarded.
Yeah, because
what's going on?
Yeah, they're painting this narrative that they're trying to make a big deal saying that just because someone has a firearm on them and they're legally concealed carrying, that their intent is maximum destruction, and they're trying to paint them out as terrorists. And they're painting that, you know, a person that has a firearm and 2 magazines, their intent and motive is maximum damage and maximum destruction, which is just not fucking true, bro. And I don't like the fact that they're trying to paint, because you know, dude, I carry 2 magazines on me when I carry. I know a bunch of people that have fucking extra mags on them when they fucking carry. That's just common sense to have enough ammunition.
About this 5 hours later is crazy.
Why are you cutting me off, Mikhail? Why are you cutting me off, man? Don't do that, please. Thank you. So yeah, Augustus, I don't like the fact that they are trying to paint Americans exercising their legal Second Amendment right, painting them as terrorists because they don't agree with how much ammunition. You know, they're trying to put a limit on how much ammunition is acceptable. And no, I'm sorry, I don't give a fuck who you are. You can be Trump, you can be Biden, you can be Obama, you can be Jesus Christ himself. You don't get to dictate what is enough or too much for me as far as exercising my Second Amendment right as an American. So that's what I'm calling out, Augustus. And for them to push that narrative, just completely irresponsible and completely bullshit.
Yeah, no matter who's in power, or left or right, they're supposed to uphold the Constitution. You know, I voted for Trump, but the way this stuff is going, I don't agree with everything. But for them to start taking rights away or infringing or becoming the arbiters of truth is crazy.
And you know what, Sheik? And look, I said this back during Trump's first administration when he banned the bump stocks because of that Las Vegas shooting thing. Trump has infringed on American Second Amendment rights before, bro, and I'm not a big fan of that. Like I said, I'm not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. There's a lot of things about that Trump does that I do like, but I do believe when the criticism warrants, it needs to be vocalized, man. Sorry, you don't get to infringe on my Second Amendment rights. I can carry a fucking 1,000 rounds of ammunition if I want to. It doesn't mean I'm a terrorist or have, any negative ill will or malicious acts. Sorry, I'm not gonna stand by that, man.
Yeah, criminals will find a different means to work around it. You know, they're going to say, oh, just because guns don't exist, I guess we won't be criminals. Criminals will start making Muslim alarm clocks and getting around it.
Well, this guy, Preddy, too, man, you know, as much of a fucking idiot as he was for the decisions he made that day, people are trying to make it seem like, oh, well, he showed up to a protest with a gun. He was legally allowed to fucking do so. There's no Minnesota laws. There's no federal laws against it. He was perfectly within his legality to have that firearm. And, you know, if we're being honest about this situation, his firearm was not an issue up until it was confiscated from that ICE agent. So, you know, people are bringing that up, and it's like, no, his firearm had nothing to do with it because he never tried to reach for it. He never brought it out. He never fucking mentioned it. It was not a factor up until he was disarmed by the ICE agent. And that's just...
You know, I would support Kyle Rittenhouse, or how do you say it? And if he was deemed innocent, then this guy should be deemed innocent in his perspective. I still probably have to...
Point of order!
Two totally different things, brother. This dude was trying to take Kyle Rittenhouse's gun from him, and he defended himself. Two totally different things.
Why don't you guys actually look at this guy's life for the past 30 days, 60 days, 90 days? What was going on in his life? Who was he communicating with? What was his work life like? All that information has come out, but people on this app just want to sit here and either donk on police. But the truth is, this guy is an LGBTQ activist working for Tim Walz's executives. He's on the Signal chat. The guy's an operator, and he FAFO'd himself under the instructions of Democrat leadership. To me, you could bring RICO charges against these fucking traitors, these betrayers and terrorists. Send in the fucking FBI and arrest the politicians. Arrest them and bring them to lawfare justice. If a Democrat judge is going to release them, so be it. But bring us justice!
Would you say that this is like a friend-enemy distinction?
Well, you said, is this a friend-enemy distinction? What do you say, Chris?
The friend-enemy distinction.
What is that? Can you explain that for us? I don't know what that is.
Oh, you know, the friend of your friend is the enemy of however that shit go.
Yeah, friend of a friend is no, enemy of your enemy is your friend, but also they're not your ally at the end.
Because everything follows. No, my bad.
So yeah, it's like from this book called Concept of the Political from this author called Carl Schmitt, and it talks about the friend-enemy distinction. And he argues that the core of politics is the existential distinction between friend and enemy. This isn't about personal likes or dislikes, but about public enemies, one fighting collectively, confronting another similar collective. So that's what like means to be political.
See, what we need is for politicians and these criminals to walk out of the courthouse, look at the Republican lawyer and say, why are you doing this? You're wasting our time. And then the Republican lawyer points back at that corrupt politician and says, we're doing this to waste your time. That's the fucking point of this, is to waste these people's time, to cause them fucking to stumble. The Chinese saying they don't trip over a fucking mountain, they trip over stones. We need to start tripping these people up through lawfare and then exposing them on the back end and set up a trap for these people. We're being played by them. We're not playing them.
That's the thing. That's what DJ Friday was pointed out is that because I'm upset too. There's not any arrests. Nobody's getting arrested. Like I said, if any one of us in this room were to do a fraction of what these guys are doing, we'd be jailed for life. There'd be no questions asked. But it's these higher ups that never get prosecuted. But it's a political game. I think DJ Friday's his own money. We pointed it out. Is that these people are trying to watch it back. So when this administration is over, they're not going to be because it's just it's a cat and mouse game, man. It's if you fuck with me while you have the power, then best believe I'm gonna fuck with you back once I get that power back. And I think that's what these people are doing, and it's in their own best interest. It's not in the interest of the American people. And I think that's a problem. That's an issue.
But
and that's what I be saying on social media when I hear people on the right like so gun blazing for the, I'd be like, bro, remember, bro, the right ain't gonna be in power for all that long.
But the problem,
everything you're advocating right now, remember when the other side got that power?
But point of order, moderator, that's your opinion. The truth of philosophy is the now is all there really is. So if you don't take advantage of the now and you think there's free beer tomorrow, well, guess what? All these people who think they have pensions, in the future, they got half their fucking pension. Everybody's living on a lie. Don't you see? It's all fucking a huge, giant linguistics. It's basically all a lie. The whole future of America is built on a lie. Because the truth is, the currency is worth half of what we claim it is. Everybody's pension, 50% or less, is actually already there now. There's no funding for any of it. We're 40 trillion in debt and 100 trillion in unfunded debt liabilities. All these young people going into the military now who think they're going to have a pension, these police officers working now, these firemen working now, these teachers working now, they think they have a pension, but they don't. It's all built on a lie. It's all fucking in the books. You can see it. Just Google it. All the numbers are out there, but everybody's living as if their economic future is protected or invested. It's not there. I'm just telling you that lawfare is what happens on the left, but on the right, there's no fucking lawfare. Why is that? Oh my God, because most of the people on the right are probably fucking already super rich and bankers, etc., and they're not going to fuck with it. But to think that they're worried about repercussions or being attacked for them attacking in the future, that's ridiculous. That's not a good reason not to do it. There's no will to do it. Bondi is totally bought out. They're all fucking in the same network. But here on Clown House, we're in a very lower level network. We're not in that George Carlin stratosphere network, but we can just try to accurately describe it. But I'm just telling you from a personal development perspective, running for politics will increase your awareness substantially. You don't know the 60 lawyers living in the shadows. There's so many people working on this, the political, legal, industrial complex. You've just never run into them because you've never run. But I'm telling you from a personal development perspective, you should try it. Anybody here should try to run for a committee person or a state representative or a state senator. It doesn't matter. At least attempt it in your lifetime so you can understand how lawyers completely control all of our society.
All right, guys. Well, I got to take off, man, so I'm going to shut the room down. But good room. I appreciate you guys. Everybody take it easy, man.
Thanks for the room.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys. Have a safe day. Peace.
Ribbon Shalom, another John Kitover recording miracle.
And that affected everybody in this room. So I am being specific, right? And I'm trying to explain to you all how we're better off together, right? Because and the reason why I said 6 figures, JB, was because I chose a whole number that everybody could follow.
What's that on your thing?
60 eyes.
That's any.
That's how
Hey, don't treat. It is.
You can pick it back up, but
It is. But that's not what we on right now. You just want to keep attacking Trinitarians, bro. Chill. I get you. I understand you.
Yeah, that's the title, man. The Trinity doctrine has reached its end.
I got you, but I am building with somebody too.
You know me. I chime in from time to time. Y'all do your thing. I just be chiming in from time to time. Y'all do.
That's cool. We can get there, bro. I'm not tripping.
Hey, no, but it's a good bill. But no, to that point, I would say again, you put it in on saying that the Bible don't say God ever prays to God. I'm saying, bro, if
this is actually in Chicago, which we've been working on since
or whatever model of the Trinity, because people say the Trinity like it's one Trinity, like it's several different Trinities, so we can't say the Trinity.
I agree.
Whether you a monarchical or a social, whatever, everybody gonna say that Jesus is God, bro. You can't be a Trinitarian no matter what kind of Trinitarian you are and think Jesus is not God, the one God of the Bible. Now you're gonna see the persons and distinction of persons and this and that, whatever. But we can't disagree.
Everyone's $44 per $100 this year.
Identify that one God of the Bible. It's the same one God of the Bible. So when Jesus, amen. So when Jesus, I'm saying we got the same conundrum. And you're saying you have a way to explain it.
Mine's a little different.
Well, but it's a conundrum nonetheless, and the Muslim is gonna say that, and the Jew is gonna tell you that, and so forth and so on. But what I'm saying is, okay, you believe you have a better explanation out of the conundrum, and I'm saying, okay, of course, that's your conviction, or else you wouldn't believe it. And I'm saying I believe the same thing about my position, and I have a better explanation out of the conundrum. I'm not acknowledging that it's a conundrum. But I'm saying it can be explained.
My voice is oneness. It's just my opinion, bro. Obviously, we having good bills, so it's just not me attacking or nothing.
No, you speak free, bro.
Yeah. So, from what I see from oneness, God is only one person.
Well, I don't hold that God is a person at all, actually, and that's why I'm saying there's different nuances to when you talk to people who hold the oneness, and that's why I said that what I said about that title, but. Yeah, my position is not that God is a person at all. Like,
well, I would say this then. He only consists of himself. Like, I don't know how else to put it. But here's the thing, though. When you mention things like prayer and communication, it falls better on my end because you have two distinct persons that's able to actually fill out the definition of prayer and communication versus where it's only just one, whether you want to call it a person or not, it doesn't fulfill with the definition that's required for prayer and communication. You get where I'm coming from?
I get. If you say the definition of prayer and communication has to be one, basically individual.
One has to communicate with another. There is no going away around that.
Right, and okay, so even with that, though, I don't disagree to that. I don't have a problem with that definition. I agree that there's one communicating with another. Now, how we see the one with another and how we distinguish the one from the other, that's where we disagree. You know what I'm saying? Like, who is the one that we looking at? We gonna say it was the Father in this tabernacle because that's the one God. And then, you know, on the other side of it, it's gonna be like, no, it couldn't have been the Father because it was the Son who came, who lowered himself, like, or humbled himself, like in Philippians 2. It was the Son who came, it wasn't the Father, and that's our biggest disagreement. That's what we're gonna always disagree. So
let me ask you this then. Let me follow up with this then. You believe the only reason why that Jesus is able to pray to the Father because he's incarnated, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now let me ask you this. Do you believe that same incarnation before then existed, before incarnation?
The same incarnation you said did exist before the incarnation?
Or did that flesh just miraculously appeared only at that time of Mary's birth? Like it didn't have no previous existence. It's just there as that starting point.
I don't think the flesh, no, I don't think the flesh existed, no, not before Mary's womb. I think Mary's womb is where the conception of that flesh begins, and the flesh was actually knitted together in the womb, just like every other baby.
Got you. So when you have a verse that says, Father, glorify me with the glory I had with you before the world began. Now the key words is with. That's very important.
There's a poetry right there too. He says with your own self.
Where it says that?
Where he says with you. When you look at that in the Greek, he says with thy own self.
Now that's new to me. If the Greek says that, then I had to get that to you. But when I read from English, it's saying with you.
Well, the KJV says with thy own self as well in the English.
Even if that was the case, you still have Jesus speaking to another person, whether you want to call it a person or not, the Father, and saying, glorify me.
Mm-hmm. But he's saying that in the flesh. He's saying that as a man standing on earth. His feet is literally
I get that. So why is the flesh saying, glorify me before the world began if the flesh was part of the world?
He's saying, give me the glory back, or, you know, something to that effect that I had with thine own self or with you. And I don't know if people interpret that. Sometimes they'll say, like, you know, because Jesus was in the bosom of the Father before he came through the incarnation and manifested into the world. That's where the word was in the book.
Well, oneness can't say that though.
No, we say that. I've been teaching that for years. I can see YouTube
that's crazy.
videos. I can see sermons I preached on that, everything.
Interesting.
Oh yeah,
that's interesting. I thought that gives a whole distinction. Okay, so
we believe in distinction, bro.
Okay.
Is that oneness don't believe that?
Yeah, I never heard.
That's crazy. It's crazy that I'm literally a licensed minister.
Only the Father exists.
Hold on. I've been preaching oneness, but I can send you videos of me saying this stuff years ago, not like yesterday. I've been on Clubhouse, for example, for 5 years at least. 6 years. This would be the 6th year. I got replay after replay of me teaching this stuff, and you saying that this is
you believe that, but that's not the oneness position.
How is it not the oneness position?
Well, the reason why he's saying that because the Father only exists
before the virgin birth. So yes,
the oneness believes that the Father. No. The oneness position. You can go look this up. Just ChatGPT this, like anybody Google. The oneness position is that the Father is the only God, but the Word did pre-exist, and then it gets into some deviations of how that's understood amongst oneness people, because there's not a monolith when it comes to how the Word pre-existed. Some do hold to some type of quasi Trinitarian like dogma where they'll say the Word was this.
That's not oneness.
Like figure.
I think that is oneness. I think you're confused on Unitarianism.
No, not oneness, because you have more than one self. You have more than one self.
I will put the information in the chat when I'm telling you.
You're confusing. It sounds like you're confusing Unitarianism. It sounds like you're confusing Unitarianism. No, not you. I'm talking about James.
No. Unitarianism. Actually, Unitarianism and oneness are the same.
No, it's not. Unitarianism, they don't subscribe to God.
It all comes down to
pre-existing God.
Stop talking over me.
They don't exist.
I'm not talking over you. You're calling me like I'm talking over you, brother.
Okay, who's speaking right now? I'm sorry.
That's me. What was you saying?
Name yourself.
Terrell. The owner. So now it's Terrell. So I was just saying, all I was saying was that Unitarianism.
Sorry, John.
They don't. That's the difference. They don't subscribe to the pre-existing God, and oneness do.
Oneness describe oneself. That's the Father. That's what Christ is.
But the distinction of the word. But the distinction of the word.
We're getting ahead of ourselves, Bible. I'm not saying. You guys believe in one self. That's the Father. That by definition is that by definition is a unipersonal God. And then the Unitarians believe in a unipersonal God. That's where you guys identify with each other.
Yeah, but we don't identify like what the brother said. We disagree on Jesus being that one pre-existing, self-existing God. They don't agree to that. We do. So there's a huge difference in demarcation from what we present to what the Unitarians present, because they would never say that Jesus is that one most high God.
They won't even say he's almighty. But don't you prescribe?
Never say that.
But don't you prescribe that the Word is a plan or a thought until the incarnation? Now the Word is manifested as a reality.
All right. So can I answer?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm inclined to lean towards some type of maybe a literary device like poetic or wisdom literature being utilized by Paul. By John. In John 1, when he's saying those things as far as, the word and this and that being made flesh. But yeah, I don't remember your question exactly, because somebody came off the mic and said something else about Jesus not being God. Sorry, bro. What you said the word, what was the question specifically? Because I was starting to answer, then he came in and interrupted.
The word, according to you guys, is an abstraction. In other words, it's a plan or a thought.
Okay, thank you. Not necessarily abstraction per se, but it's something that's real, because I believe even like our thoughts, in a way, like, because you can materialize a thought and put it into like if you have a thought, if you write it on a piece of paper. And
you can't have your cake and eat it too. If you're saying the word is.
Let me just say this. You got it. I'll drop you right quick. Just 10 seconds. You can have a thought literally right now, right on a piece of paper. You can materialize it into the real world. How you create something in there, really. That's starting in your mind, right? And that's like how things get made and built out of, But everything started at the thought at some point, even creation itself. Like, so that it goes back to that. So I lean toward that. But my point, and even what I was saying earlier, is again, it's not a monolith about when it comes to oneness thought. There's people who see it in like almost similar fashion. I'm not making this up. I don't necessarily agree with them, but their oneness nonetheless, and they will come to the same conclusion essentially when it comes to who the one God is. But they see like this word as like this angel of the Lord like figure that's kind of like this other, I don't know, like how they say it, how y'all all kind of say it
person,
way, you know. I guess you don't say it like that, but like okay, but I'm saying that's one that there's a and it goes all the way back to like, you know what I'm saying, way back like
James.
other
Well, James, the word is person.
Person. That's why I didn't use it because I don't know. Like if the one, I don't know that. I don't know it as in depth on that end. But let's just know if they would say if it's another person per se. I think that they would say it's another something. I don't know if they would say
Minister Ken, you got two persons, man. Get out of here.
Let's grant what you're saying. Let's just grant that. So if the word is coming from the bosom of the Father and then it became flesh, and we see the flesh literally has saying something completely different than what the Father wants. When he said, let this cup pass, not my will. So he already distinguished that he had his own will, but your will. Then he's distinguishing another will. How do you explain that?
Because he's a man.
That's really two wills.
He's a man when he says that, bro. So he's a man.
But you just said the word manifested in the flesh, which is in the bosom of the Father.
Yeah, the word was in the bosom of the Father. That's what John said. I didn't say that. He said that. So
I understand. So if the word is coming from,
no, it didn't say that the word was in the bosom of the Father.
Right. And so that means a man was in the bosom of the Father.
Brother, that's what he's saying. What are you talking?
I'm asking you. Are you saying a man was in the bosom of the Father?
No, bro. You just jumping in and you don't know what you're talking about. So back to what I was saying.
The conversation. I just piggybacked off what Brother Ken said, which a man, what Hope Man said. What you talking about?
Brother, first of all, he the one believes that. I don't know why is you questioning me? I don't believe that. That's why I'm saying I don't know what you're talking about.
You said Jesus came from out of the womb.
What you're talking about.
I do. You said Jesus came from the bosom. Jesus is a human.
No, I said Jesus was in the or the word was in the bosom of the Father. He said.
Yeah, because Bible just too, he got something personal against me just because I'm a Trinitarian, bro. Chill, brother, just chill, nigga, just chill.
I do gotta speak to your belief because you believe that word.
I really don't care, bro.
So I asked you was a man in the bosom, and I know you don't care because every time you face off with me in a debate, I tell your tail look to dust with Bible.
You got it. You're right. Yep, you did it.
And I love you, John.
All right. So if the word is coming from the bosom of the Father, and now it's becoming this flesh, and this flesh is speaking to the Father and saying, "Not my will."
I don't think Brother Duane believes that though.
What? That he came from the bosom of the Father?
He just said he literally just said he believed that, man.
He never said that. I said that.
Wait, you said you believe that, Brother Duane.
Bro, y'all not listening, bro. This is crazy.
Man don't believe a literal man, and that's what I'm trying to get John to admit. John believes a man was in the bosom of the Father, and then the Father sent the man that was in his bosom.
I never said that. I never said that.
Yeah, he never said that to me.
Well, I don't know what's wrong with this man.
What I'm saying is, when you said that the word come from the bosom of the Father. Okay, I applied that to Brother John's doctrine. If this Son of God is a person other than the Father and he already up there, that means a man, a human, came from the bosom of the Father. And I'm trying to charge John with that. He said, I know what you mean, Hope Man.
Okay, sounds good. Well, we're not charging my doctrine. I'm asking about his. So can you please stop coming out of mic, please? Thank you.
Well, I'll just mute up and be quiet.
Yes, that's the decision, right? Yes.
Come on back.
Please.
You know it ain't no problem, John. I know I'm here to take you just for the beat up for me.
Please.
Cartier, I don't think Brother Duane is saying that the word is coming from the bosom of the Father in a literal sense, like.
No, I was
Hope is saying that, bro.
Because
Hope is saying that.
That's where the word was, like it pre-existed. You feel me? Like the word was in the bosom of the Father. It was a close relation to the Father. It was, heart to heart with the Father. It was, near and dear with the Father. However you want to say it, but I'm saying that's how the word.
The bosom is not a location.
Yeah, obviously, right?
I'm just building off of what he believes. I don't know if y'all understand.
I do see
speaking off of what he's saying.
I do see what you're saying, Cartier, but I think Brother Duan is more sure. Like I guess he's communicating a relation, because John 18 is communicating a relation. No man has seen God at any time. I put in a side chat. The only begotten Son who is in the bosom of the Father. He had declared him. So this is denoting a relation between God and the Son. So I don't think Brother Duan would be saying that there's a relation between God and his Son in eternity past, and then this Son comes down and becomes the only.
No, not at all. But I'm saying
that's what I'm saying. I know he's not saying that.
No, and I don't think that.
But that's what that means in John 1:18.
That's exactly what that means in John 1:18. Yeah. Not what that means. Yeah.
But nonetheless, I don't think Brother Duan is communicating that. Yeah.
No, I'm definitely not saying that.
I know he's not saying that.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I don't think John was taking me to say that. I think that John understood that I wasn't saying that, and that's what we was building on. Going from the disagreement standpoint, like obviously he probably see it that way, but I don't think he was thinking that I was saying that I seen.
Right, exactly, brother. Thank you. So Bible, do not come off a mic no more, bro. Please. My nigga, you be having a lot of coffee or something, dog. Like, why you always hype like this?
I need some coffee.
It's not even that. I'm drunk. I've been drinking living water, and it's not in my bones, and I'm drunk in the spirit. And I've been smoking Holy Ghost fire, and I'm high. Holy Ghost fire.
Everybody else explaining their doctrine and stuff for these Trinitarians. It's supposed to be a Trinitarian room.
Brother John.
No Trinitarian is explaining doctrines.
May I ask him one thing, Brother Duan?
You couldn't even tell me.
Oh yeah, it's cool.
Don't you start, John.
I was gonna make sure I answer this question though. I thought you had asked me a question, bro. Did I answer the question and then I'll bounce out? If anybody want to jump in, you can jump in.
Do you think?
Okay, cool. Yeah, but yeah, that's a good bit, bro. It's all good. Like I said, the biggest disagreement that it's gonna always come to with me is who is the one God, and then. Like I asked the Trinitarian, but let me be fair. I don't know if he's a Trinitarian, but I have had Trinitarians tell me this in the past. Like when we go, what's his name? He's not in here, so I don't like really speaking on people when they're not present. But Mr. Brother, his name is Tony. He been in a lot of these rooms or whatever. I don't know if he's a Trinitarian. Sometimes Trinitarian.
No, he's not.
He's still figuring it out.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I didn't want to misrepresent the Trinitarian and say he was one. But anyway, when I asked him yesterday, I think it was 2 days ago, about Revelation 4:2, when it says there's one seated on the throne up in heaven. And I said, is that Jesus? He said, no. And I was like, dang, that's crazy. So I've had Trinitarians tell me that before. And that, that's where it kind of get problematic for me, because I just read the scripture and keep them as simple as possible. And I'm like, well, if I'm saying Jesus is the one God of the Bible, but then when I go to a scripture like Revelation 4:2 that says that John was caught up in a vision to come up hither, to get a glimpse of what's going on in heaven, it says there's one seated on the throne. It says the one seated on the throne created everything, and he being worshipped. And then I ask you, and you believe Jesus is the one God of the Bible, and then I say, okay, who is Jesus? When it says that one sitting on the throne, Jesus there, and you like just boldly just like confess and just declare like. Nope. I'm like, what the heck? Where you get that from? God did, what I'm saying? But
if I'm not mistaken, there's literally 17 thrones mentioned.
I know, but it says one on the throne. That throne that it's talking about in Revelation 4:2, it says one on that throne, and it talks about that one receiving worship for being the one that created all things and. Almighty Lord God, you alone. So there's only one on that throne. If we put 17 around that throne, we got problems.
I agree. I agree.
Questions on Trinitarians.
Let me ask you this though:
the throne is literal or just?
Well, it has to be literal. I don't think there's an actual throne.
If Christ had the throne and Most High has the throne, Like, how do y'all visualize away? Like, what's the visualization?
These Trinitarians think that God really taps and he got to sit down on the throne. They actually think that when Jesus is sitting on the right hand of God, they think he's sitting and they get tired and then it says he's standing on the right hand of God. They think that the throne is a literal chair because the Trinitarian doctrine is a lie. Hey?
Okay, so what's the Holy Spirit? The Holy Spirit is
you think God got kneecaps? God is sitting down on a throne.
You say the Holy Spirit is?
I think it say that, John 4:24 said God is spirit, and they that worship him must worship him in spirit and truth. So I think that God, however that is, exists as a spiritual being, some kind of way. I don't need, it's kind of hard to find like what a spirit really is. I think our language be kind of limited, but anyway, the Bible say that he's love, he's spirit, he's that and the third. So it's like he's immaterial, basically. That's what I get from it. It's like he's immaterial. You can't really, he doesn't necessarily consist of like time, space, matter, or is he limited to those properties or whatever. He transcends everything that we can even comprehend, really. So that's how I look at it. God, right? That's how he exists, like an immaterial, transcendent way. Yet he chooses to communicate to us through the revelation of the word, which has been preserved down through the centuries, among even in the face of attacks throughout history as well. Still we have the word that we find himself all the time anyway, anyway. That guy, right, he exists in that way. He has a spirit, right? So and then it says he has a spirit, right? So it's like he has a spirit. That guy that exists in that way, he has a spirit. And when it talks about him having that spirit, for the most part, it's typically dealing with some kind of way in which us as a creation or some part of his creation interacts with him. And you know what I'm saying? And that's when you see typically his spirit mentioned. It's like his presence is there in this particular way in the creation that can be recognized or experienced as him. You know what I'm saying? It's like, his overpowering came upon Saul or came upon Samson, or it was like his spirit came upon the men of old, the prophets, and then empowered, Samson was like, let me do it one more time. His spirit came upon him, he filled our spirit. You know what I'm saying? So it was like these supernatural endowments that God was sent forth, but it's him, but it's his spirit in this particular way interacting with the creation. So I see that, and I'm like, okay, but it's not somebody else. You don't identify his spirit as somebody else. We identify as the one man self God that is that spirit. So it's like, all right,
so how you deal with so we could agree that we would agree that the Holy Spirit is
The Holy Spirit is what?
Holy Spirit is God.
You worship and pray to the Holy Spirit? You get your scriptures?
I will answer your question.
Do you pray in the name of the Holy Spirit? Can you show that?
Yeah, the Bible says we therefore teach our bishops to baptize in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost.
Okay, so back to what I was saying. We both agree that the Holy Spirit is God. Obviously, what we disagree is I believe he's a distinct person. Now, when you read John chapter 16, verse 13 and 14, it says, when the Spirit of truth comes, he will guide you into all truth. He will not speak on his own, but he will tell you what he has heard. Question, where is he hearing?
I think that's liberating. As he's leading you and directing you, you're not being led by some renegade spirit that's going to be in you or in step with everything that I've been instructing you, that I myself receive from the Father. It's the same information. The Spirit is going to communicate different coming from the Father, which he heard from me and the Father, however Jesus says it, because throughout John 14, 15, 16, all the way really into 17 as well, culminating in 17. He's really talking about the coming of the Comforter, the Spirit of Truth, and whom he's going to see once he goes away. because these interchangeable kind of synonymous kind of ways of like he'll say something, the Comforter will do this or the Spirit will do this, but then I'm gonna do this, and then it'll be the Father, and he kind of like gives those interchangeable throughout that whole discourse.
So anything that's relational could be metaphorical?
Well, I think John, when we look at John, and that's where that passage really typically where we kind of get that from. We talk about the distinction of the Spirit, like I think you just read from, where it says he won't speak of himself. I think it's interesting, and you don't have to accept it, or maybe you have a different way of explaining it or understanding it, which is fine. But I think I've always found it fascinating that John chapter 16, verse 25 is this. I've always found that fascinating. John 16, 25. The fact that it's written like that, it just always fascinated me whenever we have a discussion. I'm like, dang, it's crazy that it says that right there. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's interesting.
So so I do see this.
Hey John, I want to get in this. I want to get in this.
I'll bounce out, bro.
How you doing, Hope, man? I didn't want to interrupt your conversation.
Hold on a second, bro. It's all good, bro. I've been talking, but I need to go. I'm happy to jump in, but it was a good bill. I'm happy to
I just want to be real quick.
John, when you gonna answer that Holy Spirit question, man? That's what I want to know, man. Do you worship the Holy Spirit?
No, I don't.
Why not? That's the third part of the Trinity. You worship Christ. You worship Christ and you worship God. The Scripture tells you.
Because
I worship the Holy Spirit. Why not? That's the third part. That's supposed to be the third part of the Trinity.
Sounds good. So you don't worship the Holy Spirit because that's not the Holy Spirit.
That's blasphemy.
Yeah, John, you're wrong right now.
That's blasphemy. Anybody tell you you don't got to worship the Holy Ghost, you have blasphemed and you are lost. You have ruined your chances at eternity with God Almighty.
I'm with John though. Where in the Bible
I don't care what y'all talking about. The Bible proclaims that John 4:20 says God is a spirit. The Bible says God is a spirit. We got to find out what kind of a spirit is this God. And Leviticus chapter 19 verse 1 and 2 said, "Be ye holy, for I the Lord your God am holy." And then that Bible comes out and say Holy Ghost.
So what's I'm trying to let you rock. It's an open discussion, but you can't dominate like that, man.
I'll land with this. If the Bible said that God the Father himself is a Holy Spirit, and that's the Bible, and then that Bible says about that same God, thou art God from everlasting to ever.
Testify, brother. Testify. Amen. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Amen.
Don't get mad. Don't get mad. Literally what you do, Bob. Don't get mad.
I don't care. I thought a troll came in the room and I didn't start cussing. I didn't know what happened.
You did exactly what she did. You did the exact same thing.
Yeah, I do like all that, but I actually thought a troll came in the room and started cussing. I didn't know what that was.
You was a troll too when I first met you. You damn right I thought you was a troll.
I'm a troll.
Basketball. Get some of your noodles. You learn it again.
The hospital.
Shit out of him, but she's 20 years.
Learn first. O thou who aspirest unto our ancient order, that equilibrium is the basis of the work. If thou thyself hast not a sure foundation, whereon wilt thou stand to direct the forces of nature? Know then, that as man is born into this world amidst the darkness of matter, and the strife of contending forces, so must his first endeavor be to seek the light through their reconciliation. Thou then, who has trials and troubles, rejoice because of them, for in them is strength, and by their means is a pathway opened into that light. How should it be otherwise, O man, whose life is but a day in eternity, a drop in the ocean of time? How were thy trials not many? Couldst thou purge thy soul from the dross of earth? Is it but now that the higher life is beset with dangers and difficulties? Hath it not ever been so with the sages and hierophants of the past? They have been persecuted and reviled. They have been tormented of men. Yet through this also has their glory increased. Learned first, O thou who aspirest unto our ancient order, that equilibrium is the basis of the work. If thou thyself hast not a sure foundation, whereon wilt thou stand to direct the forces of nature? Know then, that as man is born into this world amidst the darkness of matter and the strife of contending forces, so must his first endeavor be to seek the light through their reconciliation. Thou then, who hast trials and troubles, rejoice because of them. For in them is strength, and by their means is a pathway opened unto that light. How should it be otherwise? O man, whose life is but a day in eternity, a drop in the ocean of time. How were thy trials not many? Couldst thou purge thy soul from the dross of earth? Is it but now that the higher life is beset with dangers and difficulties? Hath it not ever been so with the sages and hierophants of the past? They have been persecuted and reviled. They have been tormented of men. Yet through this also has their glory increased. I am like a maiden bathing in a clear pool of fresh water. Oh my God, I see the dark and disciple rising through the water as a golden smoke. Now it's altogether golden. The hair and the eyebrows and the brilliant face, even into the fingertips and toe tips. Thou art one rosy dream of gold. Deep into thine eyes that are golden, my soul leaps like an archangel menacing the sun. My sword passes through and through thee. Crystalline moons ooze out of thy beautiful body that is hidden behind the ovals of lost in the fangs of the hound. Eternity in this my throat. I am like a wounded bird, flapping in circles. But not where I shall fly. Oh, blessed one, God Almighty, let me fall down, I am like a maiden bathing in a clear pool of fresh water. Oh my God, I see thee dark and desirable, rising through the water as a golden smoke. Though not altogether golden, the hair and the eyebrows and the brilliant face, even into the fingertips and toetips, thou art one rosy dream of gold. Into thine eyes that are golden, my soul leaps like an archangel menacing the sun. My soul passes through and through thee. Crystalline love, the beautiful body that is hidden behind the evil soft thine eyes. Deeper and deeper I'll be falling, then as the whole universe falls down the abyss of years. Eternity close, with the never close. The walls of the world is speech, oh God, fast in the fangs of the hound. Eternity endless, life I am like a wounded bird, flapping in circles. Who knows where I
Getting the hood show. Got the Vinny Boom boxes fixing and diagnosing his doctor. The show, the Day of the Hood show.
First, there are many and diverse conditions of life upon this earth. In all of these is some seed of sorrow. Who can escape from sickness and from old age and from death? We are come to save our fellows from these things. For there is a life intense with knowledge and extreme bliss, which is untouched by any of them. To this life we attain even here and now. The adepts, the servants of thee, have attained the Runter. It is impossible to tell you of the splendors of that to which they have attained. Little by little, as your eyes grow stronger, will we unveil to you the ineffable glory of the path of the adepts and its nameless goal. Even as a man ascending a steep mountain is lost to sight of his friends in the valley, so must the adepts seem. They shall say, he is lost in the clouds, but he shall rejoice in the sunlight above them and come to the eternal snows. Or as a scholar may learn some secret language of the ancients, his friends shall say, look, he pretends to read this book, but it is unintelligible. It is nonsense. Yet he delights in the Odyssey while they read vain and vulgar things. We shall bring you to absolute truth, absolute light, absolute bliss. Many adepts throughout the ages have sought to do this, but their words have been perverted by their successors, and again, the veil has fallen upon the Holy of First, there are many and diverse conditions of life upon this earth. In all of these is some seed of sorrow. Who can escape from sickness and from old age and from death? We are come to save our fellows from these things. For there is a life intense with knowledge and extreme bliss, which is untouched by any of them. To this life we attain even here and now. The servants of Bibi have a time their own tone. It is impossible to tell you of the splendors of that to which they have Little by little, as your eyes grow stronger, will we unveil to you the ineffable glory of the path of the adepts and its nameless goal. Even as a man ascending a steep mountain is lost to sight of his friends in the valley, so must the adepts seem. They shall say, he is lost in the clouds, but he shall rejoice in the sunlight above them and come to the eternal snows. nonsense, his friends shall say. Look, he pretends to read this book, but it's unintelligible. It is nonsense. Yet he delights in the Odyssey, while they read vain and vulgar things. We shall bring you to absolute truth, absolute light, absolute bliss. Many adepts throughout but hearts have been perverted by their successors. And again, the veil has fallen.
A phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs.
They spear the wicked.
I will spear thee, O unless thou beware. From the gray to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of Ophir. My God, but I love thee.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously?
Wast thou afraid?
O goat-hoofed one,
O horn-born, O pillar of lightning. From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of I based all on one on naught afloat in ether. Oh my God, oh thou great hooded son of glory, cut off these eyelids, nature shall die out, she hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear, she hideth me from my destruction. Oh thou open eye, oh ever weeping one.
not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself.
But the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon, so may I be.
Their thought,
And thought is evil. Fall not into death, oh my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling.
Oh, how I love
Oh my God.
especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind.
The phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs. They spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little gray God. Unless thou beware from the gray to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of Ophir. My God, but I love thee.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguous things? Wast thou afraid, O goat-hoofed one, O horned one, O pillar of lightning? From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing.
I
based all on one. I'm not. I float in the ether. My God. Oh, thou great hooded Son of glory, cut off these eyelids. Nature shall die out. She hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear. She hideth me from my destruction. Oh, thou open eye, though ever weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself, but the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon. So may I be their thought, and thought is evil. Pen, it is enough. Fall not into death, oh my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh, how I love thee, oh my God. Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind. Let the spout of blood quench thy blood thirst. Oh my God, a little white rabbit in the burrow night. I am greater than the fattest and the whole. Give me thy kisses, oh Lord God. The lightning came and licked up the little flock of sheep. There is a tongue and a flame I see that's riding, walking over the sea. A phoenix hath it for its head, below are two prongs, they speak again. I will fear thee, O thou little grey God, unless thou beware from the grave to the goal, from the goal to that which is beyond the goal of all fear, my God, I love thee. My peace thou whispers so ambiguously, which thou afraid, oh ghost one, oh hard one, oh coward lightning, from the lightning fulcrum, from with a spout of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God. Thou art a little white rabbit in the burrow night. I am greater. Kiss me thy kisses, oh,
licked up a little flock of sheep. There is a tongue in the flame. I see the trident walking over the sea. The freedom's hands before its head. Below two thrones they spear the wicked. I will spear thee. O thou little gray God. And this why hast thou whispered so ambiguously? Oh, killer of lightning, from the lively forest. My God, how I love thee. With the vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God, let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God. My God, how I love thee. With the vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the
tore, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I feel the dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God.
Wisdom is free from. Into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold them, the snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of Pan on all sides, Pan to the eye, to the ear. And the perfume of Pan pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The sixth interior sense of flame. Myself of him, myself flow down the precipice of being, even to the abyss, annihilation, and then to loneliness, as to into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills.
What up, Grace? How you doing?
I'm hanging in. What about you?
Oh, I need to leave the house. Oops. I tried to moderate you.
We're waiting for, I'm on top of the mountain, and we already have maybe 3 feet, and we're expected 3 more feet.
Joy.
I don't know if I'm ever going to see other people.
Joy, joy, joy. Yeah, I mean, I shovel here, and like, it's so crazy because like I actually like shoveling, you know? I don't know why, but I don't mind it. But it is exhausting, and it's like really hard on the back.
Oh my God, I can't even begin to tell you. My dog can't even go. I have a huge piece of property in the woods, just us and the dog can't even go down my deck stairs.
Yeah.
It's 3 feet.
So what do? Just like make an area for them to pee on the patio?
I'm putting down stuff in the house.
Oh yeah.
Here, there's no point. There's nowhere to go.
That's why I don't have a dog, because like I'm the kind of guy who would just let a mess build up with the dog, and then there would be an accident, and then it's like I don't want to have to smell anything. Like I like.
So she's good. She's good. She'll go right up to the. I don't know.
Oh, she's a smart dog, huh?
Very smart lab. Yeah. She wants to go out so bad, but it's over her body.
Mm.
And we're having another. I haven't had this in 10 years. I mean, we haven't really seen snow in a while.
Yeah. Well, snow can be dangerous, but you know, for the most part, it's just beautiful. You know.
It's beautiful till it's not. I mean, the fact that we can't walk around, the plowing is
I know.
Years and years. We went down and we got food again.
Well, yoga is the art of not going anywhere, but going everywhere. And
That's a great idea.
yeah, if you, because the body can, just a hip rotation alone. Oh my gosh, because just after a few hours when I do another hip rotation, I'm re-cracking everything, and I'm like, my body just in 3 hours tightened up that much.
That's amazing, because you know what? I do my husband's back with my elbow all the time.
Oh my God, just use gravity. Just do a hip rotation. Lay on the floor, take the left knee, right knee, one over the hip, and just rotate on the ground. Anyone can do it, and it totally rotates the spinal column and realigns it. And no, it's not you got to get on the ground. Most people aren't doing groundwork. I stretch all day long.
Yeah, I do, but he can't because of the blood.
He can't do groundwork?
He can't. He can barely walk these days.
But you can lay him on. He lays in a bed. Do it in the bed.
No, he's sitting up on the couch all day.
No, I'm saying the bed, you can do a hip rotation.
I'll talk to him about it.
Try it. You can help him if it's too much weight, but anybody can lay on their side. All you're doing is people go to sleep. You know what I'm saying? In the fetal position, it's the same position.
You're right. Yeah, I'll talk to him about it. This is year number 3. He was in remission, and they just told him that it's not any longer. So.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I've seen that. It's tough.
It is so tough. I can't. I'm just thrilled that he's here with us. That's every day. I say the same thing.
Yeah. A lot of my uncle did pills. He took pain pills, and he slept most of the day.
Yeah, thank God he's not sleeping. He's reading. I'm ready to kill him. He's been taking out the dog, which we have piles of snow. He slips, and I refused. I went with him in the middle of the morning because he gets up at 4 o'clock. So it's dark, and I walked with him, and I was like, and the roads are not even salted, but I have to be on his schedule.
That's too dangerous. If he falls, you gotta call an ambulance. You can't take him back. He'll die out there. I mean, you can't let him, because his mind wants to go, but his body can't go.
I agree 100%. So now that's my new routine.
Yeah.
So that's okay. It's okay. But this next snow is, I'm just telling you, I have 5 feet already, piled up from me,
Well, why don't you take some action now and schedule a snow removal crew to come, call them now and get it scheduled.
No, you can't. My property, I have a deck. They can't do it on the deck, and it's not like that out here. It really is cold.
Well, don't forget, I work for the Jewish Complaint Department, Grace. I'm not saying you're complaining about the weather, but part of our complaint submission process is to say, tell us your problem. We will offer solutions, but it's up to you, the submitter of the complaint, to take action. Hello?
I spent 40 years doing the complaints. It's my turn.
I knew a female cantor in West LA. She was pretty amazing. She was an amazing girl.
We are an amazing group of people. I have to admit to that. Boy, that's a great profession. But I was an educational director cantor for many years. So I was in a city. It was the best.
Do you know Yosela Rosenblatt?
I've heard of it, but no.
Do you know he is the most recorded and listened to Jewish singer of all time? And there's a documentary about his grandson. And, basically it's copyright free music. But to me, Yosela Rosenblatt is probably the greatest Jewish music of all time. It's so special. And he was such a special person. I don't know his he's in a movie. He's actually in a movie in the 1920s American black and white film, but playing himself at a vaudeville type performance. But that was when people, were really capable. Nowadays, everybody, the thing about this AI and Sora is it's as good as the greatest people of all time. So I can make music now that is as good as the greatest bands, the greatest singers of all time. And it's almost indistinguishable. You can barely tell that it's AI. It's really remarkable.
I think the same way. I absolutely would agree with that. My relatives were all cantors going way back from Russia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. My dad's side is from Kiev and or Kitover.
We're from there too. Yeah, we're from Kiev.
Yeah. They left 1900. They came through Ellis Island.
I think that's the same time as my family came from too. That was when the pogroms were already starting.
Yeah.
It was 1890.
Yeah. They had a high standard of living from the photograph I believe I saw of their life, in Kiev or Kitover, wherever the hell they were from. But there's something called the Feldsteiners. Do you know what the Feldsteiners are?
No, I have no idea.
It's like a Felstein society. It's just another Jewish organization from Ukraine from, 1900, et cetera. But my grandmother, when she came to America in the 20s and 30s, she was sending money to the Sisters of Zionism, a nonprofit group dedicated to creating Israel. She was working her ass off to send all the money she earned to a Zionist group to create the state of Israel. And then she never even went. She just stayed in Chicago.
Oh, I love that story. Yeah, my father made Aliyah to Israel. That was his whole goal, but he got there and he was an only child. And he felt like he had abandoned his parents, so he came back and he never went back to Israel. And he never got to see me make all those trips. I led trips to Israel for years.
Mm-hmm.
He met my mother the night before at a dance at Hunter College, and then he went. It was awful, I'm sure, back then, 40s.
Yeah, in the 30s, my grandmother was working for a wealthy Jewish businessman, and she got engaged, and her boss paid for the whole wedding and put it on at what's called the Standard Club, which is a country club downtown. And yeah, he took care of her, but she actually rejected she was already engaged, and then somebody else proposed to her, and she dumped the first guy and married the second guy. And here I am.
Now that's a story.
Get drafted, you got forced into labor at like manufacturing plants. And so he was like put into the workforce or something as a forced, factory laborer. And then after the war, he started HVAC. Like he was some of the first HVAC engineer, type work for heating and cooling and refrigerating.
I love it.
Yeah, he started a business. He was like a distributor and an estimator. I guess he would like do all the surveys and budget analysis for construction projects.
That's amazing. Yeah, no, I was born in New York, so in the Bronx. So when we moved out here to New Jersey, I thought it was a den of iniquity.
Really?
Yeah, oh my God. The Bronx was jumping all the time. Everybody was in apartments, everybody's doors were open during the 60s. Bronx was filled with every ethnic group you could ever imagine. I had, Irish policemen on the same floor. When the lights went out in the 60s, kids were on the fire escapes. Everyone was helping each other. When I moved out here in New Jersey, I thought it was a den of iniquity because I didn't understand everybody. Everybody was, it's not the same as it was in New York during that time in the 60s. Very generous.
So how did you decide that you wanted to be a cantor? Like, what was your, what was it, a career shift?
No, all my relatives were cantors. All the men were.
Oh, I see. Oh, so you were like basically trained then.
No, there was a bit, my parents were the youngest of all their cousins, so, I heard them sing in great places when I was really young. In the Bronx, my uncle was a cantor nearby, was always very involved in. I've been in all four movements. Never left any of them. I went to yeshiva in the Bronx, and we came down here. We went to a conservative synagogue. I was 7, and everybody else was 12. They really didn't know what to do with me, and my parents said, listen, being around 12 and 13-year-olds weren't the best for a 7-year-old. So they took me to really privately, and then eventually they went to when I was in 6th grade, they put me into a Reform synagogue, which was a very, very wealthy Reform synagogue. And I grew up in the Reform movement, and then eventually, so I was in Orthodox as a kid, went for a little bit in the Conservative, then was in the Reform movement, became a regional director in the Reform movement, and then I became an educational director for 18 years in the Conservative movement. So I love them all. I can't say one bad thing about any of the movements whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Movements are like geographic. You know, you end up in a place and you're like, oh, hey, now I'm a because this is geographically to me.
I don't think right now the movements are really imploding except for Orthodox, but sure, it's a bad situation that's going on around the world these days. I don't know if my daughter's generation, my daughter's in college, really has any. You know, my daughter grew up and had wonderful experiences, and she enjoyed them all, but I don't know if that's going to happen in the future.
Movements rotate for so many variable reasons. It's hard to predict it, but the problem really is the content, the media, and then the accessibility or like the attention economy. Big tech stocks like Amazon, I was reading today how much they're investing in data centers, and they're laying off 16,000 workers so they can put all that money into data centers. Well, that's great if you work in data centers. It's a big business.
Yeah, my husband worked in computers. He's retired.
20, 30 years from now, these data centers will be antiquated, completely a total waste of investment, though, and then there'll be huge toxic waste cleanup. It'll be horrific in the future, but they will find a way to essentially like limit all this hardware. Like eventually it'll all just be like digitized software completely. And I'm surprised they don't even like use our phones, our laptops, our home connections to just power all this data instead of building all these like exterior sites. You would think that the amount of processing that everyone already has at home would be enough to essentially not have to do these data centers, but there's just no money in that to make people give up their spectrum, you know, of computing power and internet transfer capability.
You know, you're right on the money. My husband worked for AT&T. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, AT&T is unbelievable.
Unbelievable what I saw with those data centers. I was in shock. You know, I was so not involved in anything like that. And when he took me, I thought, oh my God, what are we doing? Like, we're worrying about global warming, and people don't know what's behind those doors in these centers. And, you know, we're worried about gas emissions. Really? We've got all this technology sitting in things that are just absorbing.
Well, it's gotta suck. It's gotta suck to be living in your house and then a train car full of toxic chemicals dumps over just a few miles away. Next thing you know, you can't even live in your house anymore. Like that's when I would be like, oh God. Like, you know, that's a black swan event. Anybody can suffer black swan events on a micro level. It's not like a national burden. It's your life. And there's no, you know, there's no payout really. I mean, people in that Ohio chemical spill, I don't know, I think they got like buyouts from FEMA or whatever, but it's like, you know, probably not a full replacement value. It's probably a quarter. Who knows? But I'm just saying, count your lucky blessings. All you got to deal with is snow.
Right. Yeah, but you know, when you get older, you really start thinking about these things. I mean, we are killing off our own population. People don't know about all the
I think older people know about mind control, meaning that like they're not giving their attention necessarily to these devices. They're living their retirement best lives. I mean, I know my dad is. He's not, addicted to his cell phone. They're, I think, living a fully abundant life, and so um, if you look at how young women use social media, as like content. So Meta, Google, all these major platforms, TikTok, they all make money from the attention economy of young girls seducing men with their beauty and curves and sound and, hypnosis. And it gives nothing to the viewer except maybe like, anyways, I'm just saying that there's no censorship. And TikTok is supposedly an American company now. It's so crazy because it is like a global economy, and to say it's like an American company but still like completely managed and owned by, anyways, I'm just saying that the question of attention is really what meditation deals with and hypnosis deals with, which is the trance state. Not trans, but trance, meaning that subject and object unite. You're totally focused on what you're doing, and you achieve a greater state of productivity, abundance, and joy and bliss. Because a lot of people that have physical maladies, lower back pain, shoulder pain, foot pain, etc., they are out of state, meaning they are not in unity with bliss consciousness, and therefore their bodies are not in bliss. So it's a question of how do you induce bliss. That's the work.
I think that we need more attention from a young age and families to talk about health, their own health guidelines, their own health, remoteness, their own health core values. I think that health and core values going forward is going to be imperative for the longevity of humans. I think that families really need to do an assessment of those core values for their health. Like the wonderment that they had of having a baby. Now what? Like, how are you going to stay away from the things that might migrate in your body and do harm? I think that I hope people are starting that revolution to hold others accountable and make sure that they can live a long life and look around us and see what the big guys and women are doing to make sure that we don't have that longevity. It's not just something what you eat or you work out. It's the other forces of science and engineering that are doing a number on our bodies, and that's why we're not living longer. How come you're not getting the complainers? I apologize. I have to do what I need to do to get the dog. So I don't know where I'm going to be able to let her go and make sure everything's okay with my husband. But I'll come back.
Okay, take care, Grace. I was going to ask you, Grace, do you do mikvah? No, do you personally do mikvah?
No.
No, you don't. You should. Have you done it before, though, right? Plenty of times.
Many, and with other people too, with babies and yes.
Got it. Yeah, I was just curious. All right. Well, have a great day. God bless. Take care.
You too.
Even from the brave river, they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold Pan. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of Pan. On all sides, Pan, to the eye, to the ear, the perfume of Pan pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure, the six interior sense of flame with the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss. Annihilation, an end to loneliness, has to find your seat, feet on the ground, spine rising like a calm, tall wave. Let your hands rest, heavy jaws, tongue soft, gaze easy behind closed eyes. Notice the noise in your chest, thoughts pacing, racing. You don't have to fix them, just let them pass by. Breathing through the nose slow, like you're sipping time. Hold that beat for feel the rhythm draw. Breathe out through the nose long, like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the oh my God, use me again, always, forever, forever. That which came fire from thee, cometh water from me. Let therefore thy spirit lay hold on me, so that at my right hand loose the lightning traveling through space. I saw the onrush of two galaxies, butting each other and going like bulls upon earth. I was afraid. Thus they ceased fight and turned upon me, and I was sorely crushed and torn. I had rather have been trampled by the world. Oh my God, thou art my little pet tortoise, yet thou sustainest the world. Elephant, I creep under thy carapace like a lover into the bed of his beautiful. I creep in and sit in thine heart, as cubby and cozy as baby. Thou shelterest me, that I hear not the trumpeting of that world. Elephant, thou art not worth an oboe in the agora, yet thou art not to be bought at the ransom of the whole universe. Thou art like a beautiful Nubian slave, leaning her naked purple against the green. Wine jets from her black nipples. I drank wine a while ago in the house of Bertina's. The cupboy favored me and gave me of the right sweet Oh my God, use thou me again, always, forever, forever. That which came fire from thee cometh water from me. Let therefore thy spirit lay hold on me, so that my right hand loose the lightning traveling through space. I saw the onrush of two galaxies, butting each other and going like bulls upon earth. I was afraid. Thus they ceased fight and turned upon me, and I was sorely crushed and torn. I had rather have been trampled by the Oh my God, thou art my little pet tortoise, yet thou sustainest the I creep under thy carapace like a lover into the bed of his beautiful. I creep in and sit in thine heart, as chubby and cozy as may be. Thou shelterest me, that I hear not the trumpeting of that worldly flute. Thou art not worth an oval in thee alone, yet thou art not to be bought at the ransom of the whole universe. Thou art like a beautiful glorious slave, leaning her naked armor against the green pillars of marble that are above the floor. Wine jets from her burnt nipples. I drank wine a while, agone in the house of Pertinence. The cowboy favored me and gave me of the right sweet
My favorite
begonias of beauty, life, light, and joy. Is my most favorite begonias of beauty, life, light, and joy. Is my most favorite clubhouse close before your Dima is my favorite begonia. Begonias are beauty, life, light, and joy. Favorite begonia. Dima is my favorite It's a special free vaccines and should you need free
Life and joy is my most favorite beginning. Clubhouse clowns, begonia towns. Lima is my favorite begonia. Begonias need light, water, earth, and love. Lima is my favorite begonia. Begonia, 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 begonias. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold it for 10 seconds. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go. Bima is my favorite begonia. Begonias are beauty, life, light, and joy. Bima is my most favorite begonia. Bima is my favorite begonia. Begonias are beauty, life, light, and joy. Bima is my most favorite begonia. Clubhouse, clowns, begonia towns. Bima is my favorite begonia. Begonias need light, water, earth, and love. Bima is my favorite begonia. You're accusing yourself of...
Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds.
Thank you, Roger.
Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, 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 let it go.
Do what you're accusing yourself of doing. Offering another spending bill to fix what you already broke. Stop borrowing and spending, you traitor. Arrest Google Krishna for criminal fraud.
Bima is my favorite begonia. Begonias are beauty, life, light, and joy. Bima is my most favorite begonia. Bima is my favorite begonia. Light and joy. Bima is my most favorite begonia. Clubhouse clowns, begonia towns. Bima is my favorite begonia. Joy is me like water. Bima is my favorite begonia.
Take the deepest breath of faith and hold on to the second. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Beamer is my favorite begonia. Begonias are beauty, life, light, and joy. Beamer is my most favorite begonia. Beamer is my favorite begonia. Begonias are beauty, life, light, and joy. Beamer is my most favorite begonia. Clubhouse clown, begonia town. Beamer is my favorite begonia. Begonias need light, water, earth, and love. Beamer is my favorite begonia. Begonia, 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 I love begonia. Take the deepest breath of the day. Oh, 10 seconds. So.
is my favorite begonia. Begonias are beauty, life, and joy. Bema is my most favorite begonia. Bema is my favorite begonia. Begonias are beauty, life, light, and joy. Bema is my most favorite begonia. Clubhouse clowns, begonia town. Bema is my favorite begonia. Begonias need light, water, earth, and love. Bema is my favorite begonia. Begonia, 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 I love begonia. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go. Let it go, let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for
Take the deepest breath of the day. Over 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Oh, 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 oh. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. Do, 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 go, 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 do, 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 go, Stop thinking, end your problems. The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 do, 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 go, 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 do, 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 go, go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. Do, 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 go, 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 do, 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 go, go, go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. Do, 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 go, 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 do, 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 go, go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go. Let it go, let it go, 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 gotta, got, gotta, take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 let it go, let it go, let it go. Stop thinking, end your problems. The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 let it go, let it go, let it go. Stop thinking in your problems. The more you think, the more you speak. The further from the truth Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. Let it go, let it go, 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 let it go, let it go, 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 go. Let it go, let it go, let it Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Ooh, let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 do, 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 go, 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 do, 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 go, 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 God, 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 God. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Ooh, let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 God, 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 God. Take the deepest breath of the day. Over 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Ooh, let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 God, 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 God. Stop thinking and your problem. The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you'll be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Over 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Ooh, let it go, let it go, 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 Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9.
day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10. Let it go, 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 Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Go, 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 go. Stop thinking ain't your problems. The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Go, go, go. Go, 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 deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Go, go, go. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. Deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 Stop thinking it's your problem. The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. For 10 seconds, 10, 11, 10, 9. Oh, 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 let it go, let it go, let it go.
Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. Take the deepest breath. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. Thinking ends your problems. The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Go, 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 Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 do, 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 go, 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 do, 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 go, 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 guide, 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 Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 do, 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 go, 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 go. Thinking and your problems, the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deep breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, then not 11, 10, not 9, 9. Hold, 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 let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. Take a deep breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 do, 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 go, 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 do, 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 go, 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 guide, 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 guide.
How would you fix the Chicago man?
Black ships burning cold, winds cutting my collarbone. Future in the smoke I hold. South wind bitter as a warning. Red sky white with the rain. We launch like broken arrows. Hungry for another rain. I am the storm they sail into. Brave and clean, breaking through. Power in the blood, power in the veins. Enlightenment, born from the flames. I am the storm they sail into. Order running straight through the chaos. Power in the blood, power in the veins. Enlightenment, born from the flames. Helmets under neon rain. Old gods in a mirrored screen. Battle plans and battery. Longboats in a lucid dream. Steel hearts marching in the blitz. Thunder in 1,000 feet. History repeats in stroke as our shadows cross and meet. Faith or choose your fear. Both will drag you, both draw near. We coat our sins in silver and bone. Crown feather crowns on a silicone throne. Wounds cut in my collarbone. Future in the smoke I hold. Salt wind, bitter as a warning. Red sky, white with rain. We launch like broken arrows, hungry for another age. I am the storm that sailed into Raven Queen, breaking through. War in the blood, war in the veins, and lightning born from the flames. I am the storm that sailed into war, riding straight through the chaos. War in the blood, war in the veins, and lightning born from the flames. Helmets under neon rain. Old gods in a mirror screen. Battle plans in binary. Longboats in a lucid dream. Steel hearts, passion in the gleam. Thunder in 1,000 feet. History repeats in struggle as our shadows cross and meet. Choose your faith or choose your fear. Both will drag you, both draw near. We code our sins in silver and bone. Crow feather crowns on a silicone throne. I am the storm they sailed into. The Raven Queen breaking through. War in the blood, war in the veins, and lightning born from the flames. I am the storm they sailed into. Order riding straight through the chaos. Power in the blood, war in the veins, and lightning born from the flames. Ash in the air, blood on the snow, runes in the dirt, blow, then go cold. Long ships collide, shifted like gold. Steel sings its turn, lost in the Denim skin, lace in my throat. I taste the sky. I see through the veil, and I don't I meet the question face to face with death. Let the ravens circle, let the mountains roar. I walk out of the carnage more than I was before.
Ash in the air, iron on tongue, old runes burning, name of the one. In, out, slow as storm, rivers under ice, air in my chest, old storm, tame, mountains in my ribs, learning your name, shoulders like shields, rest on the earth, chaos in my skull, softly given birth. Son of Under Armour, loose the chain. Breath of the north, fly rise through the rain. Hands on my heart, drum of the tribe. Every slow drum beat pulls back the tide. Eyes like fjords, silent and wide. Terror in my bones falls with the night. Inhale, rumen. Exhale, the roll. Inhale, the essence. Exhale, the wall. Slow as stone, rivers under. Here in my chair, old stone. Mountains in my way, learning your name. Shoulders like shields, rest on the earth. Chaos in my skull, softly given birth. Son of wonder, breathe the blade, breath of the north, turn battle to flame. Under armor, loose the chain, breath of the north, I rise to the hands on my heart, drum of the tribe. Every slow drum beat pulls back the tide.
eyes like fjords, silent and wide. Terror in my bones falls with the night. Slow inhale through the ash and embers. Hold the dark in the cave of your chest. Breathe in fire, let it curl in your breast. Drums in the breathe out thunder, let the rage leave your face. John. Slowly inhale through the ash and embers. Hold the dawn in the cave of your chest. Breathe in fire, let it curl in your ribs. Old scars stirring like drums in the deep. Breathe out thunder, let the rage leave your fists. Jaw lock, eyes clear as sea. Sword, take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds and not 11, 10 at night. Hold, let it go, go. John Quixote said the master drawn. John Quixote drawn the flaming sword. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds and not 11, 10 at night. Hold, let it go, go. John Quixote said the master drawn. John Quixote drawn the flaming sword. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, then not 11, 10 at night. Hold, let it go, go. John Quixote said the master drawn. John Quixote drawn the flaming sword. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, then not 11, 10 at night.
deepest breath of the day. 10 seconds in, not 11, 10 on 9. Let it go, go, John Kitover, strike the master chord. John Kitover, proud of the flaming sword. Take the thread of the day. 10 seconds in, not 11, 10 on 9. Let it go, go, John Kitover, strike the master chord. Master chord. Flaming sword. Flaming sword. The deepest hand. 10 seconds in, not 11, 10 on 9. Let it go, go, John Kitover, strike the master chord. John Kitover, draw the flaming sword. Take the deepest breath of the day. 10 seconds in, not 11, 10 on 9. Let it go, go, John Kitover, strike the master chord. John Kitover, soul. Take the deepest breath of the day. John Kitover, strike the master chord. John Kitover, draw the flaming sword. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, in, not 11, 10 on 9. Hold, let it go, go, go. John Kitover, strike the John Kitover, strike the master chord. John Kitover, strike the master chord. John Kitover, draw the flaming sword. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go, go. John Kitover, strike the master chord. John Kitover, draw the flaming sword. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go, go. John Kitover, strike the John Kitover, strike the master chord. John Kitover, draw the flaming sword. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go, go. John Kitover, strike the master chord. John Kitover, draw the flaming sword. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go, go.
flaming sword. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go, go. John Kitover, strike the master chord. John Kitover, draw the flaming sword. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold, let it go, go, go. John Kitover, strike the master chord. John Kitover, draw the flaming sword. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go, go. John Kitover, strike the master chord. John Kitover, draw the flaming sword. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go, go. John Kitover, strike the master chord. John Kitover, draw the flaming sword. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go, go. John Kitover, strike the master chord. John Kitover, draw the flaming sword. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go, go. John Kitover, strike the master chord. John Kitover, draw the flaming sword. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go, go. John Kitover, strike the master chord. John Kitover, draw the flaming sword. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go, go. John Kitover, master chord. John Kitover, strike the master chord. John Kitover, draw the flaming sword. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go, go. John Kitover, strike the master chord. John Kitover, draw the flaming sword. Take the deepest breath of the for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go, go.
The state. special free vaccines, and should you need free abortions? No forms, no fees, just me, a van, and good vibes. You're serious? For free? My treat. Let's start with the easy one. It's today's special free vaccine. The evidence and the election statutes. The evidence. Paying $4 billion a day every single day just in interest on the national debt. That's money that doesn't build a bridge, doesn't pay a teacher, doesn't buy a single thing. It simply services what we already owe. Paying $4 billion a day every single. Paying $4 billion a day every single day. Paying pizza for a campaign fundraiser. Today's special free vaccines, and should you need free abortion? Today's. Good afternoon, neighbors. We invest in our schools and support. Good afternoon, neighbors. Savior. The matter of the state versus the two clowns. This court. Hey, good evening, my. It's today's special. Your Honor, Savior. Good afternoon, neighbors. We invest in our schools and support. The matter of the state versus. choice. Every rule on those petitions. Prosecuted over the court finds 87 signatures invalid. The petition is insufficient. You are hereby removed from the congressional primary. The matter of the state versus the two clowns that. Good afternoon, neighbors. The matter of the state versus the two clowns this court. Your Honor, the notice is. Your Honor, the notice is overturned. Your Honor, the notice. Good afternoon, neighbors. Your Honor, the notice is overturned. Every rule on those petitions. Prosecuted over the court finds 87. choice. Follow every rule on those petitions. Once you get over, the court finds 87 signatures invalid. The petition is insufficient and you are hereby removed from the congressional primary ballot. Your Honor, the voters deserve a choice. Follow every rule on those petitions. Once you get over, the court finds 87. The matter of the state versus the two clouds. This court has reviewed. Your Honor, the voters deserve a choice. Follow every rule on those petitions. Once you get over, the court finds 87 signatures invalid. The petition is insufficient. The matter of the state versus the two clouds. This court has reviewed the evidence. Fingerprints, drum sign, how that close like a warning sign. The verdict is clear. The matter of the state versus the two. Paid $4 billion a day. Pizza for a campaign fundraiser. People all got that's our spot. Yeah, move along, champ. On the table. Find another wizard shirt here. Then you blow in the dark. Watch it out. Back off. Good evening, my fellow Americans. I've called this briefing to talk about two things: the national debt and the general chaos swirling around it. The debt is at 34. Good evening, my fellow. Today's special free vaccines and should you need free abortions. No forms, no fees, just me and Vanny. Your Honor, the voters deserve a choice. Follow every rule on those petitions. Say it here. We're providing abortion care and vaccines at no cost. Let's take a look together. I think I gotta be able to get help. Thank you. This area here is the greatest. Good afternoon, neighbors. When we invest in our schools and support working families, our whole community plays in harmony. That's why I'm running for Congress. Thanks for letting me stop by. Good afternoon.
I think we have to review as history teachers how we handle the story of this country.
Your Honor, voters deserve a choice. Follow every rule on those petitions. Once Kitover, the court finds 87 signatures invalid. The petition is insufficient and you are hereby removed from the congressional primary ballot. Okay, this ruling is. Your Honor, the voters deserve. The matter of the state versus the two clouds. This court has reviewed the evidence. Fingerprints, power, and sign out. That close like a warning sign. The verdict. My name is John Kitover, and I'm running for the United States Congress. Death right of citizens, free shots, free papers, courtesy of the council. I'm gonna hold your crimes over. Death right of citizens, free shots, free papers, courtesy of the council. I'm gonna hold your crimes over. Choice, not coercion. Death right of citizen. Good afternoon, friends. My name is John Kitover, and I'm running for the United States Congress. I know you came here to unwind, but I believe relaxing to clean up politics. Well, dropped in. Another two-gunner with a cape. You want a piece of my tough guy? I want the whole service shut down. Yeah, show's over, Klaus. City Hall's closing to clean up. Good afternoon, friends. My name is John Kitover, and I'm running for the United States. Clean up politics. Clean up politics. Death right of citizens. Your Honor, the voters deserve a choice. Follow every rule on those petitions. Once you get over, the court finds 87 signatures invalid. The petition is insufficient, and you are hereby removed from the congressional primary ballot. Okay, this ruling is. Your Honor, the voters deserve a choice. Follow every rule on. Clean up politics. Well, dropped in. Another two-gunner with a cape. You want a piece of my tough guy? I want the whole service shut down. Yeah, show's over, Cloud. Death right of citizens, free shots, free papers, courtesy of the council. I'm gonna hold your crimes over. Choice, not coercion. Death right of citizens, free. Clean up politics. Good afternoon, friends. My name is John Kitover, and I'm running for the United States Congress. I know you came here. John Kitover, and I'm running for the United States Congress. I know you came here to unwind, but I believe relaxed minds make the best choices. friends. My name is John Kitover, and I'm running for the United States Congress. I know you came here to unwind, but I believe relaxed minds make the best choices. neighbors. When we invest in our matter of the state versus the two clouds. These today's special free vaccines ain't. Man, pizza for a campaign fundraiser, people. Dave, here we're providing abortion care and vaccines at no cost. Let's take a look together. I think I'd never be able to get help. Thank you. This area here is the pregnancy 6 weeks along. We'll talk about all your options to make sure you come. These today's special free vaccines and should you need free abortions. No forms, no fees, just me, a van, and good vibes. You're serious? For free? My treat. Let's start with the easy one. Good evening, my fellow Americans. I've called this briefing. Good evening, my fellow Americans. I've called this briefing to talk about two things: the national debt and the general chaos swirling around. Paying $4 billion a day, every single day, just in interest on the national debt. That's money that doesn't build a bridge, doesn't pay a teacher, doesn't buy a single thing. It simply services what we already owe. The matter of the state. Dave, here we're providing abortion. Dave, here we're providing abortion care and vaccines at no cost. Let's take a look together. I think I'd never be able to get help. Thank you. This area here is the pregnancy 6 weeks along. We'll talk about all your options to make. Clean up politics. Oh, well, drop in. Another do-gooder with a cape. You want to be some fine tough guy? I want the whole service shut down. Show's over, clouds. City Hall's closed. Clean up politics. Oh, well. Paying $4 billion. Man, pizza for a campaign fundraiser. Hey, bald guy, that's our spot. Hey, move along, champ. I'm the table. Find another wizard shirt here. Then you blow us up. Watch it out. Back up. Whoa, careful. You just ruined. Man, pizza for a campaign fundraiser. Hey, bald guy, that's our spot. Hey, move along, champ. I'm the table.
Congressman Roger Krishnamurthy visited Fairview Elementary School in let's talk about citizens, free shots, free papers, courtesy of the council. I'm Joe Enterprise will work here. Kitover. Look at here, you deserve choice, not coercion. Right up, citizens, free shots, free papers, courtesy of the council. I'm Joe Enterprise will work here. Kitover. Look at here, you deserve choice, not coercion. Your Honor, the voters deserve a choice. Follow every rule on those petitions. Once you get over the court finds 87 signatures invalid, the petition is insufficient, and you are hereby removed from the congressional primary ballot. Okay, this is wrong. Your Honor, the voters deserve a choice. Your Honor, the voters deserve. Good afternoon, neighbors. When we invest in our schools and support working families, our whole community plays in harmony. That's why I'm running for Congress. Thanks for letting me stop by. Good afternoon, neighbors. When we invest in our schools and support working families, our whole community.
We invest in our schools and support working families. Voters deserve a choice. Follow every rule on those petitions. Right up, citizens. Free bad pizza for a campaign function. Clean up politics. Providing abortion care and vaccines at no cost. $4 billion a day. Good evening, my fellow Americans. Today's special free vaccines and should you need free abortion. Providing abortion care and vaccines at no cost. Bad pizza for a campaign. Today's special free vaccine. The matter of the state versus the two clouds. Good afternoon, neighbor. Good afternoon, friends. My name is John Kitover.
Keeping yourself safe from fraud. It's identity theft awareness.
My name is John Kitover, and I'm running for the United States Congress. I know you came here to unwind, but I believe relaxed minds make the best choices. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, friends. My name is
paying $4 billion a day, every single day, just in interest on the.
You are here, I'm the liberty of aristocracy, technical libers of the liberals, subfigured all of tres liberals, subfigured all of fear. Side bar, metalata, libers, liberos of figura, concordance, libers, liberos of figura, Alistair Crowley, libers, liberos of figura, liberos of figura, law of the strong. This is our Lord and the joy of the world. To be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say now. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Each man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Free man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to touch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. For man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as ye will. When, where, and with whom ye will. When, where, and with whom ye will. Five man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. Slaves shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. All life in ye self. You are here on the liberty of Alistair Crowley. Technical livers of the liberals, subfigurally. Trace liberals, subfigurally. Sideball, Metadata, Alistair Crowley, livers, liberals, subfigurally. Concordance, Alistair Crowley, livers, liberals, subfigurally. Alistair Crowley, livers, liberals, subfigurally. Liberals, subfigurally, liberals, alone, strong. The law of the strong. This is our Lord and the joy of the world. By the mystical union of fairy and and found, unspoken and broken, the dust to the dawn, a secret communion, unmeasured, unsung, the listless resistless, tumultuous tongue, through shadows that shimmer, through whispers that hum, an echo eternal, a heartbeat, a drum, a secret communion, unmeasured, unsung, the listless resistless, tumultuous time, beneath moonlight's mirror, where stars softly weep, the vow that was uttered, still buried so deep, a secret communion, unmeasured, unsung, the listless resistless, tumultuous time. You are here, hum the Librium, Ballistic Crowley, Technical Libers of the Lemma Liberosa, Figura Landia, Trace a Liberosa, Figura Landia, Sidebar, Metadata, Alistair Crowley Libers, Liberosa, Figura Landia, Concordance, Alistair Crowley Libers, Liberosa, Figura Landia, Alistair Crowley Libers, Liberosa, Figura Landia, Liberosa, Figura Liviae, Liberosa, Figura Liviae, the law of the strong, this is our law, and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. I, thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. I, there is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Two man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Three man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. For man has the right to love as he will, take your fill and will of love as you will, when, where, and with whom you will. All are 51. Five man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave, Alistair Crowley, Technical Libers of Liberosa, Figura Landia, Trace a Liberosa, Figura Landia, Sidebar, Petadita, Alistair Crowley, Livers. Liberosa, figura Latvia. Concordance, Alistair Crowley, Livers. Liberosa, figura Latvia. Alistair Crowley, Livers. Liberosa, figura Latvia. Liberosa, figura Liviae. Liberosa, figura Liviae. The law of the strong, this is our law, and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. I 40. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. I 3. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills, to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. 3, man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. For man has the right to love as he will, take your fill and will of love as you will, when, where, and with whom you will. I 51. 5, man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law, love under will. I 57. You were a flame, a soft restraint by the scars we create. I called your name, I sealed our fate. Though I fall, though I faint, though I choke, by the fire of desire I invoke, your shadow lingers, your breath still warm, a tempest rising, a breaking storm. By the light, by the night, by the vow we swore, I reach, I beseech for you once more. Though I fall, though I faint, though I try, the echoes scream, the silence weeps, the bond we wove, eternal. I summon the moment, I call your name. Though I fall, though I faint, The 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the sentiments of a will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the perfect. Fifth, let the thought divine be free from sense observing entity. Watch every thought that springs and hangs, hour after hour thy vigilance. Into some key, turned inwardness, no atom of an emphasis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditations deep and strong, slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last, all these things in one o'erpower, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression true, thy natural raptures darkling, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar. Oh, brother of the silver star.
Good afternoon, friends. My name is John Kitover, and I'm running for the United States Congress. $4 billion a day. Pizza for campaign fundraising. Today's special free pizza for campaign
Ten lights shimmer, 10 lights glow, secrets hidden in their flow. From the crown to kingdom's gate, mystery spin, illuminate fate. Get the whispers, the will to start. Chalk my answers with wisdom's heart. The 10 lights, oh, the 10 lights, guiding through these endless nights. splendorous path to journey through. By the ponders deep and wide, understanding walks by her side. Chessed's mercy, soft and kind. Deborah's strength will sharpen the mind till far it shines. The jewels gleam, the harmony of a dream within a dream. Victory dances where Netzac stays, splendor in hard and gilded rays. Yes, God grounds the trembling soul. Mount withstands the ultimate goal. The ten lights, the ten lights, blazing trails through shattered heights. From the crown to the kingdom's glow, the tree of life where wisdom
Today's special free.
ten lights guiding hearts through paths they've made, circle by circle.
Good afternoon, friends. My name is John Kitover. Good afternoon.
The secrets kept, the secrets
I followed every rule on those petitions.
You are technically bars of o sub figurarus tres laibar o sub figurarus Saibar metatatas to Crowley Libero sub figurarus Concordance Alistair Crowley Libero sub figurarus Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say no. Every man and every woman is a stone. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to walk as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Two man has the right to eat what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Three man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will, take your fill and will of love as he will, when, where, and with whom he will. There's the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. Love is the law, love under will. Concordance, Mr. Crowley. Mr. Crowley. Concordanza, Mr. Crowley. Libero, sub figuralis. Libero, sub figuralis. Libero, sub figuralis. To what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say no. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to walk as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Two man has the right to eat what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Three man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will, take your fill and will of love as he will, when, where, and with whom he will. Love is the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. Love is the law, love under will. Concordance, Mr. Crowley. Libero, sub figuralis. Concordance, Mr. Crowley. Libero, sub figuralis. 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 For the one with unsettled mind, who does not know the true Dharma, whose conference is wavering, wisdom is surely unfulfilled.
Making merit and demerit. For the watchful, there is no fear. Technical libels of the Rose of figura Trust liberos of figura Sidebar. Metadata Alistair Crowley, liberos figura lifi. Concordance Alistair Crowley, liberos figura lifi. Alistair Crowley, liberos figura lifi. Liberos figura lifi. Liberos figura lifi. Libero of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Our life 14. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that. And no other shall say nay. Our life 14:3. Every man and every woman is a star. All life 14:3. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. To man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Three men has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, and mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Four men has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as you will. When, where, and with whom you will. All I 51. 5 man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. I-57, you are here. Humbly of Alistair Crowley, technical livers of Liberos, figurally features like barrows, figurally sidebar. Metadata Alistair Crowley, liberos, figurally Concordance Alistair Crowley, liberos, figurally Alistair Crowley, liberos, figurally liberos, figurally liberos, figurally libero, the law of the strong. This is our law
joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. All I foresee. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say nay. All I foresee, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, and mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. For man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as you will. When, where, and with whom you will. Olai 51. 5 man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. Olai 57. He died not for men, but for each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less. He died not for men, but for each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less. He died not for each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less. He died not for men, but for each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less. He died not for men, but for each man. Each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less. He died not for men, but for
Each man has been the only mermaid he would have done all that. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will.
Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst support the frigid babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow.
So that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs and hands, hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen turned inward miss, no atom of mercy. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, till that ecstasy prolong thy meditation, steep and strong, slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen path.
Last all these things in one o'erpower. Time that the midnight blossom flower.
The oneness is yet even in this.
My son, thou shalt not do amiss.
If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, oh brother of the silver star. Uncharmable charmer, you dance with the flame of Bacchus and Mars in a cosmic game. In the sounding, rebounding, the heavens collide. Abyss of the stars where the shadows reside. Oh, virgin in armor, your arrows take flight. Unslinging the brilliance of dawning light. Resilient, defiant in spring's first breath. You conquer the silence, you battle with death. The thunder it follows, your echoing call. A symphony rises from the heavens that fall. Your armor, it glistens like fire on ice. A paradox woven of chaos and vice. Oh, maiden, oh, warrior, your name they will sing. Through valleys, through mountains, through endless spring. Your legend unyielding, your spirit untamed. In the abyss of the stars, forever proclaim. Oh, virgin warrior, your arrows take flight. Unslinging the brilliance of dawning light. Resilient, defiant in spring's first breath. You conquer the silence, you battle with
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs and hands, hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward miss. No atom of analysis, 6 on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word.
See, prolong thy meditations deep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Lest all these things in one o'erpower, time that the midnight blossom flowered, the oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rules afar. Oh, brother of the silver star. Brilliant heart. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abode the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's pacific swoon. Let thy life be pure and calm, sweet softly as a winter's palm. Forth let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense, observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs enhance. Hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward mist. No atom of anomaly. On one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next till that ecstasy prolong, thy meditations deep and strong. Slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen land. Lest all these things in one o'erpower, turn as the midnight blossom flower. The oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rules afar, O brother of the silver star. Brilliant by the 4 house of the fashion of love when I broke through the shroud, through the cloud, through the storm, through the smoke, to the mountain of passion volcanic that woke. I rise, I choke. By the rage of the mage I invoke the fire, the fury, the thunder that spoke, a spell that ignites and consumes as it cloaks. I invoke, I through the ash, through the ice, where the shadows entwine, I have carved out a path to the edge of the line. Every heartbeat a drum, every breath an incline. I climb divine. By the rage of the mage I invoke the fire, the fury, the thunder that spoke, a spell that ignites and consumes as it cloaks. I invoke, whispers of winds that unravel the night, through echoes of stars that could burst into light. I summon the tempest, I summon the fight. The maze will alight. By the rage of the mage I invoke the fire, the fury, the thunder that spoke, a spell that ignites and consumes as it cloaks. I invoke, I You were mine, oh my saint, a whisper, a flame, a soft restraint by the stars, by the scars we create. I call your name, I seal our fate. Though I fall, though I faint, though I soar, though I choke, by the fire of desire I invoke. Your shadow lingers, your breath still warm, a tempest rising, a breaking storm. By the light, by the night, by the vow we swore, I reach, I beseech, for you once
Everything that is good is God. Whatever goodness we experience in this life is truly a taste of God. For it is God. For it is God. Everything that is good is God. Whatever goodness we experience in this life is truly a taste of God. For it is God. For it is God. Everything that is good is God. Whatever goodness we experience in this life is truly a taste of God. For it is God. Everything that is good is God. Whatever goodness we experience in this life is truly a taste of God. taste of God, for it is God.
For their dreams. That is why a lot of times it's like, no, let's not have all these hurdles and obstacles that slow somebody down for pursuing their dreams. The Democrats are not the party of allowing you to pursue your dreams. That is why Chicago and Illinois have made it so hard for you to become an entrepreneur here. They don't believe in that. They believe in the collective. We believe in, if you have an idea and you have the energy and the passion to push it, let's get out of your way. If you're immensely brave, go in and serve in the military and make a name for yourself. Like we're the party of you being the best that you can be. But if we keep letting the Democrats just brand us as the party that protects the rich, it's like for the Democrats, they're always watching somebody's pockets because they can't budget. They can't budget. No matter how much money you give to the Democrats, they will never have enough. They will never have enough. And that's just how they run. That's how they run.
78, 46, 22.
Worthless, useless jobs. And they never believe in efficiency. They don't believe in efficiency. They believe in giant government.
78, 46, 22.
When you really look at, how we message what we believe in, I think the more that we can start to believe
78, 46, 22.
That starts to push through in your social media. Don't read off of scripts. Like I see, when you do your content, I don't do scripts. One time I did a script was at my campaign thing. I hate scripted. If you believe in something wholeheartedly, you'll be able to talk about it from your heart. And if you can't talk about it from your heart, that's not your topic. And that's okay. But no scripted things. People can tell when your eyes are moving back and forth. Just talk about what's important. What's your vision for Illinois? Those are the things that have made the biggest difference for me in this race. And it's the thing that I'll be able to beat Jonathan Jackson at. I don't care what marketing campaign or strategist he gets. He won't be able to come across as more genuine than me because he's not. He's not. And if by some chance he gets forced into a debate, he will fail. He will lose. If it is an actual neutral debate, he won't be able to beat me because I know what I'm talking about and I actually believe in what I'm talking about. I don't just parrot weird lines and then make weird eye contact and not actually care about humans. So beating the Democrats it wouldn't truly be hard for us as Republicans if we kind of stop being afraid of saying the wrong thing and focus more on saying the right thing. But then also making sure that when it comes to that packaging, make sure your packaging is refined. Because then, like I said, we're really just pushing back on any of those tropes that they try to push onto the Republicans that make it very easy for people to beat us. But like I said, it's the things that I would focus on more. Don't focus on all the hacks and posting times. Just focus on being really presentable, your public speaking skills, and making sure you can articulate what you believe in.
That's very well said. And yeah, if you're not, when it comes to public speaking, hopefully, I'd like to see this as a platform or anyone's space as a platform where you come on and just talk in front of a bunch of strangers, but you're not actually looking them in the eyes to where you jokingly have to pretend they're in their underwear or anything to make you a little more calm or whatever any of those nonsensical tips and tricks are. But come on here and just raise your hand and talk. And if you say something dumb, We all say something dumb. We all mess up. What I would really love to see is just say you don't know. Own that you don't know. Say, hey, I actually don't know much about that, but if you want to send me some stuff, I'll read up on it and I'll give you my opinion then. One problem I feel like a lot of the Democrats have, or the Republicans have, because I know who my enemy is when it comes from across the table. I don't like having enemies inside the fort with me. That is a far bigger problem than anything the Democrats will ever create. Because you have a lot of spinelessness, you have a lot of weakness, you have a bunch of people not willing to do anything. They're just kind of there for a paycheck. Their heart's not in it. They just saw it as a good LinkedIn opportunity, so to speak. So yeah, it'd be wonderful if people spoke passionately. And there are a few, but they are very greatly outnumbered. John, I saw you raise your hand, but Gabriella, you raised yours first, and we'll give Christian a sec. And go ahead, Gabriella.
Yeah, I just want to kind of reiterate, I mean, everything Christian said, I think was on the nose since kind of starting this space. And honestly, I think Christian has actually been kind of a big influence for how I approach social media as a candidate. I try to be super authentic and genuine. Like I'm the only person that has access to all of my social media accounts. It's literally just me. I don't have like a staffer reviewing it. It's just me, which there's good and bad to that. Sometimes I make mistakes and it's on me to own that, but I also think it's authentic, and people are really tired of like the same political jargon that's like completely empty phrases. Like something that I've seen so much recently, which is like just the most annoying line, is when somebody starts something with "let me be clear." Whatever they say after it, it doesn't mean anything, or they're lying. I hate that so much when people use "let me be clear," and I think it just comes across to voters. I think voters are excited about more like unique, new, authentic candidates, kind of like Christian, which is, I started watching her on TikTok back, I remember before the gala last year, which was, we were talking about this earlier, but that was April of last year, because I remember I had been following her on TikTok, and then I saw that she was there, and I didn't get to see her, and I was like, oh my God, I wish I had the chance to actually meet her when I was there.
I would have loved that.
I was like, dang it, because I saw your dress, but I didn't realize that was you, and I was like, just one of those moments where like, somebody kind of from social media. But I think it's definitely like something that people are looking for. People are tired of kind of like the same old types of political people. And they're just also going back to just the struggles with getting started. Absolutely, I think it's a challenge for everyone. I'm somebody where I worked on political campaigns as a staffer. I work as a staffer in my day job. I thought it was going to be one thing running my own campaign, and then I got into it, and I was like, there's so much more that goes into it, and I don't think it's really coming to save you. Like, you have to build a lot from the ground up. I reached out to a lot of people that I knew for advice. Some people were awesome about helping, other people were not as great. And you just have to everything's a learning opportunity when you're doing this, but I do wish there was more guidance, and even from somebody that is, I should be, I guess, more in the know about this kind of stuff. There was still so much that was tricky for me. Like, when I was putting my paperwork together, I was like freaking out. I was like, did I do this right? Is this wrong? Like, it really is so challenging, and I wish that there was more resources for candidates. And, spoken with some people who have talked about putting together these kinds of, like, candidate trainings and things like that. And I've seen some people out in Kane County have been doing that, which has been awesome. But I think a statewide kind of a program for candidates, all over the ballot, especially down ballot, where we're seeing Democrats go unopposed, I think when people are running for office, if they understood how to do it, it's pretty daunting. So if we have sort of a playbook for people that may be interested in running for their local county board, but they don't do it because it's very intimidating and they don't even know where to start, I think giving people those resources would be a big step in the right direction. So just want to kind of echo on that, and that's kind of my thoughts. Thanks, guys.
Gabriella, I have a quick question for you. So, it's very unique that we have somebody like Christian who's very open and honest about, like, not lawfare, but just the shenanigans her campaign has been put through. Other than the normal struggles of running the campaign and being running your first campaign, and that you spoke about, have you felt like you had any sort of sabotage or, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, anybody has come out and, like, tried to purposely put a barrier to your campaign?
Oh, man. I'm not going to get too into specifics. I definitely think, of course, there are people that are going to be bad actors. in any situation. I think there was some initial conflict that I think I have worked really hard to resolve, and we're in a much better place, and things are much more amicable going forward, which I think is great. But I think having, I have a contested primary and a contested general, so I'm sort of, have to get through 2 fights to actually get to this seat, which is good and bad. There's days where it's a struggle, but then there's days where I'm like, I've learned so much in doing this that I actually think it's been a really good opportunity for me, and I've really enjoyed it. But there's always, I think, going to be people, and I think there's people that are going to be, sort of against my candidacy, not even because of me, but just because of maybe somebody that I associate with or somebody that I know. And so that's a little bit hard because I'm like, you don't even know me, so I'm not sure why you would maybe be against me. We've never even met, type of a thing. So that can be a little bit frustrating, but that's also, I think, comes with the territory. I'm sure that's, it's politics. I think that's probably going to happen anywhere. So, for me, I just look at these things as a learning opportunity and learning how to deal with different people and different viewpoints, and just trying to have the most, gracious response that I can to these situations. And then, hopefully building bridges and making, connections with people that maybe I wouldn't have been connected with otherwise, kind of turning it into a good opportunity. So I have faced nothing, nearly as extreme as what Christian's going through. Oh my God, I feel awful for you. I cannot imagine what you've been dealing with. But, little things here and there, but we're kind of working through it, and hopefully coming out the other side more unified on March 18th when we wake up, and hopefully we're all kind of one big team heading into the November elections.
I hope so. Thank you for sharing.
Well said. And if you do ever face any opposition, one thing I like to do is whenever Christian makes a post and whenever I donate to her, I always like to tag Marcus in it that I donated to her, just to let him know a little bit more. And originally, yeah, he has. He's blocked everybody. Originally, I invited him to, present himself. Why are you, and Christian, I love you as a person. You're wonderful. I, got signatures for you. I've gathered signatures for people I've never met just because I want people to have ballot access, and then let the voters go from there. But that said, hey, maybe you are some horrible person, we'll just say for the sake of conversation. Well, if you're invited to speak, just one-on-one, I'm not talking on the platform, just at least in a private message, hey, what do you have against this woman, literally or just opinionated, that where she is awful? Please explain yourself. I'm willing to listen. If you say she's the worst, how is she the worst? Block. Okay, well, now I just know who you are. When you can't back up your accusations, that just says something entirely. But yeah, any hardships anyone, and talking about Gabriella managing her own campaign, she does, because it's always fun, a little gift that makes you happy. But it's the little things that go a long way. If you donate to her, she will send you a thank you card. It's a handwritten thank you card, which is very nice and unnecessary, but I got one, and I was like, oh, that's kind of her. She didn't have to waste the postage, but nonetheless. So,
that's something that my mom drilled into me from the time I could write, was anytime I got a gift, you send a handwritten. Oh.
Not sure.
I think everybody got me the wrong button.
Yep, that's totally my fault. I pressed the wrong button. I'm sorry about that.
No, you're all good. I was just saying, I think it goes a long way for people. So she hates thank you notes. No, I think it goes a long way with people. I know it's kind of old school, but it's something I like doing. So
yeah, tell your mom she did a good job. But anyway, John, you've got your hand up, so feel free to share your hardships that people could learn from when running as a Republican here.
Yeah, it's very difficult. You will be attacked by Republicans. It's a vicious pit of vipers. I encourage everyone here to run for office, committee person, state assembly, state senator, anything. Do it. You will learn so much, and you will see snakes come out of the grass from all parts of Illinois that you never knew existed. When I went to the challenge downtown at 69 Washington, lawyers and people you've never heard of, never seen, they all got their hand in the pot, and your hand is not in that pot, but they've been doing this game for a long time. Aaron Del Mar has been at this game for many, 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 many years. And, about 8 months ago, I went to Moretti's Pizza when Aaron Del Mar took over the Chicago GOP and voted himself in as president, and then fired all these committee people that don't like him. So it is a racket. Aaron Del Mar is at the center of a lot of shenanigans and BS and low IQ politics. He doesn't stand on position. He doesn't talk about the debt. He talks about nothing. He's a clown. And all I can say is if he would have invited me into Moretti's into that meeting hall and said, John, I've never met you, but you say you're Republican. You say you like Trump. Come on in, John. No, he didn't. He said, get the F out of here. You know, that's the type of person Aaron Del Mar is. He doesn't build anything. He's not a leader. He doesn't care about the future of Illinois, the Republican Party. In my opinion, he's just an operative, a Democrat infiltrator. And why Bailey chose him? It's because he's got leverage over him. I guarantee it. There's no other way that Bailey would have chosen him because he's on the record saying he hates him and he doesn't even endorse him. So we got snakes in our midst, real traitors, people that don't care about the debt. They don't care about education. You know, I support Christina and what she does with homeschooling. I saw her at 69 Washington. You will get challenged by people you've never met. And, you know, I filed challenge against Darren LaHood and Paul Noley. They don't audit their petitions, but they audited mine. The State Board of Election is totally influenced. The voters have no choice in their candidates. But as a patriotic person, you've got to fight. And I've never done this before, but let me tell you, I served in the military. And there's a complete difference between our politicians and leaders in the military. When you are in charge, you lead. When you're in charge, you take charge. These politicians are nothing but complainers. All day long, they create videos about complaining. That's it. There's no leadership. Chicago's mayor, Roger Krishnamurti, all of them. All they do is create complaint videos 24/7. There's no leadership there. Our Senator Duckworth with her missing legs, not a leader, a complainer. And she's been sitting down in her office downtown with Durbin for years, but all she does is complain. Talk about military leadership, no leadership. So I salute you, Kyle, and everyone here. Get more active, fight these demons who have drained this government of all resources. Look at my profile. I asked Grok, what's the Illinois state budget for the past 5 years? What are our revenue projections for the next 5 years? Candidates have to talk financials because it's a huge Ponzi scheme from the federal government on down to Illinois. And you have to expose the fraud, waste, corruption, and abuse, which is persistent and will not go away. Brandon Johnson is at the center of it. Pritzker is at the center of it. They are ripping us off, raising our taxes, destroying our future in an already crumbling economy. The U.S. dollar is cratering because we printed 80% of all U.S. dollars just in the past 5 years. Understand that we're living in very precarious times, and guys like Aaron Del Mar and Jeff Fiedler from the Chicago GOP, guys like that are psychopathic, sociopathic, manipulative liars. They're scumbags, and they've been playing this game for far too long. You have to grab your sword, you have to grab your shield, and fight these wicked people that are lying to us all day, every day, creating complaint videos. That's it. That's all they do. They don't even expose any truths. They don't say any truths. So F them, fight them, disrespect them, and go to war against these people that are destroying our future now. The government is broke. Completely and utterly broke, and property taxes are going through the roof. If you do homeschooling, well, guess what? You shouldn't have to pay property taxes or get a 65% deduction. We've got serious financial problems. All these politicians do is complain. Kyle, I thank you for letting me share. If you agree with me, follow me. Comment on my post. I'm using Sora to create videos to mock, to do sarcasm against the situation. Free vaccines for everybody, free abortions for everybody, free gender reassignment surgery for everybody. So I hope you guys enjoyed my shtick. I'm a write-in candidate for the 16th district trying to defeat Darren LaHood. He accused me of committing election fraud or petition fraud. I accused him of creating $25 trillion in fraud, $10 trillion in COVID-19 fraud. So let's call a spade, or let's be accurate in our diagnosis of the situation. Be a truth teller, be a warrior, and fight for Illinois and fight for America, because this is not just an Illinois problem. This is an America problem, a Democrat problem, because the Democrats can't seem to tell the truth ever. And Republicans are completely infiltrated by Democrats. They control the whole system. I mean, I'm tempted to just run libertarian because I can't stand the Republicans in our midst. I don't really like libertarians, but I can't stand fake Republicans. It drives me crazy. So God bless everybody. Thank you so much.
John, well, first off, on a joking level, I appreciate, you should learn to rap because your ability to speak without breathing is wonderful. And I mean that jokingly, but I can tell your passion behind it. You're wonderful and, correct on all of that. It is horrible. And yeah, everyone should fight. And honestly, talking about how this is more of a, it's not just Illinois, it's the United States. In that regard, I'd say that's an encouragement to fight harder, because if we're able to do something in Illinois where Democrats think they have a stronghold and you're able to make a dent, that just shows a giant weakness in their armor that a lot of the country won't think that was possible. And maybe, probably not, most people will still sit on their couch and complain because that's where they're comfortable. And I won't even fault them for it. I was a giant complainer for years. I'll say a decade. I spent mostly complaining. I went out to vote, but otherwise it was just sharing posts and not really doing anything other than just whining. So again, I will only fault someone as much as I will fault myself. But when it comes to just getting out there, most, PC vacancies, I've never had a GOP person knock at my door. Ever. I've had Democrats come to my door, which is hilarious because I have an American flag flying in my front lawn. I figured that automatically would, scare any of them off. But, credit to them. They come to my front door. So up until my most recent neighbor became the PC, who's also our state, my state rep, she comes around. But prior to that, no one anywhere that I have lived is the GOP actually. Does anyone try? And I don't want to say this, hey, so-and-so, whoever's listening, you have to go to the township, you have to run as a PC, you have to do all this. You don't have to do any of this. This is volunteer work. I'm technically a loop. I'm appointed because I enjoyed punishment, I suppose. I volunteer to do it in not my areas. But you don't need permission to go knock doors. You don't need permission to gather signatures and go help somebody. You don't need permission to put a card together, something I'm working on to try to get out before the primaries in my precinct. You don't need permission to put a card together with who the most conservative voices are that are running for office and why, and put a little QR code on back for who to scan to learn more about these candidates and set it up to a link tree. That's what I'm doing for the precincts I cover. I'm not paid for any of this. It's just all volunteer work. But if you're not willing to volunteer, then at the end of the day, this goes to anybody. If you're not willing to do at least anything, then you can never expect change in this state. And that's why so many people, I wish the people who are willing to move their lives out of this state, all the effort it takes to buy a new home, to relocate your kids, to have your spouse find another job, all that effort, go to one meeting, knock one door, volunteer in one election. If everyone just did, quote, their part, and most would think it's insignificant. If everyone just volunteered to do their part, I'm going to just walk my neighborhood. The neighbors who know me, who I kind of have a rapport with, that I can build upon that, I'm going to go talk to them. I'm going to, maybe we'll have a slightly uncomfortable conversation, but it's not uncomfortable because it's actually taboo. It's uncomfortable because we've been taught that it's uncomfortable to talk politics, religion, anything of that nature. So no one knows how to speak about these anymore. And that's why Republicans just avoid it, because they don't know how to talk about the issues. I'll always I'll always err on the side of ignorance versus malice. They don't know how to talk about these. We've all been taught we don't talk about these things. And with that, you lose a lot of the people that potentially could be wonderful candidates, could be wonderful helpers, could be wonderful volunteers, when you're not out there talking, having a conversation. That's one thing I love Charlie Kirk for, and that's one thing I'd hope this space would become. Because the Republican Party, as you mentioned, libertarian, the Overton window has shifted so much. Republicans now are Democrats. Most of them are fine with gay marriage, are fine with levels of taxation. Most say they're hard conservatives, but then don't touch Social Security, Medicaid, or Medicare. So most of them now are Democrats. They just don't realize they're Democrats. And most Democrats now are socialists. They just don't want to call themselves as much. Hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully voting proves me otherwise. I would love to be wrong on everything I say and just look like a crazy Alex Jones, rambling off in a corner with a tin hat.
Well, people poo-poo libertarian economics, but you have to admit I looked at the comptroller of Chicago, Villanueva or whatever. There's 145 billion in unfunded pension liabilities. She's only got 1.45 billion, so it's only funded by 99%. The system's totally bankrupt, and everybody who thinks they have a pension has less than half a pension. You have to be accurate, and it's really economic philosophy. How do we grow out of this? Not how we tax out of this and spend out of this. How do we grow? We have to be business people. Government has to start resembling a business. Chicago will implode at this rate. The CTU, they're crazy. They are so stupid and low IQ, and these are teachers. They can't even do a speech. It's embarrassing, shocking, and terrifying.
That's 100% true, and especially for Chicago, it's awful to see because this state, this city, there's so much of a hub and history there that we should be statistically one of the most flourishing states, most flocked to states that there is in the union. We're not a flyover state. We're called the Midwest, even though it's the Mideast nonetheless. But we should be one of those beautiful examples, no matter who's leading it, because there is so much opportunity. You cannot squander you cannot squander all of that Illinois has to offer, all of Chicago has to offer, unless you are doing it deliberately. You can't accidentally mess up this much. At a certain point, it's just deliberate, and that's the biggest problem. Circling back to the point of the space. What are the hardships of running for candidacy? Why isn't the GOP doing more? Why aren't they having the uncomfortable conversations? Why aren't they sharing the regular township meetings? Why aren't their PCs just going and knocking the doors? And this is for everyone listening. If you're not a PC, be a PC. If you don't want to be a PC, don't be a PC, but go knock doors. Just go get involved, because without us at the grassroots level willing to do anything, upper management's never going to change. It is super easy to be discouraged by all of the spinelessness that we have as our quote representatives. But if you let that deter you, you're going to lose every single time. If you ignore it and just push for the candidates that matter, that have principle, that have conviction, and are willing to fight, like Christian, she's running into fire nonstop, and she hasn't stopped. There's jokingly something wrong with her, but we should all get behind her. She's willing to constantly run in front of a truck, but she's willing to do it. So we have to back people like that. So
Kyle, I love what you said. We have Christine also on the space, and she's running a campaign. I want to hear from her if she's willing to come up and talk. Christine, have you encountered any challenges during your campaign with just any shenanigans or from either party?
Well, where do I start? There's always going to be shenanigans, and I just want to piggyback on some of the things that both Kyle and Christian said. Always be yourself. Always speak your truth and be genuine, because you'll never get caught up in any kind of mishap or you'll have to take some back steps or backpedaling. Be true. I agree with Christian. I do not prepare any of my speeches. I always ask God, which we have to talk about here is faith. We are in a spiritual warfare 100%. We need to bring God back into our principles and into our campaigns, because that is what differentiates us from them, our moral compass. And it doesn't matter if anyone on this call doesn't have faith. We have enough faith for you, and our faith is not going to inhibit your life at all. Our faith is going to make people who live in Illinois better. So let's just get that out there. It's important that we do talk about our faith. And when I decided to run again, I made this deal with God in my head that I will always make sure that I talk about my faith, because He is the one who's in charge. He is the one that's leading us to victory. And this is not my first time running. Some people say I'm out of my mind for running again. It's a dead end. It's not going to happen. I do not believe that at all. I think that every time you put yourself out there and you're vocal and you're convicted in where your positions are, you are going to change one mind, you're going to plant that seed. And I am in Chicago. Christian and I share part of a district in the 18th and 21st Ward. I think she has a little bit of the 19th also. And I am out there in Chicago. And I can say so we needed a minimum of 1,000 signatures. I turned in 3,000. That was my goal, the max. And I myself got almost 1,500. And then I had the difference between us and the majority of the Democrats as far as community engagement. My opponent only obtained 40 signatures herself. She had paid supporters or other supporters within the Democratic Party because they are more organized as far as to getting that done. But that shows the difference right there is who has the heart, who wants the community engagement. So there are other groups that are helping, and there's this group that my friend Brian does, and he's willing to help any candidate. It's like branding, and we get together. Like today we had a call, and we had someone who's never done public speaking, and I suggested, hey, do it right now. We put him on the spot. He did it. He did a great job. And that's how you get past your fears, is you put yourself out there and you do it. And again, if you're always being genuine, you're always staying to what you believe in, what your heart, what your soul believes in, you're going to be fine. And you are going to get beat up. So, for instance, people really use the abortion issue. I am pro-life. There's no denying. You can look me up. It is what it is with my personal experience and my positions. I also have very strong convictions in our safety and having a financial audit that needs to be done down in Springfield. There is a huge amount of wastefulness and fraud and NGOs that are directly connected with our governor. And we need to dive into that and expose the truth. So people right now, everything that's happening nationally, in my opinion, from my perspective, is a deflection. It's a deflection of what is happening. So when I first, going back to, have I experienced anything negatively? When I first decided to run again, there is a group, Illinois Policy, who shared, who supported me, and I appreciate their input, and they are a positive group. And they actually are actively trying to get people to run, and they did, in seats that never had anyone run before. So there are groups out there that are doing it, whether you had a personal experience with them or not. They were just focusing on certain areas of Cook County, because this is going to be a down-ticket election. So if you're voting Republican, you're going to vote for every Republican. But what we need is those independents and those soft Democrats to cross over, and also the people.
I lost Christine. Anyone else?
Yeah.
I can't hear either. I thought you muted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you now.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, I went on a rampage. What was the last thing that you heard?
You were basically talking about discerning between, getting baited with topics.
Yes. I always have a lot to say, and I want to make sure I get it all out before I jump off. So when I decided to run, there was another gentleman who voted Democrat the last 4 elections, and Springfield was endorsing them. And I called them and I said, how can you do that? I thought you were staying out of the primaries. And they said, well, no, we haven't decided on who we're going to endorse yet. But then the other candidate, who I knew, because I'm friends with his brother, I don't have any issue with him. It's just the whole process that it happened and how it laid out. So you do have to have what I call balls. You have to really go out there and be strong and not be afraid to say what needs to be said. So I was talking to Springfield, and I said, if you endorse that person, I will go on every single radio station. I had a few choice words in between, and let everyone know how you are purposefully ignoring the grassroots candidates, and any kind of bridge that we are trying to gap between grassroots and the GOP will be severed. So it ended up where that person, after a few phone calls, he decided not to run. So if you really have a voice, and Christian, you are being very strong and staying convicted, and you have faith also that things are going to change, and you can never give up on your purpose. And stay focused on the, as Brian calls it, your pillars. You know, safety is a big issue. Affordability, being able to live here is the issue. And corruption. We all know what's happening with the Democrats and the backdoor deals. It's insane. It's coming out. It's being exposed. And what's happening nationally is going to help us by the time the general comes in November. So any other candidates that are out there, if you ever have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me. I can give you my honest opinions on what worked. Every time I ran, my numbers went up. And that's what counts. When you plant those seeds, they're going to remember, and then you keep going and you keep going and you keep going. But one quick thing that I did want to talk about is it's important to get out there for the community. So I recently went to this, it's called CAC. It is Chicago School Board is now going for, it's a big hot topic, especially what's going on with the CTU and all the craziness and the audits and them going to do protests against ICE. It's nonsense, it's BS, but they are a socialist group, and that's what their agenda is. So I went to this community meeting. So anyone who's running, look on Eventbrite, look on the community pages to see where the events are, and go there. But, you know, I was forthright when I came, and I said, I'm a Republican candidate. I want to find out what's going on. How can I help when I win for Springfield? And the nonsense that's going on between the University of Chicago and CPS schools is crazy. And if you are in Cook County, you need to start going to these meetings, these CAC meetings, and find out what is happening and how they're trying to alienate the parents again. They are going to push in Illinois for a required pre-K program full day. About 12 years ago, there was a push for a longer school day. This is before I wanted to do politics. I was just doing this because I knew it was wrong. I did not want my child to be in school for 9.5 hours. We fought and we won and we beat them. And that's where Stand for Children came. That's a Soros-backed organization. They came and tried to infiltrate the 5 moms. We are all moms, just trying to help our kids to keep our nuclear family strong. So I'm saying if we could win against the Soros and we could win against CPS, speaking at the boards, we did Tribune, we did Suntime panels, and we won. So never, ever give up. You can win. We can win. We need to have collaboration together. And let's focus on the good. Let's not focus on the bad, because it gets in your head and it holds you down and it changes your energy and your vibration and all of that, where people can feel. They can feel your genuineness, but they can feel when you're backed off, or they can feel if you're not being truthful. So always, always be truthful. And if you want to know more about what Brian's doing and how he can help, I can get that out there. I'll send it to Kyle or Christian, and you guys can put it out. But don't give up. Don't give up on your path. Don't give up on what the true purpose is of why we're doing this. And this is for every child, every future children that we have in our family, that they can live the American dream, that they can live in a safe community in their own home, and that they can just enjoy life. That's what we want. We don't want this nonsense, progressive, democratic, evil path to continue.
That's very well said, and just in terms of the topic of never giving up, not on a joking level of some crazies running in front of trucks deliberately, Christian, but in terms of think of any movie that you've ever watched. One of the best parts of the movie is where the underdog doesn't quit, goes against impossible odds, and if they go down fighting, everyone remembers them for their conviction that they went down fighting, or that they overcame it somehow with their conviction, grace of God pushing behind them. So yeah, never giving up is I mean, it's got to be the Republican motto, because we're all demented if we're still trying here. But that just says something about our conviction. But that said, if anyone else wants, we're about to wrap up here in a few minutes.
One thing I wanted to interject, Kyle.
Go ahead. Yeah.
And this is a taboo subject, guys. But I want to make sure that any candidate who's on here running in front of a truck, yes, I'm doing it. Any candidate who is on here, if you have any portions of your district that are predominantly Black, these are the things, and like I said, this is just what I've had to navigate as a person who is looking at messaging strategy because of the way the Democratic Party has trained non-white voters. They've trained non-white voters to respond to certain like messaging calls that they put out. And they also do their strategy where they'll have a very specific promise for different groups. That's no different than Tide having a campaign for the mom who has a soccer kid. And they're showing the mom who has all the soccer gear falling out of her van. There's grass stains on everything. And they're showing that, hey, for soccer moms like you, they trust Tide. But then they'll also have another one that's for the woman who has a blue collar husband. And there's like dirt all over his uniforms. But they're letting that blue collar wife know, like, hey, his clothes are gonna get clean if you get this Tide. As a candidate, as a Republican, I think the one thing that could be to our detriment is if we don't split out messaging. This does not mean have a pandering message. It does not mean have some I don't want to. I don't know. People are like, I don't want to see race. It's at the end of the day, race is a thing. It is a thing, no matter how much we want to get rid of it and all of that. The Democrats will beat Republicans if you don't figure out how to specifically kind of speak to the hurdles that Hispanic voters have, that elderly voters have, that Black elderly voters have. Like, you have to look at all of your different voters based on the demographics in your district, and you have to decide what are like the top 3 to 5 groups that you can speak to, because you do actually have to break them down into like 5. 5 is probably the highest you can achieve without having a real marketing team. But if you think about it and you know that you have a good amount of Black voters in your district, please do not ignore figuring out what is your angle to talking to your Black voter or your veteran voter. Like, figure out those groups. But I'm just saying, and I know that, like I said, this is very taboo for many people, and people hate the idea of the term Black agenda. I don't have a Black agenda. There are key things that I know that Black people specifically struggle with. I know that sickle cell is something that disproportionately kills Black people. Like, that really is a thing that is like race-based. For some reason, sickle cell happens mostly to Black people. There's not a lot of research on it. So I specifically want to work on legislation that uplifts research into sickle cell, because I actually had a classmate in high school. His name was George, and he died really, really early because of sickle cell. And I've had relatives who have it as well. So if you're looking at things that are very specific, imagine that you're Tide, and Tide is figuring out their 5 customers, and they want to have a specific message for those 5 customers. Don't feel like you're doing something manipulative. This is how you activate more than just this plus 60-year-old Republican voter. Because right now the Republican Party as a whole is pretty much only activating the plus 60-year-old voter. But we have to see what is the issue that is facing or plaguing even like the 30 to 45-year-old married couple versus the couple who may be single, and they don't even have, or not single, but the couple that doesn't have children. What's really important to them? Because if we only have one message, we won't be able to activate different groups of voters. And that's why our turnout looks low. But it's not actually that people wouldn't support Republicans. It's just that we haven't talked to the different groups that need to feel activated and feel motivated.
Christine, a lot of this is like categorical. A lot of this is categorical or topical, but I'm using Sora, an AI video creator app, and AI definitely will transform politics. You won't be able to discern real from fake messaging in the future and right now. If you look me up, John Kitover, on Sora, and look at my videos, I think you will laugh your ass off. And I'm getting incredible feedback from people telling me it is so funny because it's sarcasm. I'm calling out the hypocrisy. So I really encourage everyone in this room to download Sora, cast yourself, Read the 3 numbers, look left, look right, and cast yourself or cast me. But I'm telling you, Sora will change politics. It's the most incredible AI video creation software I've ever seen. It's transformative.
No, yeah, there's so many different tools that are revolutionizing video creation. But this is even for people, like if you're talking in person, being able to really know your key demos in your district, is going to take you so far. And then just coming up with really authentic touch points for why you care. Like, I'm pro-life because I got pregnant my last year of college. So like I had a choice. I had a friend because I didn't decide to abort my child. Once I told her I was keeping my child, we literally stopped talking because she had an abortion. So like I literally had to, I know it, like I had to walk out being pro-life at the most inconvenient time of my life, which was in college. So it's like the things that I'm very passionate about. I'm passionate about homeschool because I literally homeschool my children. I'm passionate about officers because my husband is an officer. So think about your life and then match it up to those things that you are willing to go to bat for. That's why, Kyle said I'll jump in for the trucks. Yeah, because I'll jump in for the trucks for my family. And a lot of these things that I'm fighting for, they are literally a part of me. So I'm fighting for families because I'm a big family. I have 4 kids. I know what it's like to struggle and to be an entrepreneur, pursuing your dreams while having a family. I know what it's like to be married to an officer now, which has been a totally new experience. All of these things are ingrained in me and they allow me to look at life through different lenses. So think about the lenses you're already looking through, whether that's being a teacher or, being a lifelong Chicagoan. What are those things that make you unique as a candidate? And then start to look at your voters through those different lenses and really embody what are the things that concern them the most, but then also what are the things that give them the most hope when they think about the future of Illinois. What do they want Illinois to be and to become? And then you have to speak to those things and not just, we can't just keep, talking the same like lines or, spiels for the party, because then it's just so easy. It's so easy to predict what we're going to do. But if you're being human in all of your interactions with people, that is how you really start to transform your race into a very human experience. Like, political races should be, as human as possible, because that's truly how you get people to want to go to bat for you and to come out and vote for you. And it'll level the playing field against a lot of capital. If you're up against somebody who has a lot more money than you, being the most human component in that race is what will set you apart from your peers. So
it's
that's
intelligence.
One thing I want to challenge you all is just, like I said, I know it's touchy, but you don't have to have a really, weird black agenda, but do think about, how do you beat the Democrats at speaking to the different voters in your district? Because you have to beat them. That's the reality. You have to have a better pitch. It's a pitch.
Well,
if
I can kind of comment on that too. It's not just a pitch. I can say, because I am in all of the communities that I have gone. I made sure I got signatures from all areas. And they have the same concerns that we do. And just don't be afraid to go talk to them. And if like Christian said, if you're personable and you believe in your topic and you believe in your platform, they're going to listen. But ask questions. What is it that you're concerned with? Don't be afraid to ask questions. And sometimes, because at least where we are in Cook County, and I'm sure you might have come to that conclusion already, Christian, that they are just so used to voting Democrat because their grandparents did it and they were told to do it because everything is tied with jobs and services and things like that. So it's just changing the minds and saying, are you happy with how things are right now? And pause. We have to learn to pause and to listen before we react. And I'm still a work in progress on that because I just like to react. But pausing and listening and giving them an opportunity to share what is important to them, and then asking them for help. Okay, you like what we stand for. We do have common ground. Let's work on that common ground. Who do you know? Who can I talk to? And that's how it's going to work. It's that one-on-one communication that's going to plant the seed for that to trickle down to the whole block.
Christine, can I just say also, Christina, I know African Americans are very social. They love politics. But to me, economic philosophy or the actual budget, the balance. I mean, the debt, the borrowing, the spending, like that to me is just the first topic issue. So I refuse to debate or discuss many topics until we address priority issues. Priority of communication is your time. How you discern and, use your time on your communication is essential to your success because it deals with intelligence. Only intelligent people prioritize communication. Don't get bogged down with racial identity politics, which is gaslighting. Mayor Brandon Johnson is so insane and gaslighting. It's wild.
Information voters, though, and most people actually communicate at like a 5th grade level, or actually read at a 5th grade level, write at a 5th grade level. So if we start talking about things that are large scale, like
it's not complicated. It's balanced budget. You go to the grocery store, you spend what you got. That's it.
For most people, unfortunately. So when you're thinking about the voting pool, and I'm not saying that everybody's a low information voter, but most people are low information voters.
Nobody is. Everybody's intelligent.
Think about how they're going to make that decision. It's truly going to come down to who do they like a little bit more. What person seems that they would actually advocate for them and their best interest. If you know that you're really passionate about the economy, which is actually what we all should be passionate about, I 100% agree. But if the only way you're going to get a chance to do that work is if you make sure people understand that you also care about the fact that, their adult child is forced to live with them because they can't afford a home, or they're also concerned about the fact that their neighborhood is consistently dirty all the time, or the roads are in terrible shape. And, what are the things that are meaningful to them? Because for a lot of people, the overall economy is beyond their grasp. Like it's actually a really big concept to understand. Like, how did we get into this much debt? What actually has to be paid for at the federal level? What needs to be paid for at the state level? What do you mean by balancing a budget? If we're going to go after waste, fraud, and abuse, are a bunch of programs going to get shut down all of a sudden? There's a lot of fear for people when we all of a sudden just go hard line on the finances. And like I said, that is the work that has to be done. But we have to lead with the humanity part of it first, or you will never get to do that work. And that is why you saw Trump's marketing strategy is very dynamic. For one, he leads with a very easy to understand and comprehend format of speaking. He speaks in very low level English, and it's not because he's dumb. It's just because he's had to communicate with a diverse array of people his entire career. Anybody from construction workers to Fortune 500, leaders and kings of different countries. He's had to communicate with all of them, and he took that into his campaign. And he spoke directly to people. When he talked about, people losing their Black jobs, it offended a lot of people, but also Black people who know that, they have actually lost a lot of manufacturing jobs or post office jobs, or even things like right now, the gig economy in Chicago has been taken over by illegal aliens. And people get shocked when you say things like that. But yes, those are jobs that moms could have had. Moms who are in between school pickups were using gig economy. Now they're getting beat out by Venezuelan delivery guys. So these are things that are very much so concerning. But if we're just going, very hard line on, we need to reduce the national debt, for a lot of people, they're like, okay, that doesn't touch me. And it's like, yes, it does. We know it does, but it won't matter until they feel like they matter to you. And that's why when Christine said, you have to lead with that, hey, what is your concern? People don't want to hear about our concerns and our vision. They don't care about our mission until they realize that we care about them. And I think that we have to make sure that we're doing that work of humanizing the voter.
No, I agree with you. I'm just saying that truth tellers are actually actuaries, accountants, financial professionals who can explain complicated financial information to the lay investor. There's so much behind the scenes at Bank of America, JP Morgan Chase, the asset managers, the mayor's choices, who manages the funds, how much money. There's just it's too many topics to talk about. But I salute everybody here. I was shocked to join the Chicago Republican GOP, the behavior, really the planning, the lack of planning, no Trump support at all. I've lived here many years in Chicago. I originally set up a Facebook page, Chicagoans for Trump. I was at University of Illinois, Chicago downtown when he came to speech, and activists disrupted it and stopped it. There was a lot of support for Trump, a lot of innocent support. And we are there's a lot of traitors out there. It's hard to really comprehend it, but in the comments for at least aldermen in Chicago, I don't even want to dignify people with any actual intelligent comment because, in my opinion, gaslighting these people who are running the Chicago political scene, especially the aldermanic council, it's wild. And I just say arrest, and report to the FBI. This is criminal fraud that this individual is engaged in, and it drives people crazy. I'm highly blocked, but I love comment trolling, and everyone here can be an information warrior. This upcoming governor election, the Facebook comments and all these groups is wild. And if you're not commenting or being a part of exposing truth, discussing truth, whatever your truth is, your authentic self is the truth, essentially. So there's a saying, the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. And I just salute everybody here, and Kyle, God bless you, and the other co-hosts and everybody else, Christine, and everybody. Have a great evening.
Well, I appreciate that. That's a positive note to end on. Real quick, before everyone goes and enjoys themselves for the rest of the night, not dealing with political struggles, except the candidates. We want to announce next week we're having a town hall with Mendrick and Dabrowski coming on. We are still waiting. Save Our Republic, please double check with me, confirm. Those are the only two we have as of right now, correct?
Correct. We have been waiting for 2 weeks for Heidner to decide if he's going to come. Bailey has declined.
Yeah, so be sure to tune in next week. We've got some great questions for them. We're going to let them go back and forth. We're going to have a town hall towards the end of it, let them get through a lot of their selling points. It's not meant for them to attack each other. It's just meant for them to sell each other, because at the end of the day, we're all in the same boat. So if you're shooting out the bottom, we all sink together. But nonetheless, be sure to join next week. Raise your hands, share the space, get people in on there, and feel free to come on up and talk to candidates and figure out what important issues, where they stand on important issues to you. Because as both of you had mentioned before, the economy is very important, but it's not sexy. You have to talk about the sexy thing to get in the door with a lot of voters, unfortunately. So, but nonetheless, I appreciate all of you. God bless. I hope you, your families, everyone has a wonderful week, and we'll follow up with you next week.
Fucking crazy.
policy. Spirits of war. Good evening. New numbers out tonight show how immigration is shaping Chicago's job market. For more. Thank you. It's a dream come true to lift that trophy. I've worked for this for years. The cameras are rolling. You sure about this? Sure. Keep the street clear. Shots in, bandage on, first vaccine after a procedure earlier. Honestly, I'm just glad it's over. But
It don't matter what they say, right? Long as you stand and you.
Laugh as much as you breathe. Love as long as you live.
Nick, what up? I was just on a big media thing on X. Big for me, at least. Okay, I'm going to end the space. This is JohnForCongress.com. Maybe I'll even pin a link. Fuck it. I'll leave the room open for a few more minutes.
And going to that place where everything is music. 11, I have come to bring out the beauty you never knew you had, and lift you up like a prayer to the sky. 12, love, you are my certainty. Lift me to the stars. This side is a figment of my imagination. 13. Go find yourself first, so you can also find me. The one who is always in my thoughts, for whom I've searched so long, has come to me with open arms, laying flowers on my path. 15. In the middle path is the way to wisdom. 16. Dance as you rise above the two worlds. Dance to tear your heart to pieces and give up your soul. 17. There is a morning inside you waiting to burst into light. 18. Stop acting so small. You are the universe in ecstatic motion. 9.
be warmed with love, for only love exists. Where is intimacy, except in giving and receiving? And life without love isn't enough. 30, on this path, let the heart be your guide. 30, from the very center of your heart is where life begins. The most beautiful place on earth. 30 to respond to every call that ignites your spirit. 33. What a struggle to open the door between you and I. When the separation is an illusion. 34, don't give me back to my old companions. Inside you, my burning stars. 35, first there is the calamity of love. When the lover has lost his senses and his bearings, then the teacher appears. It's your road and yours alone. Others may walk it with you, but no one can walk it for you. 34. Love is from the infinite and will remain until eternity. The seeker of love escapes the chains of birth and death. 30, your love lifts my soul from the body to the sky, and you lift me up out of the tomb. 34. It is your turn now. You waited. You were patient. The time has come for us to polish you. We will transform your inner pearl into a house of fire. 34. He died not for men, but for each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less. He died not for men, but for each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less.
Died not for men, for each man. If each man been the only man made, he would have done no less. He died not for men, but for each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less. He died not for men, but for each man. If each man had been the only man made, he would have done no less.
It was wonderful for the longest time. So I'll always point the finger at you first.
I am like a maiden bathing in a clear pool of fresh water. Oh my God, I see the dark and desire rising through the water as a golden throne. Thou art altogether golden, the hair and the eyebrows and the brilliant face, even into the fingertips and toe tips. Thou art one rosy dream of gold. Deep into thine eyes that are golden, my soul leaps like an archangel menacing the sun. My sword passes through and through thee. Crystalline moons ooze out of thy beautiful body that is hidden behind the ovals of thine eyes. Deeper, ever deeper I fall, even as the whole universe falls down the abyss of years. For eternity calls, the overworld calls, the world that the word is awaiting us. Be done with in the fangs of the hound. Eternity in this my throat. I am like a wounded heart, flapping in circles. Forever I shall oh, blessed one, God Almighty, let me fall down, I am like a maiden bathing in a clear pool of fresh water. Oh my God, I see thee dark and desirable, rising through the water as a golden smoke. Thou art altogether golden hair and the eyebrows and the brilliant face, even into the fingertips and toe tips. Thou art one rosy dream of gold. Thine eyes that are golden, my soul leaps like an archangel menacing the sun. My sword passes through and through thee. Crystalline love, the beautiful body that is hidden behind the soft thine eyes. Deeper, ever deeper, I'll be falling in as the whole universe falls down the abyss of years. Eternity close, if I never were close. The world of the world is Jesus. He does speech, oh God. In the fangs of the hound. Eternity endless. Life forever. I am like a rooted bird, floating in circles. Who knows where I shall fall? Oh, blessed one, oh God, light of thou, oh, let me I'm like a maiden bathing in a clear pool of fresh water. Oh my God, I see thee dark and desirable, rising through the water as a golden smoke. Thou art altogether golden, the hair and the eyebrows and the brilliant face, even into the fingertips and toe tips. Thou art one rosy dream of gold. Deep into thine eyes that are golden, my soul leaps like an archangel menacing the sun. My sword passes through and through thee. Crystalline moons ooze out of thy beautiful body that is hidden behind the ovals of thine eyes. Deeper, ever pool of fresh water. Oh my God, I see the dark, desirable, rising to the water as a golden smoke. Now we're all together, gold in the hair and the eyebrows and the brilliant face. And into the fingertips and toe tips. Now one rosy dream of gold. Deep into blind eyes that are gold in my soul. Like an archangel menacing the sun. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, 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 let it take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, 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 let it go. Let it go, 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 let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, 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 let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, 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 let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, 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 let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. The deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Take the deepest breath of it go, let 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 it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Do not seek the truth, only abstain from views. Do not dwell in views. Be careful not to pursue them. The slightest trace of right and wrong, and mind is lost in confusion. One being is the source of the two. However, do not even maintain the one. If one mind there is no arising, then everything is without blame. No blame, no things, no arising, no mind. The subject flows when the object ceases. The object is expelled when the subject sings. The object is related to the subject. The subject is related to the object. If you want to know these truths, their origin is one emptiness. In one emptiness, both are equal, evenly contain innumerable forms. If you not differentiate in cause and fine, and you will not be for or against the great ways all embracing, neither easy nor difficult. Small views are irresolute, full of doubt. Now in haste, then too late. Grasp beyond measure, and you will go astray. All leads to spontaneity, essence neither grows nor abides. Accord your nature with the way, and go free of trouble. Fettered thinking straight from the real, it darkens, sinks and spoils. To weary the spirit is not good. Of what use are strange and familiar, in following beyond vehicle. Do not dislike the 6th sense sense objects. Not disliking the sixth sense objects turns out equal to perfect awakenness. The wise performs through non-action, the fool ties himself. Things are not different. Ignorance leads to preference. Do not seek the true, only abstain from views. Do not dwell in dual views. Be careful to pursue them. Slightest trace of right and wrong, and mind is lost in confusion. One being is the source of the two. However, not you maintain the one. With one mind, there is no arising, and everything is without blame. No blame, no thing, no arising, no mind. The subject follows when the object ceases. The object is the subject sings. The object is related to the subject. The subject is related to the object. If you want to know these two, their origin is one emptiness. In one emptiness, both are equal, evenly contain innumerable forms. Do not differentiate course and find, and you will not be for or against. The great way is all embracing, neither easy nor difficult. Small views are irresolute, full of doubt, now in haste and too late. Grasp beyond measure, and you will go astray. Letting go leads to spontaneity, essence of repose, nor abides. Accord your nature with the way, and go free of troubles. Better thinking strays from the real, it darkens, sinks and soils. To weary the spirit is not good, although you saw strange and familiar. In following the own vehicle, do not dislike the sixth sense objects. Not disliking the sixth sense objects turns out equal to perfect wickedness. The wise performs through non-action, the fool ties himself. Things are not different preference. The best way not the figure, it only executes picking and choosing. Once you stop loving and hating, it will enlighten itself. Depart for a hairbreadth, and heaven and earth are set apart. If you want it to appear, do not be for or against. To set longing nothing in excess. When you grasp and reject, there is no suchness. Do not follow condition. Do not dwell in emptiness. Cherishing oneness in the earth. Everything will stop by itself. Rest to stop motion, and rest will move you again. If you are merely there, how will you know oneness? Now understanding oneness, you will be through ways, excelling beyond you without it. Following in Venus, you are always behind me. The more words and thoughts, the more you will go astray. Stop speaking. Turn to the roof and attain the purport. Following the outcome, you lose the source for a moment. Turn inward and surpass the emptiness of things. Changes that go on in emptiness. All have their cause in ignorance. Do not seek the truth, only abstain from views. Do not dwell into views. Careful not to pursue them. The slightest trace of right and wrong, and mind is lost in confusion. One being is the source of the two. However, do not even maintain the one. With one mind, there is no rising. Then everything is without blame. No blame, no things, no rising, no mind. The best way, not every rule. It only excludes picking and choosing. Once you stop loving and hating, it will enlighten itself. Keep on for a heaven, and heaven and earth are set apart. If you want it to appear, do not be for or against. To set longing against glory makes the mind sick, not knowing the deep meaning. It is useless to quiet thoughts. Only it is like great vacuity with nothing lacking, nothing in excess. When you grasp and reject, there is no such ness. Do not follow conditions. Do not dwell in emptiness. Cherishing oneness in the earth. Everything will stop by itself. Rest to stop motion, and rest will move you again. If you are merely in ether, how will you know oneness? Now understanding oneness, you will miss in two ways, expelling beyond you will without it. Following emptiness, you are always behind. The more words and thoughts understand. Return to the roof and obtain the purpose. Following the outcome, lose the source for a moment. Turn inwards past the emptiness of things. Changes that go on in emptiness. All have their cause in ignorance. Do not seek the truth, only abstain from views. Do not dwell into views. Be careful not to pursue them. The slightest trace of right and wrong, and mind is lost in confusion. One being is the source of the two, however, do not the best way not to think you. It only excludes picking and choosing. Once you stop loving and hating, it will enlighten itself. Depart for heaven, and heaven and earth will set apart. If you want it to appear, do not be for or against. To set longing against longing makes the mind sick, not knowing the meaning. It is useless to quiet thoughts. Complete it is like great vacuity with nothing lacking, nothing in excess. When you grasp and reject, there is no suchness. Do not follow conditions. Do not dwell in emptiness. Cherishing oneness in the earth, everything will stop by itself. Rest to stop motion, and rest will move you again. If you are merely an ether, how will you know oneness? No understanding oneness. You will miss in two ways, expelling beyond. You will without it. Following emptiness, you are always behind. The more words and thoughts, the more you will go astray. Stop speaking, stop thinking, and there is nothing you cannot understand. Return to the roof and obtain the purpose. Following the outcome, lose the source for a moment. Turning words past the emptiness of things. Changes that go on in emptiness. All have their cause in ignorance. Do not seek the truth, only abstain from views. Do not dwell into views. Be careful not to pursue them. The slightest trace of right and wrong, and mind is lost in confusion. One being is the source of the two, however, do not even maintain the one. With one mind there is no rising, and everything is without blame. No blame, no things, no rising, no mind.
this one. Although dualities come from the one, do not be attached even to this one. Do not be attached even to
I feel pretty damn good. I think this is pretty hilarious.
I just think this was what were we talking about before that? I feel like there was an actual conversation.
Were we talking about Alex Pretty?
Were you really talking about that?
I'm just tracking it. I think it's pretty interesting, Dewey.
No, but was that what people were talking about here before this distraction? Is that a hair blower?
Can I speak or not? Am I allowed to speak?
No.
Let's
actually have a conversation.
Are we gonna have the white person talking?
You're a heckler.
Are the whites gonna continue to overtalk? Oh, okay.
You're doing the hecklers.
Wait, nobody wants to get the whites under control? Nobody wants to get the whites under control?
He tried to try it.
Nobody wants to get the whites under control?
He tried to set us up.
You know what's funny is actually earlier today, Congressman and I. Earlier, Congressman and I had a good conversation about that. Even when we disagreed on stuff. All right.
I have to walk back to my phone. We're not going to put the noise control in. Let's do. It's like
I came here to tell you guys.
Yeah, you gotta get the whites under control.
You're like,
all right, Sugar Belly, go. What's
See, Dewey won't shut the fuck up. He doesn't control himself.
Oh my God.
He's got impulse control issues, right?
Anyway.
All right. Now I know your weaknesses. Back up, I got it. You're weak too. I got it. Let me just land.
At what point do you?
I got it. I'm gonna land. Yeah, standing up for my fucking my privileges. Yeah, I'm embarrassed to like stand up to you being a bitch. You're right. I'll never do that. No. Just put up with it. Put up with dumbass Dewey and dumbass Monica. All right, I got it. Okay, I'll do that. Anyway, so what we learned, Inky, you there?
Oh God, like he's talking to speech or something.
All right, hold on, Sugar Belly. You know I love you. Don't do me like that. I'm dealing with whites right now. And I control whites, the same people that fucking make your life miserable in Africa. Anyway, so we have like we should be on a unified front. Anyway, what we saw, unfortunately, is that I did try to do right by Monica. You can accept that or not. And it was a light correction for Dewey. You can accept that or not. And Dewey, in his bitch ass ways, made it more than what it is because his pride wouldn't allow him to just simply take the correction and move on. Now, obviously, if we all see, Nathan, you weren't here. If somebody says to you, Nathan, hey, good to hear from you, Nathan, and you responded, good to be heard. Nathan, what do you think about that type of response?
It can be very strange and offsetting.
Thank you. So all I said to Dewey was, hey, Dewey, I hate to say it, but I got to. That kind of response was it just didn't hit the right notes. He could have said, you know what? Upon further review, you're right. And he could have made amends, not with me, because I'm not the one that was slighted. He could have made amends with Monica. And I know Monica is a sensitive woman.
And the reason why I know she's a sensitive woman, because I've seen her for fucking years, and I've seen the things that upset her. So whether or not she says it, I know that somebody responding like that, it just wouldn't go over well. We all understand social dynamics to the extent where somebody says, "Hey, what's up, man? Long time to see you." And you respond, "Yeah, cool." Like, what? So anyway, he could have corrected it, and I don't need it to be corrected. I wasn't the one slighted, but for some reason he feels affronted that I pointed it out. Maybe we could hope that if somebody else pointed it out, he wouldn't be such a bitch about it. But unfortunately, we're here, and it's sad.
Great. Monica and I are fine. We squashed the beef, and I have not attacked you, Concrete. So it's weird to me that it's become a 30-minute conversation, but I think it was important to you. So that's what we talked about for the last 30 minutes.
Nathan, were you here? Did you see the interaction between Dewey and myself for any same period of time? Okay, so you didn't see the interactions. What's so crazy is that I saw the interactions, right? And the interactions included that type of over talking, and it's like a belligerent, entitled over talking, right? That's what I experienced. And for some strange reason, when he calculates all of this in his mind, he concludes, I have not attacked you, Concrete. Now, do you think that's an honest assessment, Nathan? If somebody were to belligerently, consistently overtalk you when you're trying to make your point?
Yeah, you probably make a point, but how about forgiveness? Can you apologize so we can forgive?
I actually already apologized to everybody in the room, including Concrete, several times. And Nathan, you tell me, am I acting? Do I sound belligerent? Oh, who did I not apologize to? Bev? I apologize to you, Bev. Nathan, I'm apologizing to you. Again, I don't think I've been belligerent. You can tell me, Nathan. Oh, Ashley, I agree. I've apologized, actually, that this has been a conversation. I've tried to move past it, but we haven't been able to.
It's about acceptance.
I accept the wrong that I have done.
No,
I accept the wrong.
Your apology.
Monica accepted my apology. Monica accepted.
Who else accepted this apology?
No, Nathan, you gotta be more specific. You gotta say a sincere apology.
Yeah, Monica left that.
Sincere apology. That's what you gotta say.
Monica and I squashed the beef.
It's important things I gotta say, but right after Sugar Belly, go ahead, Sugar Belly.
Oh God, Jesus Christ, on a BMX bike. Who cares about your fucking scoreboard? I met Lee Jae-young today. Okay? I met Lee Jae-young today.
Who is Lee Jae-young?
The owner of Samsung.
Where did you
the
meet him?
The king of all chaebols. The owner of Samsung.
Where did you meet him?
At the Sackler Gallery in DC.
Shameless, Sugar Belly, shameless.
Did you have an iPhone?
Did you propose?
Excuse me. So basically, right now at the Sackler Gallery in DC, right, his family, they're having an exhibition of like Korean like ancient artifacts that they donated to like the Korean National Museum. They donated like I think 23,000, ancient historical artifacts like from Korea, and they're having like the exhibition at the Sackler, I think it's the Museum of Asian Art, and they also have like a gala as well. And so I went there today to see like the artifacts, and I ended up standing next to him, and I have the pictures to prove it. Let me show you. Let me upload the picture. Let me show you.
I don't care about that.
Huh? What do you? No, listen. He had like 5 or 6 like people in black, in like all black next to him. Like they were all circling him, and like they were. Wait, will it show like because it's kind of like a wide picture? Do you guys see it? Do you guys see him?
Yeah, we know how.
What my PCR?
Everybody's had a bad experience with some Koreans, so I don't care nothing about it.
He was standing right next to me, like we were looking at the same item together. Listen, this man has $16 billion and he is the heir of Samsung. Samsung is the chaebol of all chaebols. Like Samsung is the chaebol that controls the whole of Korea. Like it is the most powerful chaebol in the history of.
Are you saying H?
No, CHAEBOL. So
I don't know that word. What is that?
Oh yeah, so chaebol is the Korean word for like these massive conglomerates that have so much money that like they're these massive industries that kind of control like Korea's economy, right?
Interesting.
So
That's a Korean word?
Yes, like che means wealth and bol means group. So like wealth group, and like the biggest ones like Samsung. So Samsung is the biggest chaebol. There's also LG, there's Shinsegae,
For a job.
and there's like a bunch of other ones. No, I didn't want to be weird. Like, what do you mean? Like, I didn't want to be creepy and weird. I was chill. I was just like, I was like, oh, like, that porcelain is like really, really pretty, And he was like, yes, like it's exquisite. But I didn't like. I was chill. Like, I kept my cool. Okay, I kept my cool.
This is what you're supposed to say.
Yeah, I was like,
I'm represented by Nigerian.
With like the most powerful billionaire in Korea for like 5 seconds. It was pretty cool. Yeah.
So you're supposed to lean into it and represent and say, hey, I have a great idea. I'm from Korea.
Listen, his security, they were standing around. It was actually fascinating to see like the way his security was working. He himself was quite chill and everything. If you didn't know who he was, like if you didn't recognize his face, like you wouldn't have known anything special about this guy. But his security, they were doing like this weird like fanning thing, like they were constantly changing position. People that came too close, it's interesting because like they weren't saying like, oh, you can't come too close to him, but they were sort of like sneakily redirecting people away from him, right? So this lady who got like, she kind of like tried to approach, I don't think she was trying to approach him, but his security was like, oh, if you'd like more information about these items, you can, there's like a book over there. And she kind of pointed, basically like, go the fuck away, right? Super interesting. Yeah, it was actually, I forgot one more thing. All bowing to the waist, and that kind of sticks out because normally Koreans don't bow to the waist, right? So that was like the tell. And then there was also like tons of security. There were people who had like that thing in their ear, like it's like a wire or something. They had like that like thing in their ear. And I was like, this is really strange because I've been to this museum before and it's never had this much security, right? And once I ran into
Good evening. A tragedy at the top of the world tonight. Authorities confirm that Santa Claus has been killed after his sleigh went down in the Arctic snow. The crash happened shortly after midnight. Here at the North Pole, investigators are still piecing together what caused the fatal accident. The sleigh was heavily poisoned. Good evening. A tragedy at the top of the world tonight. Authorities confirm that Santa Claus has been killed after his sleigh went down in the Arctic snow. The crash happened shortly after midnight. Here at the North Pole, investigators are still piecing together what caused. Good evening. Again tonight with breaking news. Good afternoon, friends. My name is John Kitover, and I'm running for the United States Congress. The matter of the state versus the two clowns. This court has reviewed the evidence. Hey, kids. I have the discharge.
Spirit beyond the veil, if you hear us.
Trying to kind of slay you. I'm just trying to.
Not you.
You kick this person out, but Nora, can you kick this guy out?
Yeah. Oh, it's an anon. We can. Hey, bitch here. I wish. Yeah.
We got him!
Let's go back to reading the Quran. I've already said what I had to say.
How do you make a room? How do you private?
You wave and then you ping people.
Just fucking start reading the Quran, man.
Let's do that. Can we do that? Nora, can you get into a call with him first?
Yeah.
Yeah, do that. Okay, go into the call and then ping us in.
I'm waiting to use later.
Isn't it? Yeah, isn't it? Go in that room or something, because we can't kick people. Yeah, good. Don't say anything. Oh my God.
ما زكى منكم من أحد أبدا ولكن الله يزكي من يشاء والله سميع عليم ولا يأتل أولو الفضل منكم والسعة أن يؤتوا أولي القربى والمساكين والمهاجرين في سبيل الله وليعفوا وليصفحوا ألا تحبون أن يغفر الله لكم والله غفور رحيم إن الذين يرمون المحصنات الغافلات المؤمنات لعنوا في الدنيا والآخرة ولهم عذاب عظيم يوم تشهد عليهم ألسنتهم وأيديهم وأرجلهم بما كانوا يعملون يومئذ يوفيهم الله دينهم الحق ويعلمون أن الله هو الحق المبين الخبيثات للخبيثين والخبيثون للخبيثات والطيبات للطيبين والطيبون للطيبات أولئك مبرؤون مما يقولون لهم مغفرة ورزق كريم يا أيها الذين آمنوا لا تدخلوا بيوتا غير بيوتكم حتى تستأنسوا وتسلموا على أهلها ذلكم خير لكم لعلكم تذكرون فإن لم تجدوا فيها أحدا فلا تدخلوها حتى يؤذن لكم وإن قيل لكم ارجعوا فارجعوا هو أزكى لكم والله بما تعملون عليم ليس عليكم جناح أن تدخلوا بيوتا غير مسكونة فيها متاع لكم والله يعلم ما تبدون وما تكتمون قل للمؤمنين يغضوا من أبصارهم ويحفظوا فروجهم ذلك أزكى لهم إن الله خبير بما يصنعون وقل للمؤمنات يغضضن من أبصارهن ويحفظن فروجهن ولا
أو التابعين غير أولي الإربة من الرجال أو الطفل الذين لم يظهروا على عورات النساء ولا يضربن بأرجلهن ليعلم ما يخفين من زينتهن وتوبوا إلى الله جميعا أيها المؤمنون لعلكم تفلحون.
Here, I'll tell you. I'll give you this one next time.
Excuse me, like
It's real simple.
whatever. Like this is not.
No, that's your pride speaking. That's your pride.
God, concrete.
Just hear me out before you reject it. Right? Thank you. Since it's the case, you're so fascinated with this, bootstrap story. You could easily gain an audience with these types of families for so that you can compile them in a work that would help to inspire young Africans to develop their country, right? Because those are your true, authentic ambitions, and you could parlay that into gaining access and gaining information and helping to influence the next generation, which is going to hopefully help influence the outcomes that you're desirous of.
This shit barely ain't
Like, this is just aspire so you can retire before you expire, okay?
Wait, what?
Yes, I said this is all just aspire to perspire so you can retire before you expire. The
What
way
does that mean?
you get into it's
Hurry
if you
up,
don't
retire
understand
before you
Wait, say it again. Say it again.
if you
This is just
aspire to perspire.
aspire to perspire.
Aspire to perspire to retire before you expire.
I aspire to sweat so that I can. Wait, say it again. Aspire to perspire. I want to sweat. I hope to sweat so that I can. Go ahead.
Something before you retire.
Just say the last part.
Before you expire.
Retire before you expire.
Yeah.
So I want to sweat so that I can chill before I die.
Yeah.
A phrase that Nigerians use to mock motivational speakers, okay?
So is that what you think I was doing?
No, just let me finish, please.
Okay, all right. But I thought you were characterizing my submission. That's why I was like.
Never mind. The point is, this is not how you get into the world of like wealthy people. How you get into the world of wealthy people is you go to school with them. That is the most reliable.
Is that the only way?
It's the most reliable way.
It
is the most high success. It is the way with the highest success.
How old is he?
When I say, let me finish.
Okay.
When I say like that, it's the way with most with the highest success rate. That is assuming that you yourself, you weren't born into their wealthy background circle, right? So I'm talking about the most reliable way that people who are outsiders, people who are not born into that social circle, get into those.
You're just saying you don't believe yourself. Is that it?
Can I? Oh my God!
Can you just get to it? I don't believe in myself. I don't think I can do it. I do have these aspirations, but I don't think I'm be able to execute. Is that it? I don't think I'll. Just say I don't think I'll. Look, if all you want to do is like couch your
harass me. Like
no. I just want to say this. If all you want to do is couch your insecurity and like some sort of lore about unattainability.
That is not what I'm saying.
Okay, all right.
What I'm saying is that and I'm sorry to say, but this is the disgusting dehumanization of the wealthy that people.
How is that dehumanizing them?
Because wealthy people don't want to be approached. They get approached.
They don't want to engage in vanity projects where they get to talk about how great they are and how great they made it, so that they can help somebody else.
They don't want to be approached by strangers when they're just their little gallery.
Got it. Oh.
Yes.
Do you think I was saying that you should have pitched them on a book in that moment? Is that what you think I'm saying?
What I'm saying is, I saw this guy whose like family work I admire, right? I don't need anything from him. I was just really happy that like I ran
Yes, you
into
do.
him, and I
Of course
thought
you
it was
need more
really
from
cool.
him.
I
If
don't
you
need
can get
anything from him.
tutelage from him, you do need tutelage from him.
God, like,
You need advice from him. You need insight from him.
I don't
You
need
do.
from him. Leave me alone.
Wait, what?
Easy.
You're a fucking fan. What do you mean you don't need anything from him? What are you talking
I
about?
don't need anything
You're
from
a
him.
fucking fan. You fucking sugar belly. Are you out of your mind?
Yeah, excuse me, is it not possible for me to just appreciate
Oh, no, you're desirous of more. You want more. Get the fuck out of here. How are you gonna be a fuck? How are you gonna be a fan and not want more?
So now you're trying to force me to want more.
No, it's a logical entailment of your fucking sycophancy. Are you out of your mind, sugar belly? Are you used to fucking sparring with kindergartners?
Listen, I know it's hard for you to believe, okay? But I'm just happy that like I
You're just fainting over him and you don't want more?
I'm happy.
Yes, it is hard for me to believe that. Sorry.
I'm happy that I met him, and I feel like it was a bright spot in my day. And that's
That man offered you a half-eaten cheese sandwich. You would take it and you would fucking encase it in epoxy for commemoration and perpetuity.
No,
Get out of here.
sorry, I'm not like you. I'm not like you, okay? I just thought it was really cool that I ran into him. You know, I thought it was super cool. It was super nice. It was like the highlights of like going to see the artifact.
And I'm glad you had a good time, sugar belly. You know I'm giving you a hard time, that's all.
Looking at all the artifacts, but like the fact that like I ran into him and like we kind of like, you know, had like a little like whatever, like it was cool.
And I'm glad you had that wonderful experience. And I do think that the book idea would work. And I do think you want to collect knowledge of this caliber for your community's benefit. And I think you should do the work. It doesn't have to be this person. You can identify several other candidates, some probably a lot more accessible. You can develop your questionnaire.
Excuse me, Africans want any more inspiration to improve their country.
One second. You can develop your questionnaire with lower hanging fruit. And if you build a reputation for yourself as you are sincere and that you are academic and rigorous in your questions and in your demeanor, you never know, you might gain access to the upper echelons of the world that you want.
Why would I do that when all I need to do to gain active upper echelon is to go and do a master's at an Ivy League university? Why do I need to do all three?
That's obviously the route where you'd have to now.
It's literally the most reliable route.
One second, don't calm down. You have to have the alignment of the students that are there now are connected to the people you want to be with, like directly. And then if there is an indirect route, then you'd have to try to start exploiting that indirect route. And it's more probabilistic that it will be second or third.
See, this is why.
One second. It's more likely, more probable that everybody that you meet in the master's program, depending on the study, right, which master's program, is going to be second or third separate degree separation from the real person that you want, at which point you're still, after you've gained insurance with this person, with a third degree separation, you're still going to need to navigate those other degrees of separation. And I'm just saying, you're still going to have to employ some sort of other mechanism besides, hey, I went to school with Brad. And you're like, okay.
Men are the real gold diggers. Look how you just activated what I told you I met a billionaire today. You just, like, now you're trying to force me, you want to force me to have more connection with this man than I want.
You want it, sugar belly. You're not going to. No, you're not.
I was contest my
sugar belly. You can't.
Conflict the gold digger is trying to force me to social fight more. I want to social fight, for God's sake.
Yo, sugar belly, you can't convince me.
Like, what is this?
Sugar belly, you can't convince me.
He's been harassing me.
Oh my God, what'd you say, Nathan?
I said this, man. You know, lesson.
Oh, you know I fuck
with messing with a let's say millionaire, whatever, right?
That threw me off.
This is a billionaire with a capital B, $6 billion.
I get it, but here's a lesson to it, right? This dude, I was doing some work for this guy. He asked me to do something extra. I'm like, oh shit, this guy got like a $25 million house. All right, I do it. I did it. This motherfucker didn't even tip me, man. I'm like, what the fuck? But I said,
That's how he
was
became
a
a
very
millionaire.
important lesson. Yeah, it was an extremely important lesson. And I was like, these motherfuckers, I was young at that time. I said, these motherfuckers are assholes. And ever since then, man, I fucked their pockets up. I mean, left and right. These people, man, if they really wanted to help out and do the right thing, they could. But to be honest with you, they're just like everybody else, to be honest with you, man.
No. I think you're missing. I think because hold on. No. You're missing. See, what's happening is you're misunderstanding my motivations because Sugar Belly has so decidedly to like obfuscate her motivations, right?
Why?
So one second. So what she did is she made a topic about her meeting with this gentleman that nobody knows or cares about.
He's a fucking
hold on, listen to how she says it. And because Sugar Belly is the homie, we entertained her fawning over this stranger. And you, like me, said, okay, is there anything more to the plot besides I took this picture of this billionaire? And her response is no, there is nothing more to the plot. And you, like me, Nathan, said it would be more interesting if you engaged in XYZ, which was introducing yourself, pitching an idea, or trying to gain some sort of real engagement with this person. She says, oh, I don't want that. But her prior behavior betrays that posture, right? You can't have somebody fainting over Michael Jackson and then saying, I don't want an autographed copy of his. You can't have somebody fainting over Michael Jackson and then saying, I don't want a copy of his #1 album, right? So, what that tells me is that this is a psychological response to some sort of fear that she might have that she can well overcome. And we know she's thought about it because she's already developed her main. One second. I'm almost done. And we know she's thought about it because she's already told us what her main plan of attack is, which is to go to the schools with the well-to-do and gaining entry through that route. And I said, well, obviously that is one route, and that route is going to have, probably the same type of chance as this alternate route. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry, but this is all projection. Like, it's such bad projection. I did not faint, right? I was just like happy and excited because I was
same thing.
Like I knew his family was the one that put on the exhibition, but I mean I didn't expect him to be there, right? So it was a pleasant surprise. And no, I didn't approach him because why would you approach somebody who's just trying to enjoy his gallery thing? That's rude and inconsiderate. Stop being weird.
A bit deeper into the topic. Have you been to South Korea before?
That's a woman, y'all. Y'all better get off of Sugar.
What up, Kendo? I already told her I'm wired and broadcast.
A better question. You made sure you didn't have an iPhone when you met him, right?
It's terrible because I took this photograph on my iPhone, which is so bad.
Sacrilege. That is rudeness to the highest order.
Wait, hold on, Ashley.
You are fired.
Ashley. Hold on, Sugar Belly. Let me ask Ashley a question. Ashley, number one, do you think he noticed it? Number two, do you think he cared? No, and I mean that sincerely.
Of course he doesn't. He took the time to invent a product. I'm answering your question.
No, I was telling Sugar Belly.
you take the time to invent a product, do you think that you could recognize the product you invented at a glance?
Wait, is he the inventor or is he just the CEO?
I mean, honestly, not the personal inventor, but the point.
No, not the personal inventor, but
yeah, but
was he the owner?
So he definitely
Was he the owner? Was he the owner when they were developing it?
There's a huge difference. You can tell the difference between a Samsung and an iPhone.
No. Actually, what I mean is, do you think he'll have an emotional response to one of his fans taking a picture with an iPhone?
I'm not his fan. Like, what is wrong with you?
Oh, you're not a fan? Oh, okay. Ashley, what are your thoughts on that?
If I were in his shoes, I'd give a little side eye. I'm like,
are you serious, Ashley?
From the top.
If you have 16 billion up, you care?
Yeah, but I'd give that person the side eye because you're walking up to me. You know, you're obviously taking the time out of your day. Obviously, you're big. And then you pull out my competitor's product. I'm giving you the side eye.
What about if she apologized in advance? What if she apologized in advance? Hold on, can I talk to Ashley for a second? What if she gave an apology in advance, Ashley?
Side eye, but no, I mean, it's not like it's a huge.
It would at least soften your heart a little bit, right?
Because I'm a billionaire. My heart is cold as ice.
And Ashley, I think you're right. I think the money doesn't change you for being a petty bastard. And yeah. Anyway, Manville, how you doing, bro? How's that server farm going? I remember you talked about it like what, a year ago?
Anyway,
how's that going?
When you meet your old
virtual servers? Yeah, is that what you're doing? I thought you were doing something else.
Concrete, when you meet your old billionaire, run and hug them and climb their leg.
You know what's so crazy, Sugar Belly? I've known a billionaire for quite a long time.
Okay.
And one second. And his son, and I have his son's cell number. And they buy shopping centers, and I have yet to be able to sell one to them. But I'm hoping to do one soon. Secondarily, I routinely go to conferences where big dogs are prowling, and that's why I know whatever you want to do, you don't have to go to school, because these people are actively engaging with the public, and not directly, but at least through their liaisons, or as I said, second and third degree associates, right? Like right now, there was a conference that I could have gone to in New York. I just didn't want to, where they're doing deals with Meta for data centers, right? Blue Owl, one of the acquisition managers. I'll give you the game plan. One second. I'm gonna land.
Okay, but
One of the acquisition managers of Blue Owl that does investments for Meta in their data centers was at a New York NYU real estate conference on, I think it was Capital Markets. Anyway, the admission was like $600. I could have went and met him, but I didn't have anything to pitch, so I didn't go. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. When you go to these conferences enough, like if I spend all year going to conferences, where there's conferences in New York, California, all over the country, then all over the globe, and they're usually like from $600 to like $5,000. And so for the whole year, I'd have to probably spend like $30,000, $40,000. But if I spent all year going to conferences and about $40,000, I'd meet everybody in the upper echelon real estate. And when I met everybody in upper echelon real estate and they saw me over the course of a year, and they understood that I was a serious player in that domain, it would then open up the doors to more and more conversations.
Oh no, she left.
Oh shit, okay. I'm trying to give her the game, but
yeah, she left a while ago.
Anyway, it's for everybody else. She didn't want to get it.
She just left. So did you want to hear the answer to your question, or did you just want to talk to her?
I set up 2 main count games.
I can do both. So I did want to talk to her, and I do want to answer to my question.
Okay. Well, Quant VPS is doing really well. I think as of last month, we were at like 4,500 subscribers and nice MRR of about $96.
What's MRR?
Monthly recurring revenue per subscriber.
What did you say? Say it again.
It's about $96.
So all 45 are doing 96
on average.
Damn.
The problem is, I'm actually running out of compute and dedicated server space. The demand is kind of quite high, and we were, meeting a small part of the market. Now we're getting like a little chunk. I'd say overall VPS users that are, semi-institutional or hobbyists is probably it.
Oh, that's what it was. HFT, right? After trading.
Yeah, but I mean, we're working on Polymarket as a sector. We've got like AI image generation stuff going on, and lately we've actually been trying to dip our toes into tax compliance and virtual assistants, because the fees and just the experience using virtual assistants, or kind of trying to scale a lot of what you're providing to customers, like our AI chats and the support tickets, the website management, the ability to run your own tests, turn them on and off, have AI, going down a checklist and being able to go back and, undo some of the work it's fucked up, but also like getting the bulk of the grunt work done, in an afternoon of a bunch of tasks is really freeing to the, cost of labor.
So where your dev crew, where are they out of?
My dev crew is a fucking AI assistant. I swear to God.
Get out of here. Hold on, let me do the fucking math. 4,500 times 96 times 12. Hold on, anybody got a calculator? That is pretty impressive if that's your dev crew. I'm gonna tell you, I was in a coffee shop the other day, and I'll share this with you because it was given to me for free through Ear Hustling. He runs a bookkeeping service, and he was at $450. I think he's at $450 a month for like 200 clients. And his entire dev staff, he said, was out of Eastern Europe. He said they were way better than the Indians, and they were like master's level fucking educated for $2,000 a month, right? Like you got top tier people for $2,000 a month out of Eastern Europe. And he said that he was doing, he was trying to get to like $96,000 a month by the end of the year. And he's doing bookkeeping, right? Real low tech, obviously. 200 clients, $450 each, and a dev crew out of Eastern Europe. You've got way better numbers, obviously, way better upside for the type of stuff you're talking about. So you should definitely look into Eastern Europe.
It scaled really nicely. The problem with incorporating like an army of people is how sensitive the information like going through our servers are. These are people's their livelihoods. This is whether it's play money or not, people still give a shit, and people get very personal with like how they're actually using the service. So giving a bunch of people
for everybody who's dealing with this type of clientele and this type of product, I mean, they all have the same sensitivity issues that need to be worked around in order I don't know.
They do, but maintaining it has not been very hard to provide superior customer service in this sector. Let me put it that way. And the downtimes and like issues that we have run into, they're few and far between. The biggest headache, is the customer. So raising prices has helped a little bit. Because it's always the motherfucker with like one fucking account on your cheapest fucking plan that gives you, 80% of your fucking headaches. So firing customers and sending those horrible motherfuckers to the competition has been pretty fun. As far as like the space, the RAM and the graphics card, supply and the ability to spin up new servers is getting choked.
I was about to ask you about that. I guess you're in the data
margins
as well.
The margins are fine, but so what's difficult is the real estate, right? So when not so much the forex business, but in the futures market, which is what we targeted first, the Chicago Exchange is the place to be. And so there's only so many data centers that are there, and there's only so much room to build more compute. So we've taken quite a bit of a footprint there, and that's going to continue to increase, and people are going to fight over it.
Are you using shared space, or do you own your own servers?
Concrete. Just one quick thing. You're talking about Chicago. Look about 5 hours south of Chicago, and you won't have a problem finding space in the southern part of the state.
But it's not co-located.
What does that mean?
So the point of operating from a server at the exchange is that it's at the exchange. So your latency for high frequency trading is as minimal as possible. It's about getting the shortest wire to the exchange to eke out as much like physical performance benefit you can. So you could be all over the world. You could be in fucking Timbuktu. You could be on the moon and establish an internet connection and log into your server, but your server is 15 feet away from the fucking exchange. No.
Concrete doesn't believe we went to the moon.
Yo, Manville, so do you own your servers, or you're using shared servers?
It's a mix. Well, like the data center, right, is shared. When people swipe their cards on our site, that payment gets automatically made. The server gets spun up at like an Equinix data center or something like that. It loads our launch page, our version of Windows, our preloaded stuff on there, and then they set their password and go into their partition. But as far as the management of like how much compute is dedicated to their partition on the server, that's done by the exchange. It's not done by anything we set up.
Interesting. And so have you priced?
The problem with that is one, we're benefiting from the same things we're providing our clients, but not having to manage that ourselves. Right? We're taking advantage of kind of the same thing. The other thing is the shelf life and the life cycle of that hardware and sourcing that hardware is a pretty tall and complicated order. That's still labor intensive. People have to build it, maintain it, keep the things running, run updates, run sweeps, fix downtime issues. That gets handled by the service provider. So that's taking on a lot of extra responsibilities for not much benefit. When our margins are really, like, for example, we're selling a $59.99 a month, server package, where our overhead monthly to the company is like $9, right? Going and buying a whole server farm to eke out $3 of fucking margin or $6 of fucking margin on something I'm already making, right? Like $51.
No, I'm not saying I don't know if it's feasible or not. I'm just curious what it costs, if you have any idea.
Basically everybody
anybody who's serious is doing hosted services, because not only the cost, but the labor hours, the complexity, and the liability is such that there's not enough margin value in doing it yourself, which is why like AWS is basically ruling the world right now.
Wait, Stilgar, didn't I send you a fucking code to spin up a server and play around on Quant VPS?
I don't believe so. I don't know. I don't check my DMs that much, but I can look. What is this? What is this thing you're doing?
Like the last time we were in here, Concrete was asking me about it. I sent it to somebody. I don't know if it was you or another guy.
I think it was me.
Bro, that was a year ago.
You have a great memory.
I deal with link on his profile. You can't go to your back channels with him.
All my daily work stuff revolves around a lot of this host.
Concrete's all on his back. Manvo, will you come to my room? Manvo, we need you in here.
Post a PTR. Anyway, it sounds good, bro. Congratulations to you. Hopefully you'll stop harassing black people and wherever you're at. Because now that you're...
Hold up, the hood rat shit never stops.
Oh my God.
I can't get enough.
So
I'm a ghetto gunfighter till I die.
I heard the part about placing data centers near exchanges to improve ping times and stuff. Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah, that's part of the locations we offer, but I swear, like, we're opening hosted servers in fucking Amsterdam and shit at this point. Like, we're just getting the compute that we can.
So that's what's not for free. You're like doing like a packaged service to set this up for people so they don't have to do all the back end stuff themselves.
Yeah, it's quantvps.com.
Okay, and this is like for crypto trading.
It's mainly for futures trading,
high frequency.
And again, like we're working on some stuff for things like poly market and betting, doing like some arbitrage on that end for people who want to dip into that. It looks promising. It looks like something fun, but we'll see where it goes. The majority of all the data centers we work with, we tap them out pretty quickly of what they like spin up.
Just a quick question. If all these boxes that you're hosting or paying to host, whatever you're doing, are then being purchased by people to utilize them to run these trades, why not just do that yourself? Are they fooled into thinking it's more profitable than it is? Help me understand that.
Why are we not running? Why are we not running high frequency trades?
Yeah, like you're selling me a money printer. Why not run the money printer instead of selling it to me?
I'm not selling strategies, right?
So they dealer their own strategies. You're just selling prime estate to the head end.
I have the real estate, and I also have referral programs and deals. So there are a lot of guys who are providing strategies and providing like the consulting services to facilitate like them onboarding people into trying it out. So they'll sign up with these guys. They will create them an account on Quant VPS, like when they follow their link. So we're getting the business through these guys selling strategies. These guys are using our platform to give their customers access to trades, but we're basically just giving them, hey, you have a link ending, you open up Windows, you have your stuff in there,
or voice himself the way you can call maybe your brother or your aunt or your mother and have them pick up the phone. That's what proof is. Like if I ask you to prove you have $10 in your pocket, you'll be able to go in your pocket if you have $10, pull it out and present it. Okay, that's proof. You can't prove through your argumentation, your questions, and all of that, the God that you believe in exists. And that's fine, because it's an issue of faith. That's what it is. Okay, you haven't had the experiences that you read about. So when you read about Enoch walking with the true God, you haven't had that. When you heard that God spoke to Noah, you haven't heard that.
Tell me.
What, 3 past accounts with Apex Trader funding for like $50K each? that I can I draw about 2,000 a week from.
Oh, so nice. What's a good play? I know equities, a little bit of that, but I don't know anything about coming out.
I'm not the finance guy here. My buddy Al from high school has been, the double finance and business law major.
He's had to explain some play.
He's had to explain some play, but honestly, I don't understand the machinations of that Jewish mind. I just know it makes money. So,
Wait, did you say Jewish and not Catholic? That was an inside joke. You can keep going. I was poking fun at something concrete. So go.
Yeah, so...
You want to hear my theory? You want to hear my theory? Or you want to finish what you were saying?
I have a feeling you're going to share your theory whether I want you to or not, but I would like to finish.
I'm saying whether... Yeah, go. You go to...
He did, show me how to set the stuff up on my own, start running strategies. We had, bots that were able to do about 500,000 strategies a minute or something stupid. The biggest issue, or the most complicated thing probably, is getting the historical data into NinjaTrader and Rhythmic to get your tests up and running. It's pretty it's a pretty easy overall strategy. You know what your liquidation amount is. You don't want to select a strategy that's likely to hit your liquidation, so you select a conservative strategy. It's just getting that fucking historical data in there for you to sit there and run the actual simulations. That's where the technical side of things I fall off the fucking map when the Python comes up.
$1 trillion. Everybody, a couple quick updates before lunch.
Sorry, bro, I fell asleep.
I keep on coming in. I had a buddy who was doing this kind of stuff, but what he using it for was to run bots to purchase hype beast type shit, Supreme items and that sort of stuff. Because if you can be the first one into the server when the drop happens and automate the entire buying process with, backup credit cards, because a lot of times they'll flag you if you make too many purchases with a single credit card. And they were essentially just scalping out all the, whatever Supreme brick shit that was popular at that moment, hoarding it for weeks and weeks.
We've been internally audited by American Express 3 fucking times in 2025. We're running fucking everything through a business gold card. It's fucking beautiful. We're getting 4 times points on every single server these guys buy from us. I could fly to Dubai for the rest of this year and not run out of fucking points. But yeah, I could spend a year in the air at this point. Aside from that, the really the interesting thing that I'm excited to dip into is with Polymarket, you can be searching the very tail ends of all of these events, and you can find that point where the arbitrage tiny little bit off of every single outcome that's being offered as fast as they're being offered.
Yeah, I've seen that before. There's also a thing you can do where you can play on different sports books and take advantage of their $25 for $25 matching programs, and then hedge your bet with another bet on a different platform. That way, whether you win or lose, you still win, kind of thing. It takes a lot of management. Automation would probably make it easier to do, but
yep, that's the idea.
Yeah, there's a lot of wacky shit going on there. The whole online betting boom that we've seen, and I have a suspicion it'll probably be a bubble and eventually level out, has a lot of areas of opportunity for weird little off
well, now here's a problem I'm dealing with. Maybe you have some advice for me on it.
Don't give advice, Kitover.
My opinion is
I'm a retard with a cell phone. I probably don't have advice for you, but I'll try.
we're a service provider, right? We're not offering financial advice. We're not operating in any other countries, right? We're using the services of different companies, but our entity ultimately is a fucking Delaware Corp. And when we have these customers come in from England to Germany and Italy and shit like that, what fucking obligation do we have to collect taxes and track and report to these foreign fucking countries what their own citizens are doing? My personal opinion on the matter is that those countries can go after their own citizens for the VAT, but I'm really under no obligation to comply with their tax structures, because they're coming over here electronically to buy shit from me that operates on servers in the United States. And like, if I start getting under this like EU tax compliance and getting under Australian tax compliance and all these other places, once I start doing it, I'm going to be stuck and I'm going to have to keep doing it, or it's going to become a pain in the ass. But if I never do it in the first place and I just deal with the American stuff, I think it'll be more manageable in the long run, right? Yeah, but the downside is if I grow too big and I get noticed, like, they're gonna try because they're greedy little fucking piglets. But I really don't think like I owe them a duty to like collect their fucking taxes from their fucking people.
If and when you get that big, it'll be a problem that you will welcome with open arms, because you'll be big enough to absorb it without any fucking concern, and you can hire a team of lawyers to handle it. I think it belongs to you. What they do with it, legal or otherwise, could very much so become your problem. I mean, this is a common issue with hosted services in general, which is why when you sign up for like a box with AWS, they make you sign away your soul, saying that essentially whatever liability they come under, you will then be responsible to recuperate. Not that that's ever really going to pan out in their favor, but yeah, I mean, hypothetically speaking, let's say you just leased boxes and somebody put a bunch of like CSM on there. CSAM, that's the new one. I'm trying to track that. What is that? Child sexual abuse material is the new provision.
Just say CSAM. CSAM.
Yeah. So this is difficult, right? Because there's legal structures for like whether you're a publisher or not when things are being posted publicly. When it's being hosted on private hardware and not being distributed or published, it falls under different rules. So yeah.
The setup in this case, right, is that the service provider, arranged a relationship. Right, I middleman a relationship between Equinix data center and Joe Blow.
You don't even own the boxes; you're just arbitraging them for a value add.
Right, and I'm helping Joe. Like, okay, you gotta download the file and drag it over here. And did you remember your password exactly as you put it? Oh yeah, you did. Oh, you're so smart.
Well, I mean, they'll go for the bigger fish in the pond because that's who's got the resources to pay up. Until you become a big enough fish that you're worth coming after too.
It was still going.
Or you get some fucking like crusader going on thinking like this is evil with just a fucking axe to grind, and they can't touch the big guys, so they wipe out all the small fuckers who feel good about themselves. But
lawmakers have passed this. What?
Well, and the other thing is like what you're dealing with here is not in any way proprietary, and like you could do it as like a cottage industry thing. And
my brand and my SEO is proprietary, right? Yeah, but it's probably the biggest point of vulnerability.
That'll melt away the minute somebody has a bigger marketing budget than you and can leverage far more purchasing power of the same
Guys, still guard, chill out, bro. Don't be doing them like that.
No, I mean, look, these are the moves with these kind of plays. Is you squeeze them till they're dry, and you move on to the next one.
Absolutely.
That doesn't make it a play. That just makes it a temporary play.
Dude, we've had Chart VPS, the fuckers at Ninja Trader VPS, all trying to fucking come in and spy and figure shit out. And honestly, like they're fucking dinosaurs who got into this shit like right after .com, and this motherfucker was giving us backlinks when he wrote some dumbass blog post or had fucking AI write some dumbass blog post comparing our fucking system. Gave us backlinks that jumped us up 3 fucking places on the fucking front page. It was insane.
Wait, you're saying you have like a platform that's like Ninja Trader?
No, we're an authorized vendor for Ninja Trader.
Oh. So like
and TradeStation.
And Trade?
And a shitload of other fucking...
The fuck is Ninja Trader? Is it like MetaTrader Fun?
Ninja Trader's a broker.
Yeah, do you MetaTrader? I don't.
52, 41, 74.
Your nearest casino and sit at the bar and hear all the wonderful stories of all the wonderful winning that the gambling addicts drinking at the bar next to you enjoy. And then immediately upon asking them for their win-loss statement, the reality sinks in that they're just not up. And the house always wins.
Okay, yo,
you like White Boy Take Some, Angel?
I'm positive this year. I'm positive last year.
White Boys, Nathan.
I was positive this year. I'm up last year. I think I'm doing pretty good right now. I'm on a hot streak right now, man. I'm on a hot streak.
So right now, well, go ahead. I wanted to ask a question.
May the winds of fortune continue to blow in your direction. Hopefully, they never change.
Thank you.
So right now, I've got like the most expensive, honestly, thing that's hard to keep fucking provided to people. A 12-core Ryzen stack with 128 gigs of RAM, 2 terabytes of storage, and a gig per second guaranteed for $299 a month. Yearly, it drops down to about $240.
How locked into that price are you with the data center?
You mean what's the margin?
No. I mean, like, how long until they say, fuck you, pay me more? Because with the RAM prices going the way they're going and the cost of hosted services climbing by the day, please tell me you have like a 5-year lock-in or some shit.
The contracts, the initial contracts for shared server partitions are locked in. The dedicated servers were not, but we're passing that on to the customers along with everybody else. And what honestly, what's probably going to need to happen is I'm going to start partitioning off the dedicated servers, and they're just going to become a priority. We'll make sure you're squared away. We won't put too many people on this thing for a high fee.
You need that much meat in like on the plate. Can't you just run bigger boxes and then containerize stuff and give them a chunk of the pie instead of giving them their own machine?
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, okay.
But you're selling it to them as if it's all yours. It's like Sure, buddy.
Well, effectively, how much is that VM thread or whatever is theirs?
As long as you're not mining on the fucking thing, I don't care.
Let me ask you this, Manzo. So being in this business and, to the level that you're at, what have you noticed that would be a good business, given your inside information? That obviously you don't have all the bandwidth to do every idea, but what good ideas are out there that if somebody were interested in this space, you'd be like, yo, you should do this.
I just told you that the AI agent, all the things I'm working on, the AI agents, the automated compliance, and not so much like the payment processing itself, but building the tools that actually enable you to have these things talk to each other, and then the website monitoring, troubleshooting, spinning up simulations, all of that stuff is crazy value. And dude, the compliance. Do you have any idea what these motherfuckers are charging for like tax compliance?
You're doing too much inside baseball. I was thinking about something that's like a little bit more attainable for the non-fucking server farm running high frequency trader. Something like data centers or something along that line.
That's even less obtainable. Dude, I'm telling you.
No, but within that domain, that is attainable, right? Like,
if you have 10 grand in credit on a credit card, all right, and you have 3 months to spend, like, dedicated to figuring out some kind of like assistance or business to business thing that helps in e-commerce, dude, spinning up AI created services and platforms is never been fucking easier. It's right the fuck there. Yeah, but I would start the business to figure out like what assistance you need, and then I would immediately transition into providing that assistance to everybody else. Like, find all of the things that charged you a little too much or that you could also do, figure that you needed, figure those out, and then start charging people for it.
Okay, the only problem with that is, in summation, what I'm hearing is use money you don't have to try to go get money you want but might not get, and vibe code the whole thing.
Vibe code.
So how did you get into shape?
They've been.
Oh, he's stuck.
Listen, man. I'm ready to offer you a redemption.
Every black man in 2020 had a truck.
I'm ready to offer you a redemption arc here, Mango. I need you to answer one question for me. How do you know about Tale of the Dragon?
So, my neighbor for a very, very long time lived across the street, and we would hang out, go lobster chicken, shooting, all kinds of shit. Moved to Maryville, Tennessee, and he lives.
That's where I'm
10 minutes from the Tennessee side. He's off the 411. Lives 10 minutes from the Tennessee side of the Tale of the Dragon and Tennessee River. And so whenever I was coming through 81, I would stop by and hang out in Maryville, and I fucking love it up there. It's fantastic.
Are you coming from 81 North or 81 South?
It's like Asheville without the smelly hippies.
Yes. Where are you coming from? 81 North or 81 South?
Maryville this year, dude. I'm looking for a house. I'm getting in contact with a realtor. I'm already applying for all the loans and stuff. I'm moving to Maryville.
Dude, it's tough. He's got an acre on the top of a hill with his own shooting range in the backyard, and he got that fucking house for $300. And the entire fucking valley, like the entire hillside in front of him, got built out in like the last 2-3 years. It's absolutely insane.
Almost the strongest Joseph Severino.
Honestly,
Severino has my vote.
Like on an actual fast car. Like, have you ever been downtown? Like on an actually fast car, like with an actual like fast person.
I had my E63S up there once. That was about.
No, but I mean, like, do you know how to drive? Like, do you have like autocross experience? Like I'm telling you that I'm doing state line to overlook in like high 9s, low 10s.
Again, why aren't you doing some lemons shit, brother?
But honestly,
this is why I do it.
Have you driven the 165?
Sharahala? Yeah, my car caught fire. I have a video chasing down a Porsche, getting all the way down, like all catching up, passing him up. Then I stopped. That was my mistake because I have a mid-engine car, and I caught fire. My car's still being repaired because it caught fire.
Yeah.
I've ridden Sharahala, Devil's Triangle.
I mean, let's be fair. If you're not lighting shit on fire, you're not really racing.
Oh yeah, dude. That's just like bread and butter for mid-engine cars, bro. Been down.
I hate to, I hate to pull the scab over this open one, but how much are you into it for? Yes.
Oh, I don't know. Look.
If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. I can hear the pain in your voice.
The car. I bought the car for $25K because it had like 30,000 miles. From 1995, this car, a mid-engine and unfucked with, I get to tool the fucking to the car. Okay, so $25K. Then the car has like already like, we're looking at 25 to 30 something K in modifications, plus whatever this is going to be. That's like suspension, that's like fuel system, that's tubes, that's like computer, that's welding to the brace, everything.
Yo, you hate for fucking.
At that point, buddy, why don't you just buy a 94RS?
I'm telling you why. Because smoking motherfuckers are in a 720 and a 95 Toyota is fucking the dream. That's the dream. No ABS, heel toe shifting on a mid-engine 95 Toyota on a Corvette's ass is the dream. If you're part of the Discord, go to Cootery. You can see me like hunt down an R35 done by Top Secret. That's like 1,000-something horsepower, all performance mod fucking GTR. Just getting hunted down.
I don't want to speak directly to our city. I'm running for mayor. My first priority is health.
Hunting down a fucking R35 GTR. Okay, on tail. He owns the building on top of tail. The Killboy. The two buildings are on top of tail. You owns one of them. That's the only guy there. And you're keeping up with a 90 and a 95 Toyota? Yo, dude, that's the fucking dream, dude. Fuck like getting whatever other car. Fuck having
So there's these
DCT. What?
There's these absolute fucking nut jobs down in Broward County. And my dad just got his new Porsche, so we went down. We had the meet at the detail shop on 595, which is like all that's kind of left of the South Florida car scene, really. That's any good. That's not some like bullshit cars and coffee. Look at my Bugatti. Instagram fest. So like it's fucking croquetas, pastelitos, and like crazy fucking builds. All right. So
I don't fuck with the beaters and their build shit. The only thing I fuck with is like their Mexican GTRs. That's
Listen though, these crazy fucking Cuban rednecks called Slippery, right? Are making all like ridiculous LS swapped. They have a 996 turbo wide body with fucking with twin turbo LS fucking 996. I don't want to speak.
You're trying to fucking die a V8 in the rear? Bro, dude, like, listen to a Cuban, bro. This is why I like Dominicans, bro. Dominicans have, like, a little bit of sense. They're like, I want the car to go fast, but
you can't see a fucking thing. These crazy motherfuckers are running stock fucking rims and keeping the fucking amber and the runny egg. You have no fucking idea what's under this thing, all right? When these guys started up cold and pulled away, there was some, leaves had fallen and some bullshit on the ground. I got fucking blasted in the face like I was hit with birdshot when this fucking thing backfired. Yeah, it's a fucking flashbang.
Yo, man, are just not beautiful, bro. They get picking up Corvette, but SP5 one.
But on
a 996,
in a 996, right, with a few parts that they're making swapped in, fucking out of control. Now, is it as dangerous as a fucking Widowmaker? Probably, because that's a lot of fucking weight in the rear.
Oh, wow, bro, that's a fucking that's not a flat six.
You have to be able to fucking drive.
This is starting to feel like how everybody else was probably feeling when we were talking about servers. Worse.
Yeah.
Fucking worse.
How concrete? There's male testosterone running through this.
Before y'all continue. Because Manville was talking about making money, now you're just talking about spending it. Yeah. Look, before you go back to this topic.
Hey, motherfucker, if I'm not converting money into noise, what the fuck was the point of making money in the first place?
Very good point. I hear you. I just don't think dicks are delicious, so I stick to 2 inches and 4 wheels. Anyway, Manville, real quick. Stilgard voiced some concerns about, various ventures, and I understand that point of view, Stilgard. But then
scared money don't make
resume. Then we heard Manville's resume, which included all the Black business tips for the last 10 years. But he did level up to tech. And so tech is, I think, for the serial entrepreneur, which he sounds like he is, tech is the last frontier. I myself am venturing in that direction in hopes of getting some of that digital gold, and I think I will, because basically you're taking your real world conventional business acumen and you're turbocharging it with the internet, when obviously this has been something we've known for 30 years, but for some strange reason, it seems to have gotten exponentially easier and still I'm surprised to hear somebody of Manville's, stature say something about 4,500 clients at X amount of dollars. That's fucking crazy. So obviously it's still a bright frontier, and I think you should dip your toe into it. So eloquently said, Gary Money don't make any money, and you don't have to start with 10K on a CC. You can start with whatever it takes to 5 code your first e-commerce site.
Whatever your grandma's social. One thing, so these are all the Black business tips, apparently, but I don't think executed the way I executed them.
Bro, I had every one of my homeboys was in Toro. Every one of my homeboys did
No. I did shots. No. Yeah. I don't want to speak directly to our city. I'm running for mayor. In my first primary, we had some friends who had like 9 hurricanes, getting crashed around Miami. Every time you rented to someone from Atlanta, all right, your friends were renting shit on Turo. They were not buying inventory.
Oh, I'm gonna tell you, every one of my
It's a joke, concrete, relax. So the Turo thing was gonna be a competing app. We didn't launch it. The mining computers, right? I had the Southeast distributor for Asus ROG giving me as many fucking 1080 Ti's as I wanted. All right. I had rigs. I had a whole stack of motherboards that had 13 PCI Express ports. I could literally build, like, even with 2, definitely, but I could build some crazy amounts of GPUs.
And then the AI revolution happened, and they said, "Fuck you."
Well, we could honestly, if we had just kept the inventory, if we just sat on the inventory and bought it and waited till today.
Yeah. That's why some jewelry shops are so successful. They actually don't even really have to turn profit because the precious metals market is naturally inclining over time. So they can just sit on most of what they have, sell basically nothing, and then still walk away with the bag.
We're about to have like a silver meltdown, right? Even the JPY, like they're putting the first time they're
something real fucking weird is happening.
I said Stilgar. The Japan has been trying to get inflation for years, right? So anyway, they tried out like inflation. Yes. They tried so they sell more adult diapers than baby diapers. That's a true fact. Look it up. But look, listen. They have been trying to get inflation for so fucking long, but it just doesn't work like that, right? There's been 0% interest for like forever. So people have just saved up their money. Now that there's actual inflation, which they've been trying to get, the shit is panicking, right? So they only have like a couple of options, right? The JPY starts in the US, you're gonna have to sell like the bonds that they're holding. That's gonna fuck up our economy. So obviously,
the Bank of Japan holds so much of our
Wait. Here's the fun part, right? Obviously, Trump is not gonna let that happen. So he's going to do what they did before to make the dollar
Shinzo Abe in the face.
They're going to try to make it perform worse against the JPY. Otherwise, we're all fucked, right? Which means that the dollar value is going to go down. Which means that gold is going to still go up, right? Which also means that if you're on Forex, you can take a long position against the USD versus the JPY on like 4-to-1 leverage and just, I don't know, like
Are you a prophet?
There's some real fluctuations going on if you're not She's just gonna yell.
I will say this.
So, have any of you actually tried to sell silver?
Kitover. I'm running for mayor.
Think about this.
I'll sell my gold bracelet at the pawn shop for like $300.
Exactly. What if there was a business? What if there was a business? Desperate people. I'm in the middle of a fucking sentence. Jesus Christ. In this business, desperate people.
Okay, but
bring you valuable shit.
Did I hear my name?
Are you still fucking trying to interrupt me when I'm making this point?
Just ignore her completely and continue. That's the only way to improve conditions. It will only improve them marginally, but they will improve.
Your customers will sell you gold for under the fucking spot value, which you can then immediately fucking sell for spot and then make more loans off of the free fucking income that they just
But the problem is, Manville, literally nobody is buying at spot right now.
Yeah, welcome to what jewelers have been doing for the past 60 years.
Basically,
in cities. Like, this is how the jewelry market works. No one actually owns anything. Everybody just buys off another person and gets like a small markup on it. But you're not getting any gold or silver refined or melted down right now. No one, including the largest refineries, are taking in any silver because it's overvalued. No one will buy your silver right now other than your local mom and pop pawn shop that doesn't know what they're doing. And then they're going to hold on to all this fucking plated silver, all this fucking junk scrap, and then the market's going to drop and they're going to lose money.
My buddy with 200, my buddy
I nearly agree with Hagop on that.
In New York and Florida,
Nearly.
he's got over 200 stores. He's buying silver at literally 60%.
What kind of stores? Oh, wow. So the problem is, I would say,
They were nice, like they didn't know, and then he pulled a gun on all of them. You can read about it.
Pakistani.
Was he? I don't remember who he was.
He was Pakistani. He was British. He flew over to, first of all, he was on their terrorist list over in England, but had recently come off, but he still should have been he was like staying at shelters or something, and then he went there to that synagogue, which happened to be Reform, by the way, of course. And they were like the bridge building type of synagogue with the other communities, Muslim communities. And anyways, he went to that one because it was the closest one to the facility that his, quote, sister was incarcerated at, and not his blood sister, his sister in Islam. And this is actually someone, CARE, the Council of American Islamic Relations, they fight for this woman to be free because, we're not free until we're all free. And she was arrested for her ties to terrorism in Afghanistan, and where she targeted U.S. military. And she, funny enough, went to Brandeis. So she went to a Jewish university where she was raised to be a jihadi. She was raised to do this. She was intentionally at a Jewish institution for a reason. And she later got married and had her children, and then went back to Pakistan and left her husband because her whole purpose in life was to be a jihadi. So that's what I remember from the story back at the top of 2022. Because that's when I lost my account. I lost my only Instagram I had ever had because I posted about this man being a Muslim because he was a Muslim. And
you lost your account from that?
Yeah. Actually, I forget who it was. Princess, Partisan Princess, I think that's her name on Instagram, right? She had sent me a screenshot, and the Muslims community were taking my screenshot, posting it to their stories, directing people to come and report my account. And guess where it all started? Here on Clubhouse. Yeah, where they held a room and put my Instagram handle in the top link, and we're directing people to go report me.
Who was it on here?
Palestine Revolt.
Lovely. That was 22, so it was kind of at the end of COVID. And I think they were in there am I right on this? It was like 10 hours? 9 or 10 hours?
Yep. It was a standoff.
Yeah.
Yep. And that's exactly what happened. And they credited the ADL for the training.
It wasn't the ADL.
Yeah.
We did the training. I mean, not only did we do the training, the chair that he used is at our central command center when you first walk in.
Oh, that's crazy.
Is that crazy? We have that chair, and then we also have, sadly, a chair with bullet holes in it from Tree of Life. And also we have the glass from the window of Colleyville
And you see the bullet holes in it, like right in the front of our offices. So, no, but it really made a difference that rabbi knew what to do.
Oh, and if the story is even more interesting, I believe so when he was in the synagogue, he wanted to call a rabbi in New York City, Manhattan, and I believe that turned out to be Fuchtal, right? The Asian convert that leads Central Synagogue in Manhattan, that there was all this controversy around this year because she didn't come out to condemn Mamdani. So if I remember correctly, he had actually telephoned her. And why? Because Jews can control things, like just letting somebody out of this facility. Like he really thought, he's commenting now. Get her out of jail because Jews control the world, and he was going to call this all-powerful Jew in New York City. And
he's talking now on Haman. I think he might even be there. Who, Madani? You want to hear?
Yeah. Oh yeah. He
play it?
went there. They already have the photos out.
This is deeply alarming, especially given the deep meaning and the history of the institution. Just like many in Europe and around the world. Any threat to a Jewish institution or place of worship must be taken seriously. Anti-Semitism has no place in our city. Of course, we'll keep monitoring the story. We'll have legal and developments tomorrow morning, beginning at 4:30. New next up.
That was deep.
Well, he also issued a full statement, which is 3 paragraphs long, which substantively says the same thing, I guess. He says he's at the headquarters in Crown Heights, where a man intentionally and repeatedly crashed his car into the building. I'm relieved that no one was injured in the horrifying incident. He said, this is deeply alarming, especially given the deep meaning and history of the institution to so many in New York and around the world. Any threat to a Jewish institution or place of worship must be taken seriously. Anti-Semitism has no place in our city, and violence or intimidation against Jewish New Yorkers is unacceptable. I stand in solidarity.
Comes from him.
Yeah, I stand in solidarity with the Crown Heights Jewish community, and I'm grateful to our first responders for taking swift action. I will keep New Yorkers updated as we learn more about this incident.
What kind of swift action was that? They were like, him right there. Yeah, right there. Like, he's just not, they had no hustle, no nothing.
Yeah, and the governor issued a statement, and there's also video clips, if you haven't seen it, from inside the building, as well as the other videos showing him taken into custody.
Yeah, and it's not just a normal day there either. It's a significant date. So there's more people than normal that would be there celebrating today.
Yeah. And as far as the possible yeshiva connection, I did find multiple posts on social media, but none of them added new information, so I suspect they're just copying the information from the YWN report.
Yep.
The training's really important. And the other group that we got into training, Hillels all over the U.S., all over North America and in Europe, and also the AEPI houses and CBT, but mostly AEPI we work with. They have really been under attack. I mean, like, houses vandalized, kids have been beat up at multiple universities.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a real problem. So we work with fraternity.
All right, I'm going to say something. I don't know who's in the room, but thank God, whatever else you want to say about Trump, thank God he put an end, or at least tried to do something about assault on Jewish students on college campuses that Biden refused to do anything about, and which frankly Harris seemed to think that had some kind of validity. I'm sorry to put, to make this heavily political, but It's been a disaster. The college campus experience for Jews was a disaster for the last 2-3 years. Thankfully, the tide has somewhat reversed. And the statements by those university heads and leaders were outrageous. Like they were humiliated. They're calling gay. Like the next day she was like, "Of course it's wrong. Of course." Suddenly she had a clear view. You know. Yeah. No, if they had said the same statements about any other group, they would be, you know, immediately ousted. I mean, there wouldn't be any question. They were so pleased with themselves too. You know. Yeah, but somehow they were smiling as they were repeating those lawyers that looked the same as but somehow the same thing is okay when it's against Jews. It was really, I mean, nothing short of disgusting, I would say. Yeah, well, I ain't arguing over here. So, Abby, by the way, I sent you an email and I CC'd my friend and I misspelled her name. Her email address, so then it bounced back, so I resent it. That's why you got the same thing twice.
Okay, thank you. Looking forward to
you. Just explaining. I'll leave that at that, and I meant every word that I wrote in there.
Thank you.
Sabon, Icelander, Fool. I think I'm going out of my head. You know? I think I'm going out of my head.
So can I talk about the new Springsteens?
Oh yeah, Streets of Minneapolis.
Yeah. So first of all, I feel like he ripped off his own song, his own music. I don't like the song. I mean, I think it's mediocre. I don't hate it. I just think it's mediocre. But if you listen to, you know, when you hear something, it's like, why do I know that? Like, I know that melody. I know it. Right. So in Highway Patrolman, the chorus in Highway Patrolman is like the same. It's the same melody. And it also is a lot like Desolation Row, like the Dylan song. Like it just doesn't feel new and creative. Like when he did Streets of Philadelphia, it was really creative. And
of course, that was a great song.
Great song. This song to me is, I mean, as soon as I heard it, I'm like humming it, thinking, why have I hummed that before? And then I went and I knew it was somewhere in Nebraska. Like it took me to that album and the chorus of Highway Patrolman. There may be a couple other songs of his that he copied, but definitely like it's a repeat. That's my feeling.
Yeah, well, God bless you. I must admit, I couldn't even listen. I just couldn't be bothered. But you know, listen, I know you're a true believer. I'm experiencing within my own circle of friends, I'm dealing with a lot of political, what's the right word I'm looking? People are angry and they're mischanneling a lot of their anger. So I love Bruce. I do. But I haven't heard the song. That's all I could say. Let me ask you a question, Abby.
It's not. I mean, the melody is. You're a music person. I'm curious when you hear this melody. You'll say I've heard this before.
Yeah, I'm sure I will. I mean, listen, Bruce at the end of the day is, you know. Yeah, I mean, the early shit. I mean, that's highly original, but. You know, I mean, at this point, between all the folk and everything else, I'm not expecting something, you know, I'm not expecting Born to Run.
No, it's not. I mean, but his political stuff, I mean, you know me and how much I would go literally around the world to see him. I've just turned off. Like, and he's done some smaller venues when he's not on tour. And I've had, people will send me messages, where he's playing in Jersey and different places. And I'm not rushing to see him. Like, I saw him go on the political rant in Berlin this summer, and it was such a turnoff.
So, of course.
He
And what he does, it's not his fault, but what he does is that he then, like, look, he's a sophisticated person, and he's not going to walk around, like, spouting that much terrible shit, but what he does, his followers are not as bright, and all they count, then they, it just devolves into fuck Trump, fuck this, fuck that, It just doesn't lead to elevated conversation.
Well, first of all, it's an interesting demographic because his average fan is like me. They're the age group. No, but the age group is older. Some people take their kids to the concert, but essentially, he's got an older demographic, and they're I don't think they're all Democrats. Like, he did free concerts for, I want to say when Hillary was running.
Right.
He did, and then for Biden, but he definitely did it for Hillary. And he did, like, the day before the election, he did one in Philly down by Independence Hall. And, like, it wasn't full of his heavy fan base. It was a free concert with the boss in Philly, and you didn't get, like, the crowds I think they expected to get for that. And it definitely didn't boost her. So, I don't know. If I look around at who's at his concerts, they don't look like it's all heavy Democrats. I think it's a mix.
Yeah.
Either way, I'm curious your thoughts after you hear it.
And I will listen to it soon. You're a Bruce fan. Did I ever tell you this story? I called, this happened a few years ago, I called a client of mine, a music supervisor in New York City, and she has different people answer the phone. One day this guy answers the phone, and we talked for a long time. He's her new assistant. And I said, okay, so I'm sending you an email. What's your email address? And I swear to God, it was something like evan.springsteen@gmail.com. I said, well, I got to ask, are you the son of Bruce? He said, yeah, I am. So he was interning there, and we spoke a few more times. It was fun. I told him, I said, by the way, I kind of collect a lot of covers, and I have a lot of covers of your father's songs. Would you want me to send them to you, some cool ones? He said, sure. My dad, I said, are you my dad is? So I thought that was an interesting, and, I'm sure nothing too private, but interesting. Eventually he left. Bruce has three sons, three kids.
Isn't one a firefighter or something?
Exactly. One is a firefighter, and the other one is Evan, who is a musician. If you go on YouTube, you can see him performing. It's not, it's a tough. He has been a performer, a singer-songwriter, and I guess at that moment he was interning for this person who picks, who's a music supervisor person in the business.
It's interesting. Max's son. Max's son is in.
Right, he's a major drummer.
Major drummer, right?
Yeah, I forgot the name of the band, but it's a major band, a major metal band.
Metal, yeah. No one's really into that band. I can't remember the name of it. I wonder if Van Zandt.
Okay, I just looked up in LinkedIn, by the way. Evan Springsteen works at music content and editorial at Apple. Let's face it, wherever he wants to work, he works. So he has worked there since 2019. Yeah, I guess it's going all the way back to 2018 that I interacted with him when he worked for my friend, my client. He went to Boston College.
Yeah, that's why he does these free concerts for Boston College.
Bruce?
So when he's not touring, he does the free for Boston College. They're fundraisers, and they charge. It's a fucking fortune. I feel like it might, I'm not making this up, it's either 25 G's or 50 G's to get invited to this thing, to be that kind of level donor.
I know all the private schools and charities. It's a meet, he may even show up at the auction himself, sure.
The concert, I have one friend that told me he went, had a kid at BC. So he was donor anyway at BC, and he said it's like 150 people. That's it at the concert. So those are he does those one-offs, and he was doing it for 4 years or maybe longer, because maybe more than one kid went to BC.
I'm gonna look that up next. Do you know what the daughter does? What her gig is?
The horse stuff.
Yeah, she's a professional at Quest.
Just in the Olympics.
Right. Isn't that amazing? Dude, being a firefighter, I'm sure you know people who are firefighters. I'm looking them up. Sam Springsteen, the youngest son, he's a Jersey City firefighter since 2020. Dude, that is back-breaking work. That's not a job that when you're done with, you go hang out at the bar. That's a job that when you're done with, you're always tired. You know, I know people who do that. And he's not on LinkedIn, by the way. Sam Springsteen is not. But on Google.
See if more than one kid went to BC.
Yeah, I'm looking it up.
He did that concert for a long time.
Yeah, I bet you the daughter went. Where did Sam Springsteen go to college? He went to Bard. That's interesting. Okay, yeah, right. And then Sam went to Bard before pursuing a career, and then he graduated from the Monmouth County Fire Academy in 2014. Well, he's older than I thought. He's the youngest one. In 2014 is when he first became a firefighter. So that's 12 years ago. Fucking A, you know you're old when Springsteen's son has been a fireman for 12 years. Let's go to the daughter since you were showing.
Jessica is her name.
Okay, where did Jessica Springsteen go to college? Duke.
Oh, okay. So it's just the one was at BC.
But do you know that all three of Jerry Seinfeld's kids went to Duke?
No, I didn't know that.
Is that wild? And he's definitely done some appearances there. I know that. I don't know a lot about it.
I have one of my kids went to GW, the other went to Penn, and the one that went to GW on Parents' Weekend, they always had a famous comedian. And one time they had Bill Maher, one time Jimmy Fallon. Like, it was very cool. Someone in that alumni was dialed in because they had like great comedians.
Yeah, I'm just seeing it right now. All three of Jerry's children, two of them graduated already, and the third one, Shepard Seinfeld, started last year. I guess he's the same age as my daughter. He's a sophomore. None of the parents went. That's cool, you know, like one sibling goes, and then the other one said, fuck it, I love it here, I'm going to go too. I always thought it was cool when I was in college and my friends told me there was like a younger sibling there. It was very rare, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like my sister didn't even consider applying to the college where I went. She would even, because she had spent her whole life in my shadow. And she went to Penn, by the way.
What did she go to Penn?
My sister graduated from Penn.
What year?
In 86. And she married her college boyfriend. They're still married. And you want to know what's crazy, Abby? She never went to one reunion. She lives in Connecticut. It would be about a 4 to 5 hour drive. They're just not. You know, I live for my reunions. I love them and I live for them. And I've only missed one of like, you know, a lot. But my sister's never gone to one.
Was she in the college or was she a warden?
She was in college. College, yeah. And then her son, my nephew, graduated from Wharton about 10 years ago. No, not Wharton. No, actually, he had a joint double major. He graduated from Penn, 10 years ago. And he married his college girlfriend, who was a year younger. And her father went to Penn. So, yeah, that's like already 2 generations. You know, that's a lot of Penn people in my family.
How do they feel about it now?
They like it. Well, I mean, they don't say anything negative about it. But they're Zionists, but they're not going to, like, trash the school because of some kind of anti-Israel thing.
My daughter is so, like, negative now. She played squash for 4 years there. And so she was, like, you know, really rah-rah with the university. And she is, like, totally, she said, I'm burning all my sweatshirts. I want nothing to do with it. And I know, angry.
It's not the nature, and it's just not
my other relatives too. I don't know my ex, like where he's at with it. I mean, I stopped giving them money. I was done, and I know a lot of people that also stopped.
Listen, I'm going to say something.
How did you get into shape?
I don't know who's in the room now.
It was really tough.
Over at my college, my alma mater, which I don't want to say.
No, I know it. I know you're off.
No, that's good. So,
it was really tough.
the head of the school was very public about denouncing Trump. He's very anti-Trump.
So how did you get in shape?
And I've heard from people who work at the school that he has made fundraising hard for the school. Because many people, it's not like only Democrats went to the school. A lot of Republicans, when they approach him for fundraising, they say, fuck no. This guy is like, he's way too polarizing. He's not behaving like a university president. He's behaving like a Democrat politician, Democratic capital D. So they're not giving. And I've heard people at the university say, fuck it, I wish this guy would leave already. But it's not a wild way. It's kind of an inside baseball look at things. The college is just trying to raise money.
Right, but then what also happens is you have the opposite, someone like Ben Sass, who sadly is dying now, who, University of Florida was so good at how he handled stuff that people pulled their kids, transferred them to that school, and the donations have been incredible there as a result of having a president that did the right thing and was proactive. So, I don't know. The pen is, I have just a lot to say about it, but hopefully, they've pulled their act together. I mean, it's interesting because in Shapiro's book, he writes about how he got crap from Harris when she was interviewing him on how he reacted to the encampments. But he didn't stop those encampments, and he had a voice on that board. He has a veto. I don't know if it's a veto or it definitely is a vote on the board. Any governor of the state has a seat on the board, but they may have more than just a seat.
Let's see.
Something like
the governor of Pennsylvania has a seat on the board of the University of Pennsylvania. Did you just say
Yes,
that?
I just said that.
I don't think the governor of Connecticut has.
No, so if you Google it, but he might have. It's I think a powerful seat. Wait, let me see if I.
Like a super seat.
Kind of. I mean, that's how it was described to me, but I could be wrong on that. I know he has a seat.
Interesting.
Well, we have a chance to elect a leader, to a commander-in-chief.
The smartest thing I could do is go to bed pretty damn soon.
Okay, here I just found it. Governor holds an ex officio seat on the Board of Trustees of the University of Pennsylvania. Governor Josh Shapiro has utilized his position to influence the campus policies. Yeah, not that much, Josh. It just looks like it's a regular trustee position. That's interesting. Thought it was more. All right.
So let me ask you a question. Is it morning where you are?
Can I answer you offline?
Okay, never mind.
Okay.
I take back the question. I take it back. Okay, it's all good.
Okay.
All right, good night. Take care. I'll see you.
Our communities deserve safety.
I think I'm going to sign out now. I'll say goodbye to everybody. My goal is to go to bed pretty soon, too. For internal reasons. Shalom.
Is this room just sleeping for the night?
No, we're still here. We're holding down the fort.
Not just numbers.
Someone if
They're bus lines that carry working people across Chicago's south and west sides. I've ridden them. I've listened to families who just want a fair shot. For a decade in Congress, I fought to bring federal dollars home, not just numbers.
I'm running for mayor because every family in Chicago deserves a city that fights for their health. Too many of our neighbors live with the pain of sickle cell anemia without support, and that ends here. I'm running for mayor.
Christy Maxwell had a friend that had sickle cell anemia in school. I am not running in this. The support issue.
I'm running for mayor because every family in Chicago deserves a city that fights for their health. Too many of our neighbors live with the pain of sickle cell anemia without care because every
Christy Maxwell had a friend that had sickle cell anemia in school. And I'm running on the support issue.
Aren't just numbers. They're bus lines that carry working people across Chicago's south and west sides. I've ridden them. I've listened to families who just want a fair shot. Just want a fair shot. For a decade in Congress, I fought to bring federal dollars home. Those aren't just numbers. They're neighborhoods. They're families.
You back? Yes, for a few, come on. Nice.
Aren't just.
You missed the shit show. What the fuck?
Just everybody going at each other. You heard what happened today? You heard about 770?
No.
There was a car ramming.
Huh?
Somebody rammed their car into 770 for what?
Oh, God.
Just multiple times.
Oh, my God.
Nobody's injured. They got the guy. But, yeah, they fucked up. Fucked up, brother. Fucked up.
In New York City. All right. But, much.
I even made a fucking statement this dog front.
I've been part of a string of them.
Well, see what happens. I'm just curious who the fuck this guy was. What was the background? You're reading it?
Yeah.
Well, that's basically what you missed, brother.
I don't want to speak.
They're not releasing the name yet.
Railroad and stuff. Right, she'll come in and she'll go, well, I hear what y'all are talking about, but did y'all hear about that black man that was choked to death on the train? Exactly. Yeah. And then you're off to the fucking races. And the worst part is this room takes the bait.
They all the time, bro.
I didn't think
that is true.
That's why she's here.
Blame the victim. Good job, still, dog.
I tell everyone, don't take the video.
Reasonable people that should know better.
But Timothy, have you counter-trolled Monica? Like, have you, like, touched next time she's in the room, just be like,
she doesn't like being blocked. That really bothers her.
I don't talk to her at all. Like, I'm not interested in some little Socratic.
It's amazing how quickly she notices it too. Like, because you have to like click on somebody's profile or probably try to back channel them or something to realize that they're blocked, that they blocked you. And I blocked her, and like it wasn't even 2 days, and she was like, she won't flip that. Coming at me about blocking her.
Yeah, I don't know. She doesn't do the snowflake thing. Somewhere between 9 and 5 cats and Clubhouse. That's it.
You just have to look. This is what she's doing.
No, Monica's married.
If Monica is sure. Oh damn.
Yeah, she doesn't. She has a
Well, lucky that my brother needs liberation.
Epic. That would be the most epic reveal if her husband was black. We hear her sing 17 times a day.
She's a white woman that like black dick but don't like black people.
Hey yo. Next time you're by Monica, just say the following line, bro. Just don't tell her directly. It's just like, have you seen how much of a bitch Jordan Peterson's being on interviews, just crying for no fucking reason?
She will
lose it.
No, but this is what I'm saying, bro. She's so like, but even clean your bloody room. It's like, it's like, bro, do you think this is like?
You can like black dick, but not like black.
She movies.
I do think he's handsome. He just,
You just mute her because she said that. Nathan, you a hater, Nathan. Nathan, you a hater, Nathan.
No, that actually needs to be muted because you've been hearing that a little bit too much lately. And I can tell it's blowing your head up. No, I can tell it's been blowing his head up. So that actually.
Big ass nose he got up too. Nose is crazy.
You do have a big ass nose, that's true.
Yeah, it's good for like when you live in high altitudes and need fucking oxygen.
Yeah, and chew on coca leaves, farm llamas. I get it.
Oh yeah, dude. Coca leaves are like the shit, bro.
That strong copper tone, red.
That shit's like
getting real uncomfortable now.
Yeah, this is getting weird, man.
Oh God.
He married.
Drink some water, ASB, for both reasons. The thirst for drinking and the alcoholism. Drink water for both.
Shut up.
Yo.
You him, do you support Arsenal?
No, I support United. But,
Oh, really? Oh, okay. I support United too. My brother supports Arsenal, bro. Yes.
Well, I'll be a gang, though. Come on. Concrete's a racist for real. Concrete might be the biggest racist in the truth. After what I saw today, I can't believe it. As well as being like
racist again too.
Against the whites.
Which ones?
Huh?
Which ones?
Like,
wait,
are
we still working off the framework that everybody's racist? Because it's really unhelpful.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it says the person who said that babies are racist.
When did I say that? Oh, sometimes they are. That's true. That is true.
Well, there is actually a study that showed. No, I'm not sure about babies.
Yeah, if you take a white baby who's never seen a black person and you put them in front of a black person.
You know that famous doll experiment. Remember that? I can't remember her name, but the lady who conducted the doll experiment. But go on. What's your critique, Silva?
So my point is that if we say everyone is racist, then it's an absolute figure, and there's no working around it other than waiting around for it to change. I don't know. Like, if you mean that, like, everybody has their own internal biases and their upbringing leads them to have certain, stereotypical views of people outside of their race category, then yeah, that's all accurate. But it's not helpful. It's not actionable. If everyone's racist, then it's non-fungible, right? If we instead constrain the accusation of race, well, we can explore that. Here's my answer.
You and me are human beings. Like, should I not call you Silva anymore? Should I call you Timothy? Because we're both human beings.
Well, no, because that distinction is functionally valuable.
That reminds me of that dumbass argument you presented earlier, Stilgar.
Which one?
With GMOs? And you said that everything is GMOs?
Oh no, you're just you have a double-digit IQ. It's okay that you can't track it.
I'm just saying, bro. Remind me of that dumbass shit you said earlier.
Well, it's true. I mean, it's true. All plants are genetically modified. I mean, we don't have anything. Look at my banana looked like 200 years ago.
You remember when you said selective breeding is GMOs?
Response. Isn't that a response to your own argument? Like, to be fair, it's fair what you're saying. Presumably you think there is some utility in distinguishing GMOs in the kind of sense of like some fucking lab or some fucking
we have to
horticultural fucking company. Okay,
we have to, or we verify very valuable and very reasonable practices.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, but nevertheless, you still think they're all GMOs.
Well, this is why saying everyone is racist isn't valuable. It's a wonderful allegory.
No,
because the fact of the matter is, when you say everyone is.
He's not gonna understand.
I did say.
Yeah. So again, let me analyze this more neatly. So he's saying that in a discussion I was had previously about GMOs, presumably like the FDA and whoever else has utility in distinguishing GMO vegetables or produce from non-GMO produce, right? But you think actually technically they're all GMOs, right? And you pointed out to Nathan, hey, actually they're all GMOs, but you still think there's utility in distinguishing them. Okay, cool. And I'm pointing out, hey, in a sense, we're all racist, right? But I'm saying there still is utility in distinguishing them. So you should presumably not find that a contentious sort of point to make, because you made the exact same point as it pertains to GMOs earlier, and Nathan's pointed it out.
No. What I'm saying is it's painting with too broad of a brush. It's categorizing what is actually a really complicated and nuanced strata of different variables, and painting it with a broad brush such that the most redeemable parts of that quotient, whatever, is lumped in with the least redeemable.
I'm saying, look, you just think all these plants are GMO, but you do think there's utility in saying GMO in the kind of like FDA approved sense. Or
no, that's not what I think. What I think it's honestly utility for the government to obfuscate the particulars in that regard, because they don't want people to understand what's happening primarily. It's also why they tell you to eat mostly carbs on your plate until recently.
Oh, what the fuck is going on in here?
How about this? How about this?
How about I make my point instead of we play 21 questions?
Oh no, you did just speak for a minute, but then it was like a bit confusing. It just seemed like there was like lots. It was very like.
I don't trust anybody that says such as that in a second.
Can I ask a question? Like, do you think like it's true if like you and your wife wanted to wanted to have an abortion because you didn't want like a late term a geriatric pregnancy, right? It'd be true that in some sense you're a eugenicist.
That assumes we're old, easy.
Oh no, I know you're at least like my age, and that would constitute a geriatric pregnancy, right?
If my wife were pregnant today, she wouldn't be considered a geriatric pregnancy. She'd be close.
How old are you?
34.
Don't you fuck with my title, babe.
Wait, but
It's not until 40. It's not until 40.
No, it's above 30 for a woman. Let me double check.
I think so.
I think it's above 30 for a woman. I could be wrong here. I'm going to Google it, but I'm not trying to down this hill. I just...
You keep guessing. I'll tell you when you get close.
What do you mean?
I mean my position, my point.
Actually, is now legalizing for pregnancy in a person aged 35 or older. So, presuming your wife's you got the same age as you, then yes, she would be.
So we got like 8 months. We got 8 months at least.
All right, well,
does that count for gestation or after? I don't know.
I think presumably it's conception. I would imagine. I don't know. I could be wrong. Anyway,
nevertheless, you just say that life begins at conception.
Well, I didn't say anything to do with that. But nevertheless, right? But would you consider, like, let's just say that you guys wanted to get an abortion, would you consider yourself a eugenicist?
I suppose so, yeah. At a 10,000 foot view, yeah, I suppose so.
Wait, but there still is utility, though, in us saying, like, people who practice eugenics referring to the Nazis, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
But that's what I mean. You remember that word I tell you, specular?
Yes.
You have to be as specular as humanly possible. You have to be as specular as is tolerable.
You're just saying, like, offering a fine-grained sort of analysis of something, right? But I'm saying, nevertheless, it is...
Well, that's what I mean, and that's the problem when people say GMO bad. GMO bad is painting with too broad of a brush, and the reality is genetically modifying organisms has a tremendous spectrum. Some things are world-changing, famine-ending, hunger-resolving, and some things give you Crohn's disease and make you shit blood or something to that effect, right? So to say that, like, everyone's racist has as much utility as that tagline takes to say, and then
I personally wouldn't. Well, no, I think it is relevant because the idea is, like, on some of these kind of anthropological, social, or scientific analyses, it is relevant to say that short of living in a post-racial society, we're truly all going to be sort of fall victim to this level of, like, prejudice, and we're all going to be complicit in some way, right? Much like, you know, when people say, like, oh, if you have white privilege or something, then that in and of itself is, like, violence towards black people. I mean, there is some... there is some kind of sense in that level of, like, that kind of unified analysis. Just like, I don't think it's, like, completely vacuous to say that. But bear in mind, the context is Nathan said, so-and-so's racist, so-and-so's racist, so-and-so's racist. I mean, yeah, in a trivial sense, everybody is racist. You know what I mean? Like, as in, our prejudices are always going to come to the fore. Our racial prejudices are always going to come to the fore if we've been conditioned, you know, within a kind of society that acknowledges racial distinctions. It's just trivial. Like, you're going to shorthand be like, Indians are like this, and these people are like that, and that's going to form your kind of, you know, the assessments you make about people. Unfortunately, that level of bias is going to creep into it. So that's why it's relevant to say that. I think that's just actually true. The question is, though, is whether or not stuff like racism exists on the spectrum. It doesn't.
You're trying to trivialize my point. That's all.
Some people are...
No, you don't need any help. You do that just fine on your own.
Some people are...
That's what he was doing. What are you talking about?
I think the
When he said everyone is racist, you're trivializing the point that I was making when I was trying to say that, hey, Monica isn't a bad racist because, you know, all white people are racist. And he's saying, well, you know, if that's the case, when you look at everyone, we all have some racists. That's what happens so wrong.
Like Sam on this app, you know, Sam, he's racist. Like, you know, so like in a kind of more innocuous way, you know what I'm saying, than most. But I think it would be like the sort of obligation I have, one, to tell the truth, but two, to be opposed to racism. And not acknowledge, bear in mind, he's my pal, yeah? And not acknowledge that.
a lot of his beliefs and positions are just fundamentally racist. Like if I did this kind of like, if I started utility maxing and I was like, is he going to be, is he going to work with the Nazis? Is he going to work with the Gestapo? No. So let me just, he's precluded from the from being in that category or something. It's like, no, that's just not true. Like if you believe that based on your, ancestry, that there is some level of like, inferiority that you possess, it's racist. You know what I'm saying? If he believes Ashkenazi views are superior to other racial ethnic groups, well, it's kind of racist. Even if it doesn't manifest in a really kind of like sinister way.
Well, I get it. And that's the beauty of it. I don't disagree with your point writ large. I think the problem is we find ourselves in a scenario where a white woman on an elevator is clutching her pearls when a black man steps on the elevator with her, being lumped into the Confederate flag waving Nazi tattoo hillbillies in West Virginia. And I think without that stratification, we won't be as easily capable of identifying and remedying the problem.
I disagree though, because I think like anyone who insists upon the distinction is probably part of the problem. It's probably as like complicit in terms of on a systemic level as the Confederate neo-Nazi. Yeah, of course, because the point is like, I'm telling you, you've never heard me racially abuse anyone. Most of the debates anyone's ever seen.
No, just intellectually. It just...
Right.
You just call them retards and...
No, correct. Yeah, I'm saying the abuse 100%. As if you've never seen me racially abuse someone. I'm not critical of people because of their ethnic background. Like, that's just not who I am, right? I may make racial jokes. But nevertheless, I'm telling you, I'm biased in that way. I am 100% like, I am racist in that way. And it's like that self-reflectiveness or that introspection is just what is required to kind of get towards this kind of post-racial society, right? That's just what is required. And if you deny it, if I say, well, I'm not a Nazi, so don't bring this racism talk to me, don't bring this to my door, then essentially I am someone who's just going to perpetuate the system, because now every stereotype I sort of endorse, I'm going to basically like legitimize or justify it to myself and just be like, yeah, man, I'm not a bad guy. I think brown people smell really bad, but I'm not like a bad guy. I'm not like a racist. Do you know what I mean? Rather than just be like, look, if I do think there's some truth to some of these stereotypes, and I myself perpetuate them, then like I'm part of this problem, right?
I hear what you're saying, and I think it works well in the vacuum you're placing it in, but I think there's a lot of externalities that you're not accounting for. And the biggest, most glaring one to me is that you have to meet people where they are to try to remedy the situation. And don't get me wrong, some people don't deserve to be met where they are, right? The Nazis during World War II deserved to be met with overwhelming fire, and they were, right? But when you have somebody who, like, we now live in a society where acknowledging a black woman's hair, not even critiquing it, just acknowledging it in some circles is considered racism, right? And then you compare that with people who want to, curb stomp people in the street. Now you create a condition in which people get hyper defensive, and even if their best defense is no, I'm not that bad, then the answer isn't yes, you are that bad. In my opinion, the answer is no, you're not that bad, but you can be better. And here's how you can be better. You can be better by avoiding these certain things that you don't even necessarily know you're doing. Some of them are even just happening subconsciously and then finding themselves on the surface. And that creates a condition in which you're leveling with people, I suppose is what I'm getting at here. And again, some people deserve to be leveled with, some people don't. Some people are genuinely well-meaning but misstepping. My grandmother, God rest her soul, said colored people till the day she died. Not necessarily as a metric of how she respects what is now the terminology people of color, but more so a product of her upbringing. But in certain circles, she would be written off immediately as a racist, and some folks would say that she should be met with the same sort of vitriol that you would meet somebody with that says all black people should be exterminated.
I don't think that's true. Look, what I'm offering is a description. I'm not offering any kind of prescriptive account. Like, this is how you treat these people, and this is how you treat those people.
Maybe that's not your prescription, but that's what typically plays out, right? And
the point is whether or not
unintended consequences or not, the consequences are the consequences. And I think if we retool the way we approach these things, we'll see better results, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, I mean, the question is whether or not, respectfully, I don't want to use your grandma as an example because it's rude, but like, just whether or not the person is
I mean, you can't, she's dead. It doesn't matter.
Condolences, but like, I don't know, whether or not the person is racist is the question, not how you should handle them. Like, I'm not offering you any kind of strategy.
Sure, but where they fall on that strata usually actually informs how you're going to handle them. And maybe I'm being overly specific here. Maybe I'm being too specular. But I find when solving a problem, it's better to be too specular than too broad, right?
I don't know. Like, I'm not really like a social scientist. Like, nor am I like someone who
me either. I'm a fucking idiot with two thumbs, but you know.
Yeah, I'm not trying to make policy or something. I just look. The reality is I don't think people should get off the hook because they're not Nazis. Like, I don't think that's how it should work.
No, definitely not. We agree on that. There's no getting off the hook. There's just quantifying the particularities so we can attack them head on.
Yeah, I think like if you just acknowledge that as a consequence of this kind of kind of racial taxonomy, that a hierarchy has emerged that people tacitly or consciously endorse, and because of that, we have these kinds of biases. Right? If you can just acknowledge that, right? I think that's like a step in the right direction. And if you're reluctant to do that, if you're resistant to that, to countenancing that, then you are part of the problem. You're obviously not as bad as someone who's curb stomping fucking, black car thieves. Although that might be a justified thing. I don't know why I just took that from
black car thieves.
Well, you're not maybe not as bad, but we're still not good.
We're bouncing up against the Monica thing again, insofar as in some cases it's better to be overt than covert. Pepe, Monica, kind of thing. Wherein if you find yourself on a regular basis being unintentionally racist, but racist regardless, I suppose you can argue that is worse than being knowingly and overtly a racist. Because at least you've acknowledged there's a different path and you've decided intentionally not to take it. Whereas if you're doing it unknowingly until confronted, at least, you're doing that harm in a different capacity. I don't know.
I think like one of the reasons I've never created kind of like communists, even though I don't like have it, is like there's such a holistic worldview that they have, be it like economic, be it social, interpersonal. Like
their heart's in the right place.
Some, yeah, I guess, they're like the sort of purist egalitarians amongst them, yeah. And sorry, I'm not like an expert or anything, so if you've got critiques for communism, don't ever look at me, I'm not here to defend them. It's just like that, those are the people I often find in these kinds of conversations who are actually qualified to propose a solution to a lot of these kind of, social problems and societal ills. Where like I'm just sort of like all I can really say is like something like, look, I think if you're the kind of person who's like, the Navy protests too much about racism, you're probably part of the problem, Also about being accused of being a racist, sorry. So if you're like, no, not me, what about them? Look over there. I think like you're probably just like, you probably have problematic views. Versus like if you're someone who's like, to some extent, whatever, I'm a card-carrying Democrat, I probably have low expectations of a lot of minority groups, and I'm probably guilty of myself perpetuating that kind of stereotype that they need my assistance, white savior, what have you, or I don't know, like, if you're the person who just can accept and acknowledge that, hey, look, I probably am guilty. I always used to say about things, like, I was very unabashed when I was young, yeah.
Means I've got like a couple weeks of break. I have to go up to Spokane and meet most of my employees, so. cat just brought me his fishing pole, so I have work to do here. So.
I can't wait to see Jones in real life. Sorry, Deb.
I was gonna say, do you reckon America would be safe to like visit ever again after all this year of on?
Yeah.
This seems pretty.
The thing is, it's a big place, you know. So. I'm cat fishing.
Yeah, but Trump supporters.
Literally fishing for a cat. It's great.
You're fishing for a cat?
Yes, I have a cat fishing pole. My cat catches the bait.
Are you using like AI pictures? Are you using AI pictures for the cat fishing? Or?
Tied to the end of it that has like a little like cat toy lure. Yeah.
Sounds awful difficult to do online to catfish somebody or catfish a cat. Catfishing a cat online. Correct. I was thinking a song that you can play right now. Anyways, Cora, if you wouldn't mind, when you're toasting bread, does all bread undergo a Maillard reaction? I swear to God, if you don't answer me.
All bread?
Does all bread undergo a Maillard reaction?
I imagine if you like steamed bread, like bao or something like that. No.
Well, let's assume it's not bao. Let's say it's like the bread has like 0 content of sugar. I mean, it's all carbs, so it'll turn into sugar.
Yeah, it's got sugar in it. You can't have bread without sugar. Sorry, not even like even almonds have sugar in it.
I mean, more specifically, it becomes glucose, but yeah. And now we have to go through the whole what is this? Carbs are 2 different groups. There's like simple and complex carbs, or different forms of sugar.
There's your mom.
I think there's bread without sugar. Like you have like there's lower carb.
There's sugar and everything.
There's bread. There's bread with lower glycemic index, or with lower carbs.
Just flour has sugar in it. That's the point. Like.
Yeah. Your sugar has sugar in it. Like, come on.
Yeah. Like, is there bread without added sugar? Yes.
Yeah, like there's like it's one.
But the thing is it's just not gonna. I mean, unless you're doing like a quick bread or something, like soda bread or something like that, like. But even that's wheat flour, and wheat flour has sugars. But if you've got any sort of yeasted bread, it has to have some sort of sugars for the yeast to feed on.
Well, that's my point. If it's an unyeasted bread.
Well, then it's like a quick bread, like a soda bread or something.
But that's my point. Yeah, it can't be assumed that like all bread has to have yeast in it, which would then include like a breakdown of sugars, like the sucrose, glucose, or sucralose, or glucose.
Well, and then the question is it bread? Like if I grind up lentils that I've like soaked in water and make it into a loaf, and bake that with some soda to try and leaven it or something, because people do that kind of shit. Is that really bread, or is it just kind of weird lentil loaf?
Well, obviously we're going to base it off of flour here, And again, as long as we're not
any sort of grain is going to have some level of sugar in it naturally occurring sugars.
Yeah, come on. No. Please don't say that. Wait, sorry. Can you say that again, Cora? What did you say is naturally occurring sugar?
Grain, any sort of grain is going to have some
I think you said anything that grows out of the ground is naturally occurring sugar. I'm like, not sure that that's true. Naturally occurring sugar. Where we got corn from. So, by the way, so Mom, I think I've settled. I think I'm set to move to Tucson. That is where I would like to live.
Wait, is ASU in Tucson? No, ASU is in
Yeah, I think it is.
Tempe.
Oh, wait, no, it's U of A.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, U of A is in Tucson, and yeah, Arizona State University is in near Phoenix. Which means I might be able to get a job at U of A since they have a very comprehensive art program there.
Alright, I gotta go to sleep because I gotta get up in the morning and submit a bunch of reports. So, good night, everyone.
Alright, Laura.
Toast, I hope you find.
Years in a deep dish kitchen top. Cheese inside of City Hall, right? Coming up. You're running for mayor, we'll make it. Almost there. Oh, got it. Top of the tower. Chicago, take a look around.
It's so fucking annoying. Instagram is crazy. Send us your fucking social security number. They can't do it. Different phone, man.
Jesus, side of City Hall, right? Coming up. 15 years in a deep dish kitchen taught me what Chicago news.
Stop trying to make me believe that the Germans hated niggas. They didn't hate niggas
because he was black. It's because his lips were so. Yeah, but don't you understand? Like
they didn't hate them niggas. Don't try to put us in that Jewish hate. Don't put us in that.
They blamed Jews for all of the societal ills. But black people, because they just were seen as racially impure, they tried to sterilize them. So they wouldn't.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
Google it. Just Google it.
No, they didn't.
Just Google it. So why is she asking? Stop repeating. Why do you want to, bro? Are you fucking insane? You want to believe, you want to romanticize fucking Nazis?
No, I don't. I just don't want to act like they feel the same way about blacks as they do about Jews. Because
it's a BHI thing. It's a BHI thing.
It is.
You're not BHI. Yes. BHI. She's capital B.
I'm Queen BHI. That's what Andrew called me. This was the biggest compliment I've ever had on the app. This was the biggest compliment I ever had on the app. Andrew called me Queen of the BHIs.
I was trying to be your meta, and now it's like, you're BHI. It was fun while it lasted. I already missed you.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. I'm still reading about the black people in the Rhineland. Hold on. And then in the 1930s, only a few black people lived in Germany. Most of them in the Rhine area, children of German mothers and French. I see them German was fucking the shit out of Africans. Stop playing with me.
The Rhineland is where I go. That's where I spend my time.
Okay.
The Rhineland.
See, what it is France had all these colonies in Africa and stuff. That's why. That's probably why they had all these Africans over there in that area. Because it says during World War I, France had recruited troops from its African colonies, mainly from Senegal. I didn't even know Senegal was a French colony. These children. What'd you say? 15 years.
Pretty much all of West Africa.
Was a French colony?
Yeah, pretty much.
I thought it was. I only knew about Cameroon.